Li Mei's Sword of Destiny. Martial Peak, Chapter 4551, Crazy Woman. Heavenly Moon Palace was Zhu Jiuyin's place of residence, the woman who was previously Yang Kai's protector. They had negotiated a deal with each other when Yang Kai brought her out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. However, on his last trip to Shadowless Cave Heaven, Zhu Jiuyin had agreed to escort him, which was outside the scope of their original agreement, which Yang Kai managed to get her to do on the condition that her identity as a protector would be lifted. In other words, Zhu Jiuyin was now free and no longer bound by her source oath, so Yang Kai's life or death no longer had anything to do with her. If not to take care of and instruct Shanqing Luo, someone who shared the same bloodline as her, it was hard to say whether Zhu Jiuyin would still be in Voidland now. This woman was not easy to talk to. It took a lot of cajoling to even persuade her to do anything in the past when she was still his protector, so it may not even work at all now. When Yang Kai heard about the incident at Three Brilliance's world, he guessed that it was Quan Hui's doing. When he rushed to Three Brilliance's world to support them, he had also specially asked Bian Yuqing to notify Zhu Jiuyin so he could borrow her strength. However, from beginning to end, the woman never showed up. It was obvious that she had no intention of intervening in this matter. This time it would probably be fruitless even if he begged her for help. Since he was already here though, he might as well try. With his mind made up, Yang Kai cupped his fist and shouted, "Greetings, Senior. Junior Yang Kai requests an audience." To his surprise, the doors of Heavenly Moon Palace opened immediately after he spoke. Yang Kai raised a brow, wondering when Zhu Jiuyin had become so hospitable, until a spider thread suddenly shot out from within and wrapped him up. Shocked, Yang Kai tried to escape, but he was exhausted from the fight with Quan Hui, and was unable to recover much in such a short amount of time. Being taken off guard, he was caught by the spider web and dragged into Heavenly Moon Palace. Then the door closed with a thud. Soon there was a series of bangs coming from the inside. A few moments later the door opened again, and Yang Kai was thrown out like a ragged sack. After rolling a few times, he stood up in a miserable state with his face bruised and swollen. There were even large black marks around his eyes, naturally a result of Zhu Jiuyin's fist. Yang Kai's lungs were about to explode from anger. Still, he cautiously distanced himself from Heavenly Moon Palace's entrance before gritting his teeth and roaring, "Crazy woman! Why can't you use your words instead of your fists?" Even though the injuries were not serious, it was still a little embarrassing for Yang Kai. He was Voidland's lord after all, so it was a big loss to his face to be seen by the many disciples walking past this scene. This queen will do whatever she wants. If you have the ability, then fight back. Zhu Jiuyin's voice rang out in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai was indignant. Senior is a venerable divine spirit. This junior knows he is not Senior's opponent. However, this junior has shown great respect to Senior, and the daily offerings have also never been lacking. If there is anything that this junior has done wrong, Senior can just inform me of it. Why raise your hand against me directly? You wish to reason with this queen? Fine, this queen will reason with you. Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted. Let me ask you, are you enjoying yourself as Yinyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law? Yang Kai's momentum withered instantly, and his brow twitched. Senior found out. He cursed in his heart, wondering which bastard spread the word around. Zhu Jiuyin lived deep within Heavenly Moon Palace and essentially never left, so who could have told her about it? But after some careful thought, Zhu Jiuyin was still a divine spirit, so if she wished to seek out information, then nobody in Voidland could hide anything from her. What are you feeling guilty for? Zhu Jiuyin snickered. Yang Kai cupped his fist and cleared his throat. Senior must be joking. There really is a misunderstanding behind this matter. It was not this junior's intention. I don't care whether it was your intention or not. It happened and that's a fact. Yang Kai blinked. But what does this have to do with Senior? Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted. Luor is so devoted to you, and yet now that she's in retreat to cultivate in seclusion, you're out picking flowers and trampling the grass. It is difficult for her to do anything about it, but as her honored master, what problem is there for me to teach you a lesson in her place? Yang Kai was speechless. If Luor found out about his most recent escapade, the most likely course of action she would take would be to find a way to drain him dry, in various ways. There was no way she would casually raise her hand at him like this insane woman. As such, Yang Kai brushed her off surreptitiously. Senior is mighty, whatever senior says is right. However, there is another matter which this junior requires senior's help with right now. Zhu Juyin did not even wait to hear what it was before stopping him. Don't even think about it, you brat. This is a problem that you brought upon yourself, so you deal with it yourself. Otherwise, if Luor were to find out that I, as her honored master, stepped out to do your dirty work for you for the problems that you yourself caused, then would she not blame me for it? Don't be like that, senior. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th order master. Other than you, no one in my void land can best him. This time we were fortunate enough to be able to force him back, but what about next time? I'll teach you a method, Zhu Jiuyin declared. Raising his brows, Yang Kai said respectfully, please teach me, senior. Next time you meet Zuoquan Hui, wash your neck and stick it out. Then let him cut your head off. Yang Kai's face darkened in an instant. He was naive to even have hoped to gain Zhu Jiuyin's help. If you die, then Luor will not be tied down by you anymore. Where else can she not go in this vast world with this queen bringing her along? It would be much better than following a fickle man like you, only to be abandoned sooner or later. Yang Kai turned with a flick of his sleeve. Good, if you won't help, then so be it. Why slander others in such a malicious manner? Why purposefully be so infuriating? If I had known that it would be so, then I would never have brought you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, and would have let you stay there until you died of old age. There was a bang, and the tightly shut doors of Heavenly Moon Palace flung open as Zhu Jiuyin appeared and beckoned. Here, come inside. Let me show you something nice. Space principles surged and Yang Kai hurriedly fled. 3 days later, Voidland's main conference hall. Yang Kai sat in the head seat, with many 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting below. The group of people glanced up at Yang Kai from time to time. Old Bai, Chef, and the others were all trying their best to stifle their laughter, but their shoulders were still shaking uncontrollably. Yu He, on the other hand, had a heartbroken expression. Yang Kai glanced around at the crowd and said in a tone that was half exhausted, half aggrieved, if you want to laugh, then go ahead and laugh, why hold it in? Don't choke yourselves. Old Bai and the others finally could no longer hold back and broke out laughing. Huigu said with concern, Sir, have your injuries not healed? Zuoquan Hui's methods are truly despicable. How could? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhouya next to him tugged on his sleeve. Huigu was puzzled. He had been focusing on healing these past few days and had no idea what happened outside. He just knew that Yang Kai came out today and was now sitting with 2 big, black eyes, making him look both miserable and a little bit funny. Yang Kai cleared his throat helplessly. Are you done laughing yet? Let's get to business. Meanwhile, he cursed in his heart. It wasn't enough that damn Zhu Jiuyin kicked and punched him that day, but she even went so far as to use her sore strength to punch his eyes, leaving black bruises that even a few days later refused to disappear. He had no idea how long it would even take for him to recover. After hiding for a few days trying to resolve the situation, Yang Kai realized this wasn't a problem he could solve in short order, so he decided to just let things be and came out to meet everyone in this state. Seeing that Yang Kai was starting to get angry out of shame, Old Bai and the others finally restrained their laughter and sat upright. Are your injuries healed? Yang Kai asked. Hua Yong rose. Many thanks for Sir's concern. Our injuries were not severe, so we are all fine after recuperating for a few days. Yang Kai nodded. You should still pay attention to the madam's health. After all, she has borne a child just recently. Go and see second manager when you return later, and get some nutritional tonics to help aid in her recuperation. After many years of gestation, Shu Mu Dan was finally able to give birth to a son just half a year ago. Yang Kai had also gone to visit him, and the child was indeed born with great talent and exceptional aptitude. Shu Mu Dan was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm after all, so the child she had been carrying for many years was not one that ordinary people could compare with. Many thanks, sir. Hua Yong hurriedly responded. Yang Kai nodded and went on. Guozi Yan has brought news that someone has spotted 5 people leaving Void territory, each one with powerful cultivation. There were 4 men and 1 woman, so it had to be Zhuo Quanhui and his group. Everyone breathed sighs of relief. Even though there was no way that Zhuo Quanhui would linger in void territory for long after eating such a heavy loss, it was hard for anyone to say what he would do for sure. It was only now that they finally had a solid confirmation. If a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Zhuo Quanhui truly did stay in void territory and continued committing atrocities throughout the land, then void territory would have no good way of dealing with him. There is the matter of 3 Brilliance's world next. Second manager, what is the situation there right now? Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing responded, 3 Brilliance's world has suffered a lot of damage. It is, after all, only a universe world. With the wanton destruction of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, nearly 20% of the landscape was destroyed, which has caused unrest across the entire 3 Brilliance's world. Many have died in the disaster. I have already dispatched people to 3 Brilliance's world to assist World Lord Peng in accommodating the refugees and calming the masses. However, this matter will not be resolved in a short time. If 3 Brilliance's world wants to restore its strength and vitality, then it would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years. As for the damaged landmass, there is a good chance it will never return to normal. Yang Kai said, whether the land can be restored or not is a secondary matter. The most important thing is the people. Do your best to fulfill any needs that 3 Brilliance's world may have. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Bian Yuqing added, Sect Master, we should take what happened at 3 Brilliance's world as a precaution. Should we send people to guard the other universe worlds too? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. There are more than a dozen universe worlds in void territory. It would take too much manpower to guard them all. Moreover, who can we even send to guard them in our current situation? Zhuo Quanhui's strength is in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. It would be difficult for anyone present to put up a struggle against him, so it's useless to go. What's more, Zhuo Quanhui is still from Thousand Cranes Paradise. He has his own scruples about committing such treachery in universe worlds. Otherwise, he would not have used Huang Quan's hand to wreak havoc on 3 Brilliance's world in his place. Huang Quan's reputation is already nefarious, and it's not as if he hasn't done similar things before, so it wouldn't hurt him to do it again. Comparatively speaking, Zhuo Quanhui more or less cares about his own reputation still. For that reason, I think it's unlikely that he will use a similar method again. Everyone nodded lightly at his words as Yuhi commented, if he really did do so, then Thousand Cranes Paradise will definitely suffer criticism and be forced to intervene. Even though rumors say that he and his lineage have all defected from Thousand Cranes Paradise, anyone who is not a fool will know that this is merely a cover. His actions were more or less still tied to Thousand Cranes Paradise's face, and something as low as raising one's hand against mortals is something they cannot afford to accept. Martial Peak Chapter 4552 Difference of Perspective. There's no need to worry about the universe worlds. Zhuo Quanhui has been injured by my divine ability, and it will not be easy for him to recover from it. I estimate that he will need around 3 to 5 months on the shorter end, but on the longer end it may take him a year and a half. However, once he recovers, then he is bound to come back for us. Our void land still lacks the power to face a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who is determined to seek revenge. Yang Kai massaged his forehead lightly. Voidland had 2 divine spirits to watch over them, protecting their headquarters in Star City, where it was indeed safe and secure. However, it was impossible for Voidland's many inhabitants to stay cooped up all the time and not go outside. With a true body that was too large, it was more than enough for Baishi to play a defensive role, but not an offensive one in such a situation. On the other end, Zhu Jiuyin's anger had yet to subside, so she could not be counted on. If Voidland had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the situation could be greatly improved. The proprietress was currently in retreat in order to break through to the 7th Order, but no one could say for sure how long that would take. It may be a couple of years, but it can also be well over 100 years. The uncertainty was too great. Yang Kai looked down at Mao Zhe. Head Mountain Lord, provided with the resources, how confident are you in advancing into the 7th Order in a short amount of time? There were quite a number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present here, but in terms of cultivation and heritage, It was Maozhe who was closest to advancing into the seventh order besides the proprietress. Maozhe had a troubled look on his face and shook his head slowly. Sir, the difference between the sixth order and the seventh order is the difference between the mid-rank and high-rank open heaven realm. This is not just about resources. This subordinate has not wanted for resources since following under Sir, but something still feels lacking when it comes to advancing into the seventh order. Even if this subordinate were to go into retreat and cultivate, it would not be very effective. Yang Kai nodded. Even Maozhe was in this situation, so there was no need to talk about everyone else who was further away from the seventh order open heaven realm. Without power equivalent to Zuoquan Hui's seventh order open heaven realm cultivation, we will always remain on the passive side in a fight with him, Yang Kai muttered. Then he looked down at everyone. Do any of you have any good solutions to this matter? Everyone looked at each other, all going deep into thought. Huigu spoke up. Perhaps we can ask Inyang Cave Heaven for help. Yang Kai shook his head. Zuoquan Hui and his followers did not hesitate to rebel against Thousand Cranes Paradise in order to exact revenge for Zhao Xing. Though their attempt to make a cover story will only make it more obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what is going on. If not for Inyang Cave Heaven's efforts in pressuring them, then it would not stop at being just Zuoquan Hui and his followers stirring up trouble in my void territory, but several seventh order open heaven realm masters. Zhao Xing and Zhou Ti may both be in the sixth order open heaven realm, but their status in Thousand Cranes Paradise was very different. Zhao Xing advanced directly into the sixth order, so he had hope of one day reaching the eighth order open heaven realm, making his status much higher than Zhou Ti's. Any core disciple with Zhao Xing's qualifications was seen as a treasure for any cave heaven or paradise, so they could not afford to lose them. Otherwise, the sect would do everything in its power to avenge them. The reason why Thousand Cranes Paradise did not make a big fuss about Zhao Xing's death was completely thanks to Inyang Cave Heaven, because there was Su Linggong to mediate the situation. Not to mention that asking for help from Inyang Cave Heaven would be useless. Yang Kai was personally unwilling to do so as well. It was true that he was currently a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, but Voidland was Voidland and Inyang Heaven was Inyang Heaven. If they were to borrow Inyang Cave Heaven's power in order to resolve this crisis, then it would not be long before Voidland simply became someone else's subordinate. This was not something Yang Kai hoped to see. There was a moment of silence in the Grand Hall. They could not put their hopes on Inyang Cave Heaven, and Voidland itself did not have the equivalent power to deal with the seventh order open heaven realms Zuoquan Hui. No matter how they looked at it, they could only remain passive in this situation. Sect Master, we may be able to settle this matter with an advantage in numbers, Bian Yuqing suggested thoughtfully. Yang Kai looked over at her, explain. The others also turned their heads to her. Any ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator would probably be shaking if they were stared at by so many 5th and 6th order open heaven realm masters and begin stuttering, but as Voidland's second manager, Bian Yuqing, had long been in charge of all of Voidland's matters over the years, so she naturally would not be afraid of this attention. This mistress' abilities are paltry, and I do not even know what the orders of the open heaven realm are like, so if there is something wrong with this mistress's opinion, then I must ask Sect Master to please not laugh at me. Yang Kai raised his hand. There is no harm in putting forth a suggestion. Since you are in the Emperor realm, perhaps you can consider things from a different perspective from us, and that may just reveal a path forward we have otherwise overlooked. Bian Yuqing nodded and continued. Zuoquan Hui is in the 7th order open heaven realm, so indeed, nobody in our Voidland is his equal. However, when it comes to masters in the 6th order and the 5th order, our Voidland holds the advantage. Since we do not have any 7th order open heaven realm masters, nor will any appear among us in a short amount of time, then why don't we try and surround Zuoquan Hui with 6th order open heaven realm masters? 3 won't do it, then perhaps 5 will. 5 is not enough, what about 10? If 10 still won't do it, then we'll use 26th order open heaven realm masters. That should be enough to defeat Zuoquan Hui, right? Huigu laughed. 20 would indeed be enough. Even ants can bite an elephant to death, let alone 6th order open heaven realm masters. Under normal circumstances, a master in the 7th order open heaven realm can resist against the combined forces of 10 6th order open heaven realm masters without issue. However, if Sir was among the 10, then Zuoquan Hui would definitely be at a disadvantage. Maybe we won't even need 10 in that case. Yang Kai's strength was clear to all, and it was something that no ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master could compare with. In a one-on-one fight, he was indeed not Suoquan Hui's opponent, but a few days ago with just Geng Qing and Maoji's help, he was still able to put up a good fight. Though he was constantly at a disadvantage, they were not wiped out in a short time. In the end, Yang Kai was even able to injure Suoquan Hui using his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. If 10 sixth-order open heaven realm masters were to team up with Yang Kai against Suoquan Hui, it would naturally be no problem for them to suppress the latter. But where will we find 26th-order open heaven realm masters? Hui Gu laughed bitterly. All of our 6th-order open heaven realm masters are already gathered here. Excluding Sir, we only have 9 at our disposal. Yang Kai was thoughtful. What second manager means to say is, Bian Yuqing explained, we have many great emperors, as well as several of Sir's madams and the pseudo-great emperors. There is even the newly joined Xiangying, Fangyu, and the others who all have the potential to advance into the 6th order. These days they have all been refining various 6th order materials, and what they lack now are merely the 6th order yin and yang element treasures. If we had enough 6th order yin and yang element treasures, then Voidland would have no problem increasing its 6th order open heaven realm masters by more than a dozen. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at her words, feeling enlightened. He had been thinking of ways for Voidland to acquire a 7th order open heaven realm master in order to deal with Suoquan Hui, but Bian Yuqing's idea was to have Voidland increase its 6th order open heaven realm masters. If they had enough masters in the 6th order open heaven realm, then that would naturally allow them to fight against Suoquan Hui, who was in the 7th order open heaven realm. Sure enough, those who sit in different positions have different perspectives on the same issue. Currently, there were many from the star boundary who were committed in Voidland to advancing directly into the 6th order open heaven realm. The great emperors Ironblood, Hongchan, Marital Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations and Wondrous Pill. His wives Su Yan, Xiaoning Chong, Shui Yu, Shanqing Luo, Yu Rumeng and Ji Yao. The pseudo-great emperors Yang Yan, Jiufeng, Li Wui and Bing Yun. Martial Beast Great Emperor's daughter, Mo Shaoqi, Ironblood Great Emperor's disciple, Lin Yuner and Yang Kai's younger sister, Yang Shui. There were a total of 21 people at least. The 8 great emperors need not be mentioned as they had already been in the emperor realm for countless years. Their foundations were strong and they had long developed their own Dao seals back in the star boundary. Due to the isolation of the star boundary, the great emperors could only further polish their Dao seals to increase their strength. Once they leapt out of the star boundary, all of their Dao seals could withstand the impact of 6th order powers, which gave them the qualification to advance directly to the 6th order open heaven realm, placing them on par with core disciples of any cave heaven or paradise. In comparison, Yang Kai's wives, and even Li Wuyi and the other pseudo-great emperors had much shallower foundations, so it would normally be risky for them to advance into the 6th order open heaven realm. However, Yang Kai had a treasure like the divine Dao water, which could strengthen one's Dao seal, which naturally made up for their shortcomings and allowed them to stand at the same high starting point as the great emperors. Once it truly came time for them to advance, Voidland also had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to help them in minimizing any risks. Then there were Xiangying and Fangyu, both of whom Yang Kai had brought to his side from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Both of them were owners of divine medicines. Yang Kai had obtained 3 divine medicines from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, namely Pu Bai Xiong, Little Mushroom, and the Gourd Vine. Xiangying had obtained the purple bamboo that was able to break all principles, and Fangyu had obtained the 1,000-leaf stone lotus, which improved his defenses several times over. These 2 used to be bearers chosen by divine spirits, and had received their greatest support in nurturing them. Both of them have refined 6th order powers. However, due to their lacking aptitude, it was a huge risk for them to advance into the 6th order open heaven realm directly. When they learned that Voidland possessed Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, Fangyu was the first to seek out Yang Kai and take refuge with him. With Yang Kai's support, Fangyu opened the Grand Ancient Ruins shop in Void Star City that specifically recruited the bearers who were able to come out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary alive. This happened before Yang Kai left for the Shadowless Cave Heaven. After the Grand Ancient Ruins shop became famous, it did manage to recruit some bearers, among which was Xiangying. Including these two, Voidland had 23 prospects. 23 people were expected to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm in the near future. If all of them could succeed, then adding the current 9 that they had, then the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters that Voidland possessed would become terrifying. And that was not counting those from the Dragon Clan, who also came with Yongkai from the Star Boundary. The cultivation of the Dragon Clan was different from ordinary cultivators. Even though they also needed a lot of cultivation resources, they refined their own bloodlines and source rather than splitting heaven and earth apart in their bodies to enter the Open Heaven realm. Once a Dragon Clan member's bloodline reached a certain purity and concentration, the power that they could wield was no less than that of those in the Open Heaven realm. Any mature divine spirit would also have power on par with a high-rank Open Heaven realm master. However, it took a lot of time for a Dragon Clan member to refine their bloodline and source, much longer when compared to the advancement of human cultivators into the Open Heaven realm. After all, the Dragon Clan members themselves lived much longer lives. Even Yongkai himself had no idea how the Dragon Clan purified their bloodlines further. Other than taking dragon blood pills, he was not sure of any other way. So in recent days, the Dragon Clan members had all been running over to Dragon Sun's Peak to seek Old Man Baishi's tutelage. Tracing back his roots, Baishi also had a dragon vein, so he was able to give some guidance to the younger dragons to help them in their cultivation. Martial Peak Chapter 4553 Secrets of the Black Prison. The Dragon Clan couldn't be counted on in such a short amount of time, but those with the potential of advancing into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm were worth looking forward to. Yongkai looked down towards Bian Yuqing, second manager. How is our Voidland doing on resources? Are the great emperors making progress on their cultivation? Bian Yuqing nodded. In general, they are doing well. With the Star City prospering, Voidland has no shortage of materials. At least 80% of our earnings are used to barter for cultivation materials in each order, and it is enough to supply the cultivation needs of the sect. We have also stockpiled many Sixth Order 5 elements materials. The only tricky ones are Yin and Yang element treasures, which are truly too rare. Counting the Sixth Order Yang element treasure that Lu Jing of Gathering Yuan Union brought the other day, the Yin and Yang element materials we have now are only enough to provide for the advancement of 3 people. 3 people? Yongkai nodded lightly. Compared to the demand of 23 people, this number was truly too small. He pondered for a moment before asking, if resources weren't an issue, how long would it take for the great emperors to advance to the Sixth Order? The great emperors all have deep foundations and their Dao seals are firm and stable, so they are also able to refine materials quickly. If we had abundant resources, then all the great emperors would be able to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm within a decade. The faster ones may only take 3 to 5 years. Yuhi frowned at that. Even 3 to 5 years is still a bit long. Yongkai waved his hand. Indeed, it is a long time, but the victor in this fight cannot be decided in a short amount of time either. We have to look at things from a long-term perspective. What's more, whether it is for the sake of dealing with a fight like this or not, it does not change the fact that Voidland is lacking in Sixth Order Yin and Yang element materials, and something has to be done about that. Yuhi nodded. Young master is right. Yongkai sat up straight and raised his voice. Good. The problem before us is clear. Where are we going to find so many Sixth Order Yin and Yang element materials? If you have any good ideas, let's hear it. Bian Yuqing suggested, we can continue to offer a premium in exchange for the materials in the Star City, but I don't think it will do much good. After all, we have been doing the same thing for a long time now and have only been able to acquire a few Sixth Order Yin and Yang element materials. Yongkai said, we must continue it even if the results are not good. After all, any peace is better than none. Bian Yuqing nodded in response. Mo Mei added next. Perhaps we can look for the cave heavens and paradises? Why don't we go directly to them and ask to purchase the materials we need? Those cave heavens and paradises have ruled over the 3,000 worlds for many years, so they are bound to have accumulated some reserves. Yuhi shook her head. It's useless. In the entirety of the 3,000 worlds, materials in the Sixth Order and above have always been scarce. Even if those cave heavens and paradises were able to accumulate some of these resources, they would rather stockpile them as strategic reserves. It would be impossible for them to sell them off to others so simply, much less now that we are in a confrontation with Zuoquan Hui, who has Thousand Cranes Paradise behind him. Huigu narrowed his eyes then. Does that mean that there's really no other way? Bian Yuqing asked, Sect Master, didn't you meet with the young Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union the other day? Since they are a trade company, they should have a way to get such materials, right? Oh. Yang Kai nodded. Of course, Gathering Yuan Union definitely has their own methods. Even though 6th order yin and yang element materials are scarce, they will surely be able to get their hands on some. However, the possibility of us working with Gathering Yuan Union is low. They may not be willing to take the risk of offending Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise to do business with us. If it were a few days ago, then there would still be some possibility of the two of them cooperating with each other. However, after the big fight with Zuoquan Hui, and the killing of the 6th order Zhou Ti, Gathering Yuan Union will surely hear the news soon. And Gathering Yuan Union had already revealed some fear of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so it made it even more unlikely for them to cooperate with Voidland after what happened. Mo Mei muttered, it would be great if there was another Universe Cave Heaven or Universe Paradise like Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would surely leave behind a rich inheritance after their death. Yang Kai laughed. Even the Universe Paradises and Cave Heavens left behind after the deaths of those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters may not contain what we need. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the greatest example. Indeed, Yang Kai obtained many great things in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but he really did not find that many yin or yang element treasures, which showed just how rare these things were. I do know of a place that may have what we need, and in a good volume too. Old Bai, who was sitting at the side the whole time, suddenly spoke. Where? Yang Kai quickly turned over to look at him in high spirits, at the same time cursing himself for being so muddle-headed. Old Bai, chef, and accountant were originally the proprietress' subordinates, and First in itself was in the intelligence gathering business, so they were the best people to ask if there was anything they needed answers for in the 3,000 worlds. The others also looked towards Old Bai. After some hesitation, Old Bai began, Do you still remember Luan Baifeng? Yang Kai raised a brow. Luan Baifeng from the Black Prison. Yes, her. Old Bai nodded. Naturally. Thinking back, Yang Kai had met with this woman twice. The first time was when she followed Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master Kong Feng, when he led the 100 Sect Alliance to attack Voidland. It was during those events that Yang Kai learned that this woman had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, so she was invited by Kong Feng to crack Voidland's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. She also proved herself to be extremely strong and competent, as she was almost able to dispel the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array completely. After the defeat of the 100 Sects Alliance, Kong Feng was killed, and Luan Baifeng disappeared without a trace. Later, when Yang Kai went to Shadowless Cave Heaven, this woman appeared again and blocked his way together with Heavenly Sword Union's new Union Master, Shan Liang. Shan Liang was killed in that conflict, but Luan Baifeng escaped again. Yang Kai had a deep impression of her. Firstly, Luan Baifeng's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were truly high, and the other was that she was also very good at keeping herself alive. Once she saw that the situation was not right, she immediately retreated. 2 successive generations of Heavenly Sword Union's Union Masters died in battle, but she escaped both conflicts. However, Yang Kai did not know very much about her. He knew only that she was the leader of a great force called Black Prison. Now that Old Bai brought her up, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little puzzled. Is there something special about this woman? Old Bai shook his head. No, there's nothing particularly special about her. What's special is the Black Prison. Everyone looked towards him, but only Yuhi had a thoughtful look on her face. Among the many Open Heaven Realm Masters present, more than half of them came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundance City. Before meeting Yang Kai, generations of them had been living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, unable to escape due to the blood principle restriction placed on their ancestors. There were also those who were brought out by Yang Kai from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, who did not know much information about the current state of the 3,000 worlds. Yuhi knew a few things, but not as much as Old Bai did. The Black Prison is called the Black Prison because it was a naturally formed prison with all sorts of natural arrays within. Its environment is also extremely harsh, so one could say that unless one were very familiar with the place, It is all but impossible to leave alive after entering. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Luan Baifeng has such high attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays. To live most of one's life in a place that was filled with countless naturally formed arrays, one would only be killed if their attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays were not high. The Black Prison is such a dangerous place that even if a high-rank open heaven realm master were to step foot into it, they may still not be able to escape safely. Rumor has it that even high-rank open heaven masters may not be Luan Baifeng's opponent inside the Black Prison, as she can borrow the strength of all sorts of grand arrays there to display a strength far greater than her own. Old Bai went on, so in all the 3,000 worlds, Luan Baifeng and even Black Prison itself have become well known. After all, not every 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master has the heritage and ability to kill masters in the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai nodded lightly. To be able to manipulate and control such impressive grand arrays, she's a remarkable woman indeed. But what sort of place is this Black Prison? Old Bai shook his head. I do not know either. After all, I have never been there myself. I only know that the place is very strange, and its dangers are no less than the shattered heaven. Why would she choose to stay in such a dangerous place? Yang Kai was confused. Old Bai laughed. Men, or in this case, women, die for wealth just as birds die for food. If the Black Prison did not have something attractive enough, why would Luan Baifeng stay there and not move? Black Prison is rich in a very special cultivation resource, and because it is fully black, it is called black stone. Maozha was curious. What's so special about this black stone? Old Bai shook his head. There's nothing special about the black stones themselves, but it is a different story when it comes to what is contained within them. A piece of black stone may contain nothing, or it may be hiding 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, or even 7th or 8th order cultivation materials of various elements. Everyone drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Hua Yong could not help but look wide-eyed at Old Bai. Even 7th and 8th order materials can be found in these black stones. Old Bai nodded seriously. That is what the rumors say. Nobody has seen it for themselves, but it has been confirmed that a good amount of 5th order and 6th order materials have come out of these black stones. Yang Kai was shaken. There is no shortage of wonders in the 3,000 worlds. Zhouya frowned. If that is true, then as a cultivator who is merely in the 6th order open heaven realm, how did Luan Baifeng gain control over the Black Prison? For a place as rich in resources as that, wouldn't even the cave heavens and paradises covet it? This question raised doubts in many of their minds. Old Bai smiled. Senior Sister Zhou is right. If Black Prison were just an ordinary place, then Luan Baifeng would not be qualified to control it. It would have long been taken over by the cave heavens or paradises. However, the Black Prison has its peculiarities. Not to mention, the major cave heavens and paradises themselves have abundant wealth already. Who among them do not have their own resource production areas? The Black Prison may not even be worthy of their attention. Secondly, even if the Black Prison is rich in materials, they are extremely difficult to mine. Black stone is something that only those in the open heaven realm are strong enough to mine, and supposedly, the deeper you go into the Black Prison, the higher the order required to mine the resources. The harsh environment in the Black Prison should also be taken into account. There are dangers everywhere, and a cultivator's life may be lost at any moment. Even if they were fortunate enough to escape, their cultivation would still constantly be nibbled away by the natural arrays if they lived in such a place for long, which would eventually cause their small universe to shrink and collapse, a fate even worse than death. After a pause, Old Bai went on. The price to mine black stone in Black Prison is the cultivation and vitality of an open heaven realm master. This was not something that those cave heavens and paradises could afford to do. Otherwise, they would be universally condemned. Martial Peak, Chapter 4554, Xianpeng. Those who mine black stone in the Black Prison become our slaves. Due to the harsh environment of the Black Prison, open heaven realm masters do not have long lifespans there, so the demand for or slaves has always been great for the Black Prison. Or slaves come from many different channels. Some are open heaven realm masters who committed great sins, and were then bought by Luan Baifeng at high prices to become lifelong slaves. Others were malefactors captured by Luan Baifeng, and there were even those who were simply seized. There are also losers of conflicts between two great forces. While speaking, Old Bai shot a glance at Huigu. Senior brother Huigu has been staying in Inyang Cave Heaven's prison star this whole time. In comparison to Black Prison, the prison star's conditions are extremely hospitable. The Black Prison is many times harsher than what he knows. Cold sweat ran down Huigu's head to hear that. Inwardly, he was feeling glad that Inyang Cave Heaven did not have any agreements with Luan Baifeng. Otherwise, their convicts may have all been sold to the Black Prison, and they would become nothing more than withered bones. Yang Kai descended into thought as he speculated, if that is so, does that mean that Luan Baifeng had other intentions in mind when she came along with Kong Feng's Hundred Sects alliance to Void Land? Old Bai nodded. Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng have had several business dealings in the past, so they are well acquainted with each other. He personally invited Luan Baifeng to crack the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Naturally, the most compelling reason for Luan Baifeng to agree was the ore slaves she could obtain. If Voidland was defeated back then all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters would have been taken back to the Black Prison where they would mine black stone for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately for her, both she and Kong Feng did not expect the heritage of our Void Land to be so great. They tried to steal a chicken but failed and lost their rice too. Yang Kai stroked his chin. In that case, this Black Prison is worth a trip. Luan Baifeng has been running Black Prison for so many years, so she must have accumulated a good amount of resources by now. If we can bring her to our side, then the crisis that our Void Land is facing will be solved in no time. Old Bai shook his head. I don't suggest you find her directly in the Black Prison. I mentioned before that the Black Prison has countless natural arrays inside of it. Even if you are strong, you may not be able to find her even if you made it inside. And if you do manage to find her, you may not be her opponent. Yang Kai looked at him. Then what do you think we should do instead? To advance with stillness. Old Bai explained concisely, if there is anyone in this world most interested in the battle between great forces, then it has to be Luan Baifeng. There is bound to be a loser in every battle, and any Open Heaven Realm Master defeated can become an or slave she so needs, so she is happy to intervene in such fights, betting in advance the side she takes will win. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Now that Suaquan Hui has engaged our Void Land in a head-on confrontation, we will not be able to hide the battle that took place here a few days ago from prying eyes. News will spread sooner or later, and Luan Baifeng has caused trouble twice for our Void Land. No matter her original intentions, she has already formed a grudge with us. With so many Open Heaven Realm Masters here, we are definitely a huge temptation for her. Old Bai nodded. If news reaches her ears, she will definitely come out to help Suaquan Hui. Yang Kai got up at once. We must not delay things. I will go to the Black Prison now. If we are too late, I may not be able to intercept her. He hurriedly spoke up. Young master, I will go with you. Yang Kai waved his hand. This I can do alone. Suaquan Hui may have left Void territory, but he will definitely leave spies to monitor our every move. I may still be able to act quietly alone, but moving with more people will make it more difficult. In my absence, I will leave you all to take care of Void territory. Suaquan Hui will most likely not raise his hand again on the lower universe world, so all you have to do is stay here and watch over the sect, then everything will be fine. Do not fight him head-on before I return. Everyone cupped their fists. Yes. Even though Yuhi was worried, she knew that Yang Kai was right. With his attainments in the Tao of space, Yang Kai could move freely and easily by himself. She would only be a burden if she went along with him, so she did not argue his decision. Many days had already passed since the battle, and nobody knew when news of it would reach Luan Baifeng's ears. However, once Luan Baifeng learned that Suaquan Hui was personally launching an attack on Voidland, she may not be able to resist the urge to get involved in the struggle. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai did not dally for even a moment. As soon as he left orders for his subordinates, he set out. Using space principles, Yang Kai could come and go secretly without fear of being discovered by anyone. While traveling, he continued recovering from the wounds he suffered in the previous battle, and in just a few days, he arrived at the local territory gate. Divine sense stirring, Yang Kai made sure that no eyes were watching him at the territory gate before diving in. After passing through the territory gate and arriving at the adjacent Great Territory, Yang Kai concealed his aura as soon as possible. If Zhuo Quanhui left any eyes behind to monitor the situation, then they would most likely be near the territory gates which led to Void Land. Yang Kai looked around for a moment, but did not find anything to be concerned about. Most likely, Zhuo Quanhui had not had enough time to leave any of his men here. After all, it had only been a few days, and he had the injuries incurred from the Sun and Moon divine will that required his full and immediate attention. Since he found no eyes on him even after reaching this place, Yang Kai was able to breathe easy and began acting more boldly. The 3,000 worlds were vast, and as a lone man, he was just like the water flowing in the sea. Nobody could even dream of catching his tracks. Even though he had never been to the Black Prison before, Yang Kai was not worried about losing his way with his universe chart in hand. Passing through one great territory after another, Yang Kai urged his space principles on, and in just 1 month was able to reach the great territory neighboring the Black Prison. The great territory that the Black Prison was located in was marked as the Black Territory on the universe chart. The great territory that Yang Kai was in at this moment was only separated from the Black Territory by a single territory gate. After passing through that gate, he would be able to reach the Black Territory without issue. But before he could ascertain what the situation on the other side of the territory gate was like, Yang Kai did not dare to rush in headfirst. If he accidentally came across a trapping array, it was possible that he would reveal himself, which would force him into a direct confrontation with Luan Baifeng. No matter what, fighting in someone else's territory would always leave one at a disadvantage. What was more, the greatest problem Yang Kai faced today was whether or not Luan Baifeng was even in the Black Territory. If she were not here, then everything would have been for naught. Even if she were here, Yang Kai still could not guarantee that Luan Baifeng would come out from the territory gate that he was in front of right now. From the universe chart, Yang Kai could see that there were as many as 5 territory gates leading to the Black Territory that were connected to 5 different great territories. If Luan Baifeng were to leave Black Prison, then there was only a 20% possibility of her coming out from this territory gate. So, in Yang Kai's opinion, the most important thing to do right now was to find out Luan Baifeng's whereabouts and lure her out of the territory gate that he was at. Though this was not going to be an easy task. It required patience and cunning. For the next few days, Yang Kai rested in the area around the territory gate. He had decided to wait here for up to 2 months, and if nothing were to come out of this exercise, then he would take the risk of heading straight into the Black Prison to find out where Luan Baifeng was. Fortunately, a person's aura suddenly appeared near the territory gate after just a dozen days. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged cultivating nearby, looked over at the territory gate just in time to see a black-robed man leave from the territory gate. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This man had obviously just come out from the Black Territory, and the fact that he could freely leave meant that he was one of Luan Baifeng's confidants. From the aura fluctuations coming off of this person, Yang Kai could also tell that he was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. After passing through the territory gate, the black-robed man gently shook his head to shake off the discomfort he was feeling. Then, after ascertaining the direction, he sped off into the void. However, after going for just a short distance, something blurred in his vision and a figure blocked his way ahead. The black-robed man was stunned and defensively shouted, "Who goes there? What do you want?" The man ahead grinned at him, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He suddenly reached out and grabbed him before chuckling. "Come over here. I have some questions that I'd like to ask you." A few moments later, the black-robed man stood respectfully before Yang Kai with a meek expression. Yang Kai looked in satisfaction at the 2 characters on the 8th page of his loyalty list, written in fresh blood, Xian Peng. With Yang Kai's current strength, dealing with a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a simple matter. This 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Xian Peng did not even have the opportunity to struggle before he was subdued by Yang Kai. This man was also very sensible. Knowing that he was not his attacker's opponent, he immediately begged for mercy. After asking him a few questions, Yang Kai had him leave his name on the loyalty list. There were 9 pages in the loyalty list and 8 had been used thus far. Only 1 page was left, and for this very last page, Yang Kai intended to leave it blank for Luan Baifeng. Xian Peng was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, so it was reasonable to say that he was now not qualified to have his name placed on the loyalty list. Yang Kai used to be weak, and did not have many subordinates that he could use, so he did not have the qualifications to pick and choose his followers. That was why he chose to accept Qian Tianfei, He He, and Yun Xinghua. Now the masters among his subordinates were as many as the clouds, so it really was a waste for a trivial fifth-order open heaven realm master to take up space in his loyalty list. However, Luan Baifeng was just barely worth the last slot he had. Yang Kai carefully put the loyalty list away before glancing over at Xian Peng. Since you've already left your name on the loyalty list, then you should be able to feel that your life or death is now in my hands. With just a thought, I can decide whether you live or die. Xian Peng's sweat dripped down like rain as he quickly pleaded, "Mercy, sir. Please be merciful. This subordinate will follow sir's lead and obey sir's orders." Yang Kai said indifferently, "Since I've taken you under my wing, then I naturally will not ask you to die." Xian Peng raised his eyes meekly at Yang Kai. "Then, is there anything that sir needs this subordinate to do?" "I have a question for you. You said that Luan Baifeng was inside the black prison, did you not?" Xian Peng quickly nodded, "Yes." "Can you be sure? Don't lie to me." "It's definitely the truth, sir. This subordinate received orders from the warden to purchase some things just a day or two ago." Yang Kai was happy to hear that answer and nodded, "Good." Obviously, there was no way that Xian Peng could lie under the effects of the loyalty list, so Yang Kai was sure that Luan Baifeng was currently inside the black prison. It seemed he had not made this trip for nothing, which made the 10 or so days he spent waiting here worth it. "How many open heaven realm masters are in the black prison?" Yang Kai asked. Xian Peng thought about it for a moment before asking, "Including thee or slaves?" "Including thee or slaves and otherwise." Xian Peng gave a quick answer, "Including thee or slaves there are almost 200. Otherwise there are only a little over 30. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4555. Interesting news. Yang Kai was speechless. Based on what Xian Peng said, there are around 200 open heaven realm masters currently in black prison's confinement. This was no small number, as no ordinary great force would generally have such a high concentration of open heaven realm masters. However, most of them were merely the or slaves in Luan Baifeng's subordination, so there was no need to pay them much attention. If anyone did enter into a conflict with Luan Baifeng, there was no way they would help. The only ones who had gained Luan Baifeng's trust and could come and go freely in the black prison numbered around 30 people. "How many are in the 5th order? What about 6th order?" Yang Kai asked. Xian Peng answered, "Reporting to sir, the warden is the only one in the 6th order open heaven realm in the black prison. As for those in the 5th order, there are 7 of them. The rest are below the 5th order open heaven realm." Yang Kai was surprised. Luan Baifeng is the only 6th order open heaven realm master in the black prison. He thought that the black prison would have several 6th order open heaven realm masters at least, so this was a surprising answer. However, this did make the rest easier. Xian Peng laughed bitterly. The warden is a very paranoid person. Even after being in charge of the black prison for so long, she never allowed her subordinates to advance into the 6th order. Any with the potential and signs of advancing will be thrown into black prison's depths to mine. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "What a ruthless woman." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai started with another question. "What were you asked to buy on this trip?" Xian Peng answered what it was. Yang Kai nodded, "Go to the Star City to finish your mission. I will wait here for you." Xian Peng had no idea what Yang Kai was planning to do, but he did not dare to ask too many questions, so he hurriedly responded, "Yes." "Then please wait here for a few days, sir. This subordinate will go and return quickly." A moment later, Xian Peng left. Yang Kai stood alone in the void, rubbing his chin and pondering. Right now, he had gotten confirmation that Luan Baifeng was inside the black prison. Now, all that was left to do was to lure her out, and he also had to make sure that she would leave from this territory gate. After studying the universe chart, Yang Kai felt much more assured. Even though the Black Territory had a total of 5 different territory gates that connected to different great territories, if Luan Baifeng really had intentions to help Zhuo Quanhui to stir up trouble for Voidland, then there was a great possibility that she would leave from this territory gate. After all, this was the closest territory gate to Voidland. If she were to choose a different route, Then it would take her a trip through at least 2 extra great territories to get there, which would delay her a great deal. Now the most critical thing left was to lure Luan Baifeng out. Yang Kai had some certainty that she would come, but he also did not dare to be too sure. 6 days later, Xian Peng returned from the Great Territory's Star City. Yang Kai, who was hiding, showed himself and gave him detailed instructions. Xian Peng nodded incessantly, putting Yang Kai's orders to mind, and a short while later, he jumped into the territory gate. A day later, inside a palace, Xian Peng stood submissively inside. Reclined on the long chair before him was Luan Baifeng. She was sitting in a lazy manner with a pipe in hand. Faint smoke drifted out from the furnace. With eyes half shut out of comfort, Luan Baifeng's nose quivered faintly as the smoke entered and left her nose. "Have you bought what I asked?" Luan Baifeng asked. "Yes, I've bought it, Warden." Xian Peng answered respectfully and took out a space ring, offering it to her with both hands. A woman dressed like a maidservant next to Luan Baifeng came forward to take the space ring before returning to her position. "You've worked hard," Luan Baifeng responded indifferently, her long phoenix eyes still semi-shut. "It is this subordinate's honor to serve." Xian Peng flattered her with a big smile, but he did not excuse himself immediately because he knew that Luan Baifeng would always ask for something else whenever he was sent to procure items from the Star City. Luan Baifeng made a lazy hum in response before asking, "Did anything interesting happen outside recently?" Staring down at his toes, Xian Peng nodded. "Indeed, there are a few things." "Speak." Luan Baifeng played with the wisps of smoke in front of her with a jade finger, eyes looking distant. "Firstly, the result of Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly is out. The one who took first place was Voidland's Lord Yang Kai." "Huh." Luan Baifeng's narrowed eyes opened slightly, and a cold light emerged in them. That Yang Kai actually won first place? How could he, someone in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, achieve something like that? Are the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises all wastes? Even though she was not present when Yang Kai advanced into the Open Heaven realm, she would naturally keep herself apprised of his situation now that she had made enemies of Voidland. So, it was not strange for her to know that Yang Kai was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Xian Peng answered, "Warden, this subordinate heard that Yang Kai is not in the Fifth Order, but the Sixth Order." "Sixth Order?" Luan Baifeng's eyes widened again. Then she snorted. "Where did you hear that rumor?" He was merely a Fifth Order when he broke through, that much is certain. The high-rank Open Heaven realm masters of several Cave Heavens and Paradises saw it with their own eyes, so how could that be false? This subordinate does not know where the mistake began, but that man is indeed in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, there is no doubt about that. And during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly, he even killed a man called Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing. Luan Baifeng's finger paused, a contemplative look appearing on her face. That name sounds familiar. What sect is he from? This subordinate heard that he is from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and is even a core disciple who broke through directly to the Sixth Order. Luan Baifeng's eyes, which were narrowed this whole time, widened into circles, and her stern gaze was fixed on Xian Peng standing below, who instantly began sweating from the mountain-like pressure placed on him. Hearing Xian Peng's story, she finally remembered who this Zhao Xing was. Indeed, he was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, and when he successfully advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm a few decades ago, many great forces went to congratulate him. Even she had brought a gift over. "Is that true?" Luan Baifeng questioned sharply. Xian Peng stammered. "This news has already spread among the general populace. Whether it is true or not, this subordinate does not know, but everyone is saying the same thing." Blinking, Luan Baifeng muttered to herself, "Waves do not form without wind. This is a matter that concerns Thousand Cranes Paradise's face. If it were not true, then Thousand Cranes Paradise would definitely step out to curb the rumors. However, the rumors have already spread to the masses, so it is most likely true. Zhao Xing advanced into the Sixth Order several decades ago, but Yang Kai actually managed to kill him? Is he really in the Sixth Order too? But how did that happen?" She thought about it for a while, but still could not figure out how Yang Kai could suddenly jump from the Fifth Order to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Suddenly, she laughed like flowers trembling on a branch. her voice crisp and pleasant to the ears. She laughed for a while before collecting herself. How would Thousand Cranes Paradise stay still after Yang Kai killed Zhao Xing? Has Void Land been razed to the ground by them yet? Not yet, Xian Peng shook his head. Because Yinyang Cave Heaven intervened as Zhao Xing's death occurred in the Tao Theory Assembly. There is no way that Thousand Cranes Paradise can openly exact revenge for Zhao Xing. In the end, his honored master, Zuoquan Hui, deserted Thousand Cranes Paradise while bringing along the disciples under him. Zuoquan Hui deserted Thousand Cranes Paradise? Luan Baifeng was shocked. However, a person of her stature and experience only had to think for a moment before understanding the sequence of events. That old fox. Continue. Zuoquan Hui led his disciples to Void Territory in order to kill Yang Kai. However, not only was he wounded after entering into a big fight with him, another Sixth Order disciple under him called Zhou Ti was killed during the battle. Luan Baifeng was even more stunned at this revelation. Zuoquan Hui was wounded? Did you hear that wrong? Xian Peng shook his head. That is what they are saying outside. And the rumors are still going strong in the Star City. If Warden does not believe it, she can send someone to inquire about the matter. Luan Baifeng shook her head. It was not that she did not believe Xian Peng's words. She just wondered whether there were any mistakes with those rumors or not. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a Seventh Order master, so how could he be injured so easily? Having suddenly thought of something, she began. It was the doing of Void Land's two divine spirits, wasn't it? Only the two divine spirits would be able to hurt a man like Zuoquan Hui. Xian Peng answered respectfully. This subordinate does not think so. From beginning to end, the two divine spirits were never mentioned in the rumors. Rather, it was the huge number of Sixth Order and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland. Just the number of those in the Sixth Order was 9. In order to save his disciple, Zuoquan Hui was caught off guard and injured. 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? The more she listened, the more confused Luan Baifeng became. She had been to Voidland before, and if there were 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there at that time, then how could she have been able to return alive? And how many years had it been since the 100 Sects Alliance besieged them? How could 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly appear? Right now, Zuoquan Hui must still be recovering from his injuries. In this subordinate's opinion, a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents will soon take place between Zuoquan Hui and Voidland now that 2 Sixth Order disciples of the former have been killed. Luan Baifeng nodded lightly. Zuoquan Hui is still in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm after all. Naturally, if he lost face, then he must get it back. Otherwise, how will he still maintain his footing in the future? She waved him off. Your excuse. Yes. Not daring to say anything more, Xian Peng bowed and left. Wisps of smoke were still fluttering from the pipe, but Luan Baifeng was not as interested in it as before. There was an inexplicable glint in her narrow phoenix eyes as if she were thinking about something. The maidservant next to her began softly, Mistress, should this subordinate go out and verify the rumors? Luan Baifeng shook her head. Rumors are not to be believed. There's no finding out the truth unless we find Zuoquan Hui and ask him about what happened in person. The maidservant answered, but if Zuoquan Hui is still in recovery, he must be in hiding. Who would be able to find him? Luan Baifeng rubbed her fingers subconsciously. That's right. Who will be able to find him? However, it is true that Voidland is troublesome. She also kept tabs on Voidland. After all, a grudge had formed between them, so who knew whether or not Voidland would find an opportunity to come to the Black Prison to seek revenge. Voidland had gradually been growing stronger, and back then those guys from the 100 Sect Alliance went rushing over to apologize one by one while bearing gifts. Meanwhile, Luan Baifeng remained in the Black Prison. The environment here was treacherous, and there were also the countless natural arrays she could take advantage of. She did not care too much at first, but now it seemed that Voidland had grown to the point where it could threaten her. She alone would not be able to solve this hidden danger called Voidland, but perhaps she may be able to seek out Zuoquan Hui in order to cooperate with him and eradicate this scourge with his help. Martial Peak, Chapter 4556, Subduing Luan Baifeng. The air was quiet, and a million-kilometer area around the territory gate was like a forbidden zone that nobody dared to approach. Even those who were in a hurry were unwilling to get too close. Everyone knew that this was the entrance to the Black Territory, and they also knew how ruthless a woman Luan Baifeng was. If they were to bump into her along the way, then they just might be captured and brought to the Black Prison to become her slaves. Yang Kai remained alone, quietly waiting. The bait had been cast, but he could not be sure of whether the fish would take it or not. He had only agreed with Xian Peng that if Luan Baifeng were to leave the Black Prison from another territory gate, he would find a way to inform him about it. That would also give Yang Kai time to adjust his plans. 5 days had passed since Xian Peng returned to the Black Territory, but there was still no movement at the territory gate. On the 6th day, however, the heavens seemingly heard Yang Kai's pleas and a ship suddenly sailed out of the territory gate. Yang Kai, who was watching for any movements from afar, saw the ship as soon as it appeared. What was certain was that, indeed, it was one of Black Prison's ships. However, he did not make his move immediately because he could not guarantee that Luan Baifeng was aboard. Concealing his aura and figure, he continued to watch closely. At a certain moment, a brilliant light suddenly shot out from the ship. Naturally, it was the signal that he had agreed on with Xian Peng. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and his body flashed, lunging towards the boat at the speed of lightning. In the uppermost cabin of the ship, Luan Baifeng was sitting on her chair, twirling her finger around her hair with a contemplative look on her face. She had no idea why, but she had been feeling restless since leaving the Black Territory, as if something bad was about to happen. This feeling made her extremely alert. It was at that moment that a clear energy fluctuation rippled out from a certain part of the ship. She quickly turned her head to the window and from the corner of her eye, caught a stream of light erupting and illuminating a large space. Luan Baifeng's face paled. Spreading out her divine sense, she quickly detected a person leaving the ship and heading out at high speed. Xian Peng. Murderous intent blazed in Luan Baifeng's eyes as she shouted his name through gritted teeth. Even though she had no idea why Xian Peng would betray her, the blinding secret technique from before was obviously some sort of code agreed upon by Xian Peng and some other party. Before she even had any time to think about the situation, Luan Baifeng quickly felt a familiar aura rapidly approaching her and a voice boomed, "Luan Baifeng, suffer death." Yang Kai. Luan Baifeng was startled by the voice and turned her head towards the direction where the aura was coming from. She had encountered Yang Kai twice before, so naturally, she was familiar with his aura. There, in her vision, she saw Yang Kai rapidly approaching just as she had expected. Luan Baifeng's first thought that it must be some sort of trap, and that Voidland's army was ambushing her. She could possibly be surrounded at any moment and killed. However, from what she could detect, there was no army, only Yang Kai alone in this place. Brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You court death. Luan Baifeng began to move as she screamed, leaping through the window as she formed a set of hand seals and pushed her world force before throwing out a palm at the approaching enemy. Even though she did not understand why Yang Kai would come to ambush her by himself, she did not want to miss such a golden opportunity. If she was able to capture Yang Kai, then she would be able to offer him up as a great gift to Zuoquan Hui. Then, once the battle against Voidland was over, her words would hold much more power, allowing her to get more slaves from Voidland. Even though she did not use her full strength, it was still not something that an ordinary open heaven realm master would be able to withstand, not even for one in the 6th order. She had advanced to the 6th order open heaven realm many centuries ago, so the heritage that she accumulated was extremely rich. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai simply met it with a sneer as he shouted, "The one who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth is you." World force erupted and their auras clashed as the two figures rapidly approached each other. Luan Baifeng's face changed and her eyes went wide. Xian Peng was right, this brat is really in the 6th order. The moment their world forces collided, Luan Baifeng was able to sense this clearly. The world force possessed by her opponent was definitely not something that a 5th order open heaven realm cultivator would be able to bring out. Yang Kai was definitely a 6th order open heaven realm master, and not an ordinary one at that. Luan Baifeng had never felt this sort of oppression from any other 6th order master before. When her own world force was faced with her opponent's power, it was smashed apart like it was dry weeds or rotten wood. It was her total defeat. Jolting in realization of the situation, Luan Baifeng no longer dared to hold back. With her small universe's illusory phantom flickering behind her, she immediately went all out. However, she was still unable to block her opponent's attack. Yang Kai's palm practically crushed and flattened all the obstacles in front of him. Breaking through the force of Luan Baifeng's palm, he quickly cut their distance of 1,000 kilometers to zero. In the next instant, the large palm enveloped in world force struck Luan Baifeng's towering chest. Her ribs sank down from the force as a look of horror and shock emerged on Luan Baifeng's face. Fresh blood spurted out of her mouth, and her aura deflated significantly. They were both in the sixth order open heaven realm, but she could not even withstand a single palm from Yang Kai and was severely wounded with just one hit. However, this woman had presided over the Black Prison for so many years, so she naturally had some real ability. The moment she sensed she was at a disadvantage, she immediately used the force of the recoil to put distance between her and Yang Kai. At the same time, her wrist turned and revealed an array plate. Launching it straight in Yang Kai's direction, she shouted, "Open!" The array plate activated, and the killing array that was engraved into it spread out in a flash, enveloping hundreds of kilometers in an instant. A violent power erupted from it, transforming into countless attacks that changed the area within the radius into a slaughtering field. Luan Baifeng did not pause, however. Although her array plate was powerful, judging from the strike that Yang Kai displayed earlier, she knew it would be impossible to stop him with just that. Her array plate would delay him for a couple dozen breaths at the most. Still, that was enough time. She had barely left the Black Territory, so with a few dozen breaths she could still return. As long as she could cross the territory gate, with the help of the countless natural arrays present within, she could exert a strength that was far beyond her own. Forget Yang Kai being a sixth order master. Even if he was in the seventh order, once he was inside her territory, he should not even dream of leaving unscathed. Having suffered such a huge loss out of nowhere, the hatred gathered in Luan Baifeng's heart had already reached the heavens, so even while she was escaping, she was already thinking of how she was going to take revenge on Yang Kai for this. However, only 100 kilometers away from Black Territory's territory gate, Luan Baifeng suddenly stopped and stood in awe, staring at the figure that blocked her path. Yang Kai stood with a spear in hand that was pointing forward as he grinned widely. "Since I already know about your attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, how could I not be prepared to deal with you?" "How did you?" Luan Baifeng was in disbelief. "You think you were able to trap me in that killing array? The Tao of Space is too profound for a woman like you to comprehend." Yang Kai snickered. "You want to return to the Black Territory? That's not an option." Luan Baifeng ground her teeth. At the same time as when her body drifted backwards, she summoned 3 more array plates into her hands. However, before she could even toss out the 3 array plates, Yang Kai had disappeared from in front of her. A great sense of crisis loomed over her. Luan Baifeng raised her hand and was about to ignore everything else to throw down the array plates when she felt a sting in her wrist. Her vision became a blur, and Yang Kai was already in front of her, his broad chest practically pressing against hers as his hot breath blew on her face. "I have a great use for you alive, so don't force me to kill you." Luan Baifeng looked down to see that her hand that was holding the array plates had been pierced through by a spear and was covered in blood. A cold feeling flooded her from her head down to her toes as Luan Baifeng froze in place. Her eyes quivered, and her mind was a chaotic mess. How could someone who was merely in the sixth order open heaven realm possibly be this strong? She could not even fight back in front of this man. It could almost be said that her life or death was in the palm of his hand. Raising her head, Luan Baifeng stared at Yang Kai, who was right in front of her, gritting her teeth and asking, "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai grinned. "I told you I need you alive, so don't be so nervous. If you obediently cooperate with me, then naturally, there will be no harm to your life." Luan Baifeng blinked. "You want to cooperate with me? A wise person will submit to the circumstances." Yang Kai nodded. Then he took out the loyalty list and said with an amiable expression, Come. Leave your name and your blood essence here." Luan Baifeng glanced at the loyalty list, and her pretty face sank. "Loyalty list? This thing is in your possession? It's good that you know it. That saves me the effort of having to explain, Yang Kai smiled. Luan Beifeng sneered, if I leave my name on the loyalty list, then won't I be under your control forever? Never to have freedom again. Indeed. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'd rather die. Oh. Yang Kai looked indifferently at her. You only have one chance, so choose well. If you pick the right answer, then you get to live. Otherwise, you die. Luan Beifeng turned her head away and snorted, taking up the stance of a woman who was prepared for death. Yang Kai nodded. For a woman to have such a backbone, many men cannot compare to you. That is worth admiring. In that case, let me send you on your way. At the end of his sentence, Yang Kai brought his hand down on Luan Beifeng's head, and Golden Crow's true fire burst from his palm, instantly turning her into a ball of fire. Miserable screams filled the air as Luan Beifeng's entire body was enveloped by the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire. Of course, there was no way for her to die in a short time thanks to her strong vitality. However, her cultivation, which was only in the 6th order open heaven realm, was not enough for her to extinguish the Golden Crow's true fire. In the face of doom, she was cursed to endure indescribable torment and suffering. You're really going to kill me? Luan Beifeng asked as she screamed in agony. After all, Yang Kai told her earlier that he had a use for her alive, yet now he was actually trying to kill her in the blink of an eye. His mood changed faster than one could flip pages in a book. Yang Kai remained silent as he watched her indifferently with a cold look in his eyes, as if he were seeing her off from this plane of existence. Luan Beifeng panicked. Death was a terrifying thought, and though she knew that Yang Kai was merely trying to force her hand with this method, she was still frightened by his ruthlessness and determination. If this were to continue, then she might really die. Please spare me, I'll do as you ask, Luan Beifeng shouted. When Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed at her again, the blaze of the Golden Crow's true fire that enveloped Luan Beifeng's body seemed to have a life of its own and quickly returned to his palm. You should have said so earlier. Then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4557, Entering the Black Prison. A short while later, Yang Kai received the loyalty list back from Luan Beifeng's hands with great satisfaction. There on the final page was Luan Beifeng's name written in 3 large, bright red characters. From the time that Chen Tianfei volunteered to put himself on the loyalty list at the very beginning until now, all 9 pages had been used up. On each page was blood essence used to write the name of each person. Chen Tianfei Hei He Yun Xinghua Maozhe Gengqing Zhou Ye Huigu Xian Peng Luan Beifeng. Unless one of them died, a new blank page would not appear in the loyalty list. And out of the 9, as many as 5 pages were taken up by 6th order open heaven realm masters, which helped Yang Kai on many occasions. Without the loyalty list, Yang Kai would not have had the confidence to bring the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain out from the shadowless cave heaven. Without the loyalty list, there was no way he could safely cooperate with Huigu, much less subdue Luan Beifeng on this day. The loyalty list was a mysterious artifact with great binding force refined by a high-rank open heaven realm master that had been nicknamed Loyalty Demon many years ago. The list was made using the flesh and bone of the divine spirit Xieji. However, the power of the loyalty list depended on who was using it. Even though Chen Tianfei also held the loyalty list back then, he was only in the 4th order open heaven realm, so the loyalty list was of little use in his hands. However, things were different when it was passed on to Yang Kai's possession. So that's how it is. No wonder Xian Peng had the guts to betray me. Luan Beifeng glanced at the loyalty list with a grim look on her face. She saw Xian Peng's name on the loyalty list just now, dispelling all her doubts. It was only natural that Xian Peng would obey Yang Kai's orders since he was under the loyalty list suppression. Yang Kai chuckled, "Don't look so reluctant. It'll be much better for you to join me than to stay holed up in the black prison. There's a big world out there, so if you're free, you should go out and have a look." Luan Beifeng coldly snorted. The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. Anything you say is right. Yang Kai then took a glance around and commented, "These subordinates of yours don't look very loyal." Luan Beifeng was livid. She had not come out alone today. She had brought some other subordinates with her, but when she was fighting Yang Kai, none of them came forward to help her. Of course, part of it was because Yang Kai had moved so quickly that they did not even have the time to react, but if they were truly loyal to her, then they would naturally have come to save her by now. In fact, they had only been watching from afar on the ship without any intention of coming closer. They had even taken a stance where they might leave at any moment. "What are you all staring at? Scram!" Luan Baifeng's stomach was full of grievances. A dozen open heaven realm masters of different orders rushed into the ship in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Luan Baifeng turned to look at Yang Kai. "Are you satisfied now? My name is already on your loyalty list. Now whatever orders you have for me, just voice them. There's no hurry. What's more important is to heal your injuries first. I can't bear to see a beautiful woman like you burned like this either." While saying this, Yang Kai used his towering evergreen divine manifestation. Wondrous green branches dropped down, enveloping Luan Baifeng with rich vitality. Earlier, under the golden crow's true fire, Luan Baifeng had tried her best to resist, but she was still burnt all over, with her exposed skin covered in appalling blisters. They looked terribly painful, but Luan Baifeng did not say a word about it, which showed how strong her endurance was. Now, with the surge of vitality from the towering evergreen, Luan Baifeng's surface injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. While resisting the tingling sensation caused by the technique, Luan Baifeng turned her face away. "Do not expect this queen to thank you for such a small favor." She had a calm expression on her face, but inwardly, she was quite shocked. Her burns came from the golden crow's true fire, yet the wood element divine manifestation that Yang Kai used was actually able to produce such visible restorative capabilities. Just what order wood element power did he condense when he was advancing to the open heaven realm? Yang Kai was calm. "Now that you have submitted to me, I will naturally treat you well, so I do not expect any thanks from you either." Luan Baifeng frowned and shut her eyes, enjoying the rich vitality that was healing her wounds. A moment later, she suddenly spoke. "Xian Peng was instructed by you to draw me out, so how much of what he said is true, and how much of it is false?" "What he told you is basically the truth," Yang Kai responded with indifference. Luan Baifeng's eyes widened in surprise. "So, it's true that Zuoquan Hui was injured?" "Indeed." Luan Baifeng's brows furrowed in thought for a moment before she nodded lightly. "You must have been the one to injure him. Your abilities are a little better than what I expected." Even after fighting Yang Kai personally, Luan Baifeng still could not understand how someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm could be so strong. Zuoquan Hui was careless and underestimated his opponent, which allowed me to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how difficult do you think it is to wound a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master? Your Void Land and Zuoquan Hui have already tossed aside all semblance of civility, yet you choose to run all the way here instead of staying back and watching after your sect? I may be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm too, but not even 10 of me can match up against Zuoquan Hui. If you are expecting to use me as a countermeasure to deal with Zuoquan Hui, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Did you come here just to take revenge? After all, I did give you trouble twice in the past." Yang Kai laughed. "Void Land is as strong as iron. Even without me there's nothing Zuoquan Hui can do to it. I didn't come here for you this time. Rather than that, it's the Black Prison that I'm interested in. There are plenty of supplies in the Black Prison, and I happen to be in need of cultivation materials." Luan Baifeng clenched her teeth and snarled, "Shameless." Yang Kai chuckled and took back his towering evergreen. "Think what you'd like. Now let's go. Bring me into the Black Prison." Luan Baifeng glared viciously at Yang Kai before turning around reluctantly. "Follow me." After the pair returned to the ship, Xian Peng ran back as well. He seemed very embarrassed to see Luan Baifeng again, but she did not even spare him a glance. This woman knew too that the reason why her ship would have capsized on calm seas this time was partly to do with Xian Peng, but Yang Kai was the main culprit. Even if she wanted to kill Xian Peng for revenge, Yang Kai would not allow it, so there was no point in doing something useless. On board the ship, the other dozen Open Heaven realm masters were all looking at Yang Kai in awe. They saw with their own eyes how powerless Luan Baifeng had been when she was forced to submit to Yang Kai, so they had an inkling about just how powerful this man was. The boat was not too far away from the Black Prison, so it only took a few moments to return. After passing through the territory gate, they soon arrived in the Black Territory. A dim light enveloped the entire sky. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai looked up and saw there, far away, was a great sun that was giving off light. However, unlike an ordinary sun star, this one gave off the impression of a dying old man. There were even black spots forming on its surface from time to time. Yang Kai had refined the Golden Crow's true fire and had the divine manifestation. Golden Crow casts the sun, which was why he was constantly haunted by an indescribable feeling ever since stepping into the Black Territory. He could clearly feel that the Black Territory's sun was about to die. It was not that he had not experienced the death of a sun star before. Back then, when he was escaping Seven Wonders Land, he witnessed with his own eyes as a sun star went out, and it was there that he obtained the Golden Crow's carcass, which in turn allowed him to refine the Golden Crow's true fire. However, he never expected to see such a similar scene again after so many years. Perhaps hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years later, the Black Territory's sun star would also burn out. There was only this one sun star in the entire Black Territory as far as the eye could see, so once this sun star was extinguished, the entire Black Territory would be plunged into cold darkness. The dying great sun enveloped the entirety of the Black Territory in an air of solemnity. This Black Territory does not seem very large. Yang Kai noted his observations after looking around. Luan Baifeng subconsciously twirled her hair with her finger as she commented casually, "The Black Territory wasn't large to begin with. Compared to the other great territories, you can even say that it's pitifully small. There's even only one sun star. What other great territory have you seen that's like this?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You're right. I've never seen one like this before." Luan Baifeng continued, "Legends say that the Black Territory used to be similar to other great territories. It was vast, but for some reason it slowly shrank to the size it is now. Perhaps once the final sun star goes out, the entire Black Territory will cease to exist. However, it's thanks to this that the Black Territory was left untouched. Otherwise, how do you think that I, a woman, would be able to occupy such a piece of land? The environment here is harsh, so those under the open heaven realm are simply unable to survive. Only those above the open heaven realm can live here. If it were really any kind of prosperous place, then it would long have been taken over by other great forces." Yang Kai deeply agreed with her sentiments. Looking up, he saw the large and small celestial bodies floating silently in the void. The smaller ones were maybe a few dozen kilometers in diameter, while the larger ones may even be compared to the star boundary. However, the ones that could be seen were all filled with pits and cracks. Some were even split into pieces. Those pits and cracks were clearly traces left behind by cultivators. "These are," Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng explained, "all the objects in the Black Territory are technically or stars that give birth to black stones. What you see are the mined out or stars, and these are only from the outermost region." Yang Kai understood and was just about to ask her more questions when Luan Baifeng waved her hand. "Do not disturb me right now. We have already arrived at the area covered by the natural arrays. If you want to die together, then speak freely. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut and don't poke around with your divine sense. There are many peculiarities in this place." Yang Kai rubbed his nose embarrassedly and kept silent. When he looked around, he saw that all of the open heaven realm masters on the ship all had stiff looks on their faces, as if something very bad was about to happen. All eyes were fixed on Luan Baifeng, and at this moment, the woman had a grave look on her face as she kept forming new hand seals while guiding the ship through the void. A few moments later, Yang Kai clearly sensed a terrifying power lurking around them. This power felt like it was sleeping, yet could be woken up with the slightest disturbance, bringing about a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering disaster. Since he had received Luan Baifeng's reminder earlier, Yang Kai did not dare to probe his surroundings either. He was stunned that the Black Territory actually turned out to be this ferocious, and he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was able to survive in a place like this. Marshall Peak Chapter 4558 Treasure Trove. The Black Prison was a dangerous place where countless natural arrays were hidden, but this was only what things were like in the outermost region. If one went deeper, then the dangers would only increase. However, under Luan Baifeng's guidance, the ship navigated through the void unharmed. passing one array after another, but not in a straight line. Sometimes Yang Kai felt as if they had gone in one large circle, and sometimes felt they were even spinning in place for a long time. There did not seem to be any standard pattern to it. In the end, they were met with no dangers on their journey. This must have been a well-traveled route for Luan Baifeng, which was why she knew where all the risks were and was able to avoid them perfectly. About a day later, a ruined spirit province suddenly came into view. Obviously, this spirit province was also a fragment of an star. It was not very large, much smaller than Void Land, but from a distance, traces of man-made structures could be seen. On the spirit province stood a series of connected palaces. The ship landed in front of the palaces, where a maidservant in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm came out to greet them. The woman was surprised and asked, "Why has Madame returned so quickly?" Luan Baifeng's face was dark, but she did not even say a word since she herself was too embarrassed to tell her that she had been ambushed on the trip and even subordinated by someone else using the loyalty list. The maidservant could obviously sense that something was not right with the situation. She glanced curiously at the unfamiliar Yang Kai, but she was smart enough not to ask anything else. "Get out of here, all of you. Go do your work. If anyone dares let a single word slip about what happened today, I'll make sure they'll suffer a fate worse than death." Luan Baifeng bellowed at her subordinates. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, quickly disappearing without a trace. "You are also excused." Luan Baifeng waved off the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm woman, who simply bowed to her and retreated back into the main hall. Soon Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai were the only ones left. She glanced at him before turning around and leaving in a certain direction. While looking around curiously, Yang Kai followed behind her. After walking for a while, he could no longer hold his curiosity back. The environment in the Black Territory is indeed harsh, but there are also rumors that if one stays here long enough, their world force will continuously leak out, eventually leading to their small universe's collapse and a complete loss of cultivation. "How come I'm not feeling anything?" Luan Baifeng responded without even turning back. "Of course you can't feel it here. This is only the outermost region. If that damned effect were to happen even here, how would I be able to live here? Once you go deeper into the Black Territory, you'll naturally be able to experience it." Stopping her feet, she turned around and said in an inciting manner, "Do you want to go and try it right now? The deeper you go, the more obvious the feeling becomes." Yang Kai grinned. "Even if I decide to go, I'll definitely drag you along with me." Luan Baifeng's face darkened. After a cold snort, she turned back around and continued leading the way. A short while later, the two of them arrived before an exceptionally well-built palace that was enveloped in clear traces of layers upon layers of barriers. Luan Baifeng took out a jade token and poured her power into it before swaying in front of the entrance of the palace. A light shot out from the token and, following that, the doors of the palace opened with a click. After leading Yang Kai into the palace, Luan Baifeng did the same thing and opened 3 more doors in succession, each one heavier than the last, with traces of arrays activating each time. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in awe. "Your skills in the Tao of Spirit arrays are truly spectacular." To this day, the most accomplished master in the Tao of Spirit arrays that he had encountered was undoubtedly Grandmaster Wu Liang, who had arranged the 9 heavenly layers grand array. But when comparing the two, Luan Baifeng was superior. During the siege of the 100 Sects Alliance on Voidland back then, Luan Baifeng had attempted to crack the 9 heavenly layers grand array after unraveling its mysteries. Even though the 100 Sects Alliance suffered heavy losses in the end, resulting in the death of Kong Feng, it was not as a result of Luan Baifeng's inability to break the grand array, but rather their unpreparedness against their enemy. Voidland's heritage was simply too strong. The fact that Luan Baifeng was able to work out some of the 9 heavenly layers grand arrays mysteries in such a short amount of time was a testament to her mastery of the Tao of Spirit arrays. As the two of them were talking, they arrived at another grand hall, inside of which was white jade shelf after white jade shelf with no end in sight. On the shelves were an assortment of oddly shaped containers of different materials, many of which were made of rare jades and ores themselves. "What is this place?" Yang Kai asked, raising a brow. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. "Why ask when you already know? Don't you need a lot of cultivation resources? They're all here." Even though he already had his guesses, Yang Kai still smiled happily when he heard what Luan Baifeng said. So, this is your treasury? Very good. Divine sense surging. It enveloped the entire grand hall in an instant, taking in everything. Despite his mental preparations, Yang Kai was still shocked by Luan Baifeng's wealth. The cultivation materials placed here numbered at least 10,000. This was a terrifying number. Even though Voidland could still pull out such a humongous amount of cultivation materials, that was only natural because they had a whole star city which saw merchants from all corners of the 3,000 worlds patronizing them every day, bringing huge amounts of resources with them. For a lone woman like Luan Baifeng to have amassed such a fortune was simply terrifying. However, since she occupied a treasure trove like the Black Prison, it was only natural for her to have accumulated such wealth after all the years she spent here. What is the order of the supplies here? And what about the quantity? Yang Kai asked with glowing eyes. Luan Baifeng did not like the look on his face. After all, it was hard to feel good about seeing one's treasures being snatched away by someone else all of a sudden. Still, she turned away and muttered, "Those below the fourth order are unqualified to be stored here. The materials placed here are all either in the fourth order or above. On the left are the fourth order materials, roughly 8,000 pieces in total. The center shelves are for fifth order materials, about 2,000 of them. On the right are the sixth order materials. There are almost 200 pieces, but I haven't counted them recently." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in awe. "You're probably the richest woman in all the 3,000 worlds." Firstly, without even mentioning materials in the fourth and fifth order, she actually had around 200 pieces of sixth order materials. It had to be known that each piece would cost at least 15 million open heaven pills each. 200 pieces would be worth at least 3 billion. That much money belonging to a single person. How could anyone in the 3,000 worlds compare with that? While speaking, Yang Kai's body had instantly moved towards the area where the sixth order materials were placed, and he began looking through them with interest. Suddenly, he turned his head towards the last white jade shelf and asked, "Is this a sixth order material too?" Only a single container was placed on the final white jade shelf, which made it seem conspicuous. Luan Baifeng's face twitched. She was practically gnashing her teeth as she forced each word out. "That's a seventh order treasure." Yang Kai raised a brow and said with glowing eyes, "Before coming here, I heard that the Black Prison's black stones could even produce materials in the 7th and 8th order. So it is true?" Luan Baifeng affirmed, "Of course it's true, however, the number is extremely low. After all these years of occupying the Black Prison, I've only ever encountered a single piece." Yang Kai nodded. "Since there is one, that means there will be more." Sure enough, the Black Prison is really a treasure trove. With that said, he picked up the container that was holding the 7th order material and opened it up to take a look, discovering that it was a 7th order metal element material. Nodding lightly, he casually tossed it into his small universe. Even though 7th order materials were extremely precious and rare, it was not as if he had never seen them before. In fact, most of the materials that he condensed belonged to the 7th order or even above that to begin with. His biggest goal on this trip was to find the 6th order yin and yang element materials, which was what Voidland needed the most right now. Turning his gaze to the more than 200 pieces of 6th order materials, Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and began examining them one by one. There were so many here, so surely some of them would be what he was looking for. When she saw what Yang Kai was doing, Luan Baifeng turned her face away in anger and scorn. Once he began going through the 6th order materials though, the expectation and joy on Yang Kai's face began to die away. By the time he searched through all of the 6th order materials, Yang Kai's brow was deeply furrowed. There were no problems with the 6th order materials themselves, as each piece was so pure that it was completely befitting the cultivating needs of any open heaven realm master. Only there were hardly any which were of the yin and yang element, the ones he truly needed. He was able to find one 6th order yin element material, but that was it. Besides that, there were also only 2 yang element materials. Out of the 200 pieces of 6th order materials, only 3 of them fit his needs. Even though he knew that the yin and yang element materials were scarcer than those of the 5 elements, this ratio was still extremely unsatisfactory. Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, Yang Kai saw that she was currently gnashing her teeth at him. If not for the restrictions placed on her by the loyalty list, Then she would likely have pounced on him to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Nobody would be in a good mood after seeing the wealth that they had been accumulating for so many years taken away by someone else in the blink of an eye. What are you looking at? Luan Baifeng grumbled. Yang Kai blinked his eyes before he suddenly grinned. That's not right. What's not right? Luan Baifeng frowned. You've been occupying the black prison for so many years, so surely this can't be everything you've gathered so far. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. Is this still not enough? How much do you think I have? No, it doesn't add up. Yang Kai shook his head. Yes, sixth-order yin and yang element materials have always been difficult to find, but there's no way that there are only 3 meager pieces. You must have hidden the rest elsewhere. With his eyes fixed on Luan Baifeng's space ring, he reached his hand out. Show me your space ring. Luan Baifeng was furious. Yang Kai, don't go too far. Hand it over. Yang Kai looked sternly at her. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth and her chest heaved for a while before she removed her space ring and threw it at Yang Kai, as if to take her anger out on him this way. Yang Kai grabbed it and searched it using his divine sense. After a while, he tossed the space ring back to her. There were quite a lot of good things stored in Luan Baifeng's ring, and their value could even be described as shocking, but he did not find what he needed. Satisfied now? Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief, wondering whether he had made a mistake. After a moment of silence, he began. The loyalty list can ensure one's loyalty. Those who have written their names down on the list cannot resist the holder's demands, but I have never used this ability on anyone. That is because I believe that since they have come under me, they should at least have a basic level of trustworthiness. Luan Baifeng, let me ask you one last time. Other than in your treasury here, are you hiding any materials elsewhere? Think about your answer before you speak. Don't force me to use the loyalty list. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4559, Luan Baifeng's Secret Stash. For eyes met, and Luan Baifeng was furious as she snarled, "The greedy will not meet a good end." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as expected. You're hiding more. He nodded lightly. Even cunning rabbits have 3 nests. It's normal for you to have hidden some elsewhere. This woman left most of the resources here to act as a treasury on the surface, but she had secretly hidden the truly valuable things elsewhere so that even if someone did catch sight of this treasury, they may not think more of it. However, now that Yang Kai was even bringing out the loyalty list, Luan Baifeng would not be able to hide it even if she tried. World force surging, the illusory phantom of a small universe expanded, instantly enveloping the treasury. By the time the illusory phantom disappeared, everything in the treasury had been absorbed into Yang Kai's small universe. Luan Baifeng looked at this scene with astonishment before furrowing her brows. For an instant, she could feel a profound aura coming from inside Yang Kai's small universe just now. What was more, the small universe of a 6th-order open heaven realm master should still be ethereal and intangible, so how could it contain so many items? But before she even had the time to think about it, she saw Yang Kai grinning at her. What are you being so upset about? Our fates are tied now. If anything happens to me, then you won't be safe either. Would it not be good for you too if you handed these things over to me so that I can grow stronger as fast as possible? Luan Baifeng was livid, but she kept silent. Come on, lead the way. Yang Kai patted her shoulder excitedly. Whether Luan Baifeng was willing or not, she was unable to refuse Yang Kai's request now that things had already come to this. So she had no choice but to lead him to the place where she hid her treasures. To Yang Kai's surprise, her private treasury was not located in this shattered spirit province, but somewhere else. 2 figures flew out together, heading deeper into the black prison. After flying for 4 whole hours and passing dozens of natural arrays, the 2 of them finally appeared at a certain place. Luan Baifeng stood still and Yang Kai followed suit. Looking up, there seemed to be nothing before them. He could not even find anything suspicious nearby. This is the place? Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng was still angry and did not feel like responding to him, but she raised her hand and tossed out array flags one by one in all directions. Following her actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel some energy ebbing and flowing around them, echoing Luan Baifeng's movements. A few moments later, Yang Kai looked in amazement at a tiny spirit province fragment, just a dozen kilometers ahead, gradually materializing and revealing itself. This spirit province fragment was only a couple of kilometers across, which was pitifully small. It also seemed completely empty without the slightest hint of any vitality. However, this was the best place for one to hide one's treasures. If not for Luan Baifeng's actions, then Yang Kai would never have been able to sense that a shattered spirit province was actually hidden here. The Tao of spirit arrays is truly a profound thing. Did you hide this place using an illusion array? Yang Kai asked in awe. Luan Baifeng continued her movements and grumbled. This illusion array existed here all along. I have merely deciphered it and used it for myself. Even that is amazing. After a short while, the spirit province fragment was fully revealed. Without even calling out to him, Luan Baifeng directly closed in on it in a flash. Seeing this, Yang Kai followed her. Looking around, there seemed to be nothing special in this spirit province, but Luan Baifeng walked in front of a stone wall and began working on opening another array. Soon the stone wall slid open, revealing a dark cave. Everything is inside. Go and get it yourself if you want it. Luan Baifeng cut through Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. Yang Kai laughed, many thanks. He had no worry that Luan Baifeng would trick him here. It was simply impossible for her to do anything that may harm him under the influence of the loyalty list, so he walked into the cave with ease. An incense stick's time later, Yang Kai reappeared with a satisfied look on his face. Let's return. After a pause, he looked at Luan Baifeng. You don't have any other private treasuries left, do you? Luan Baifeng had to take a deep breath to suppress the blood welling up in her chest. Shutting her eyes, she responded in exasperation. None. I was just asking. Yang Kai chuckled. Then they went back to where they came from. Another 4 hours went by, and they were back at the original shattered spirit province. After asking Luan Baifeng for a room and telling her not to disturb him without good cause, Yang Kai went inside and checked his harvest for this trip. He had not inspected what Luan Baifeng had stowed away in her private treasury yet, but since she had hidden it elsewhere, it must be things of great value. Obviously, 6th order yin and yang element materials had to be part of it. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in the room with the goods hauled back from the cave placed around him. There were only several dozen items, which was not many compared to the main treasury, and just like the ones he saw before, all the materials had been stored in separate containers. Yang Kai casually picked up a jade box that was the size of a palm and opened it. A pure searing power came rushing out. As he felt the rich power fluctuating, he rejoiced. This was clearly a 7th order fire element material which looked like a fire spirit crystal. Obviously, however, it was much more valuable than an ordinary fire spirit crystal. The very first material had given Yang Kai a small surprise, which made him even more eager to check out the others. After picking up another item, he was a little disappointed. It was merely a 6th order water element material, so he just casually tossed it into his small universe. He picked up another one, and this time it was exactly what Yang Kai was looking for, a 6th ordering element material. There were only several dozen items, so it did not take much time to go through all of them. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai had already gone through everything. Everything here was clearly what Luan Baifeng had prepared for her own personal use. There were a total of 9 complete sets of 6th order materials, which were valuable enough to buy a small city. Any 6th order open heaven realm master would be able to refine these directly after picking them up to enhance the heritage of their small universe. Besides that, there were also as many as 5 7th order materials. Even though there were no yin and yang element materials among them, they were worth an astronomical amount by themselves. As he expected, it was right of him to have chosen to come to the Black Prison. After offering a high bounty for the materials at the Star City for such a long time, he was only able to gather enough materials for 3 people to advance into the 6th order directly. However, just Luan Baifeng's 2 treasuries contained enough to supply 10 cultivators. With this, the resources they needed to advance 13 people from Void Land into the 6th order open heaven realm had been settled, which was enough to solve their most urgent problem. However, since he came to the Black Prison, Yang Kai naturally would not be satisfied to just go back. There was little he had to worry about in Void Land right now. Zuoquan Hui's injury would take a long time to recover, so there was no way that he would come back to cause more trouble for a while. As such, Yang Kai still had some time to spend doing other things. If he could get more sixth-order yin and yang element materials, then that would naturally be for the best. Even if he were not able to get them, he had to find a way to get them. For that reason, he was very interested in the black stones. After putting all his loot away, Yang Kai walked out of the room to find the physically and mentally exhausted Luan Baifeng. Black stone. Luan Baifeng was lying lazily on a chair while the fifth-order maid was crouching in front of her, gently massaging her calves. Yang Kai sat uninhibitedly by the side and nodded. Yes. I heard that all of these materials have been mined from those black stones. I want to see what those black stones are like. Luan Baifeng knew that there was no use arguing with him, so she could only ask the girl in front of him, has the latest batch of black stones arrived? The woman responded softly, they were brought back 3 days ago, and they are breaking the stones now. If madam needs them, I can have some of them brought over now. Luan Baifeng was about to nod when Yang Kai raised his hand. No need. I'll go and take a look by myself. Luan Baifeng frowned when she heard this, but she still stood up and nodded. Come. I'll take you there. After following her for a short while, the two of them arrived at an open square where a dozen open heaven realm masters were busy, world force fluctuating from their bodies. Yang Kai looked over and saw that each of them had dark stones of different sizes in front of them. The small ones were only about the size of a palm, but the large ones were as large as a water vat. Not far away from them was a pile of similar-looking stones. So these are the black stones? Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng nodded. In. While the two of them were speaking, the open heaven realm masters who were hard at work had clearly noticed Luan Baifeng's arrival, so they all stopped what they were doing and greeted respectfully, Madam Warden. Luan Baifeng waved her hand, signaling for them to continue, and they did. Yang Kai watched for a while and said in astonishment, the black stones are dissolving. The open heaven realm masters were all controlling the world force inside of their bodies to wrap around the black stones in front of them. As time passed, the black stones gradually became smaller, but nothing seemed to break off or flow away from them. It was as if the dissolved parts of the black stone had just disappeared into thin air. Black stones are bizarre things. Only the world force of those in the open heaven realm is able to dissolve them. As for why that is, I have never been able to figure out, Luan Baifeng explained. What's more, these black stones may contain cultivational resources inside of them, or they may contain nothing at all. While speaking, she pointed to one of the open heaven realm masters who were working at the side, and Yang Kai looked over at him. He saw that despite the fact that the black stone disappeared without a trace in his hands, nothing seemed to be left behind. The man shook his head in disappointment before picking up another piece of black stone and continuing the process. These Ur slaves will mine black stones from the Ur stars before bringing them back here to extract resources contained inside of them. That is what the process is, basically. Every last piece of material found in the black prison has not been easy to come by. While saying this, she glared at Yang Kai. And now it's been given to you for nothing. Acting as if he did not hear her, Yang Kai frowned. Is there no way to determine which pieces of black stone contain materials, and which don't? He watched them for a moment and found that it took a lot of effort for the open heaven realm masters to dissolve the black stones. If it could be ascertained beforehand which pieces of black stone contain resources, then it would save a lot of time and effort. Martial Peak Chapter 4560 Taking a Trip. Hearing him say this, Luan Baifeng grabbed a washbasin-sized black stone and tossed it to Yang Kai. You can try it yourself, but I have no way of verifying it. Yang Kai accepted the black stone from her and weighed it in his hand, discovering that it was not as light as he expected it to be. After squeezing it with some force, no marks or traces seemed to have been left on the piece of black stone. He was considered to be very strong now, so even if it was not crushed, any piece of raw ore would still crack open if squeezed in his hands. However, this black stone was obviously very different in makeup and was also extremely resilient. Divine sense surging, Yang Kai tried to investigate the insides of the black stone, but it actually repelled his divine sense completely, so it was impossible to find out whether something was hidden inside or not. Yang Kai was surprised. Currently, he was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so his divine sense was extremely strong, yet it was still rejected by the black stone. Just what is this thing? After contemplating for a moment, Yang Kai activated his demon eye of annihilation, and his left eye immediately turned into a gold vertical slit. Looking at it now, he could see something different. Inside of the black stone he was holding was the fluctuation of a vague and indistinct pale yellow energy. Seeing this made Yang Kai's heart stir. The demon eye of annihilation worked. Even though he had no way of seeing clearly into the black stone, he could be sure that something was inside of this piece, and it was likely an earth element material. As for what order it was, he had no way of ascertaining that. He would have to dissolve the black stone to find out. The demon eye of annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, and alongside the black purgatory eye, they made up myriad demons' heaven's core divine abilities. These were extremely profound eye techniques, and even in myriad demons' heaven, only the most elite disciples were qualified to cultivate them. Yang Kai had obtained his demon eye of annihilation when he was still very weak, and he never knew these secrets either before meeting Tizheng. However, since it was one of myriad demons' heaven's two core divine abilities, the demon eye of annihilation naturally had its own profound traits. Even though his divine sense was unable to penetrate the black stone and assess the situation within, the demon eye of annihilation could break through some of its barriers and penetrate straight into its essence. However, Yang Kai's cultivation of the demon eye of annihilation was not very high, so he could only vaguely see what was inside. If it were truly someone from myriad demons' heaven who cultivated these secret techniques, then they would obviously be able to have a clearer look inside. His movements did not escape Luan Baifeng's eyes, who was looking at him with some surprise. You cultivate an eye secret technique too. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai withdrew his demon eye of annihilation and turned to look at her. Luan Baifeng shook her head. It's nothing. Were you able to see anything? No, Yang Kai responded casually. Even though Luan Baifeng could tell that he possessed an eye secret technique, she naturally might not be able to recognize it as a myriad demon's heaven's secret technique, so Yang Kai would not try and explain it to her. However, in order to prove whether or not his ability was right, Yang Kai urged his world force to his palm, enveloping the black stone in it. Rapidly it shrank in size. With his sixth-order open heaven realm cultivation, especially his world force, which was much richer than an ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai was able to dissolve the black stone at a ridiculously fast rate. The wash basin-sized black stone in his palm completely disappeared before a stick of incense could even fully burn out, and a piece of yellow crystal gradually emerged from it. Luan Baifeng looked on in surprise at it and muttered, "Fourth-order earth element. You are quite lucky indeed." Yang Kai casually played with the earth-colored crystal in his hand and said, "What is the probability that a piece of black stone would contain cultivation materials?" "Very small," Luan Baifeng responded. "If you're lucky, then it's about 30%. Otherwise, it may not even be 1%. 30% is too low." Yang Kai shook his head. Out of 10 pieces of black stone, at least 7 would be empty. How much time and energy would that waste? That's why I told you that none of the resources here came easy. Did you think this place was really so full of treasures that you could just bend over and find a piece? Luan Baifeng snorted, but then she frowned. What are you even looking for? You have already taken away the stash that I have been gathering for so many years. Is that still not enough for you? Yang Kai shook his head. It's not enough. I still need more sixth-order yin and yang element materials. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you are using it for your own cultivation, then you could just refine using fifth-order materials. Even though it will be a little slower, fifth-order materials are not as hard to find. Why restrict yourself to only the sixth order? She obviously thought that Yang Kai was seeking out so many sixth-order cultivational materials for his own use. Yang Kai laughed. Naturally, I can use fifth-order materials for my own cultivation, but what if someone needs to advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm? Luan Baifeng was taken aback for a moment, and then her eyes widened. How is that possible? How could your void land have so many people advancing directly into the sixth order? It had to be known that any cultivator that could break through directly to the sixth order open heaven realm had hopes of reaching the eighth order open heaven realm one day, so their numbers are extremely limited. Even in the cave heavens and paradises, such disciples only appeared once every 1,000 years or so. Yang Kai had already plundered plenty of sixth-order yin and yang element materials from her, which was enough to meet the advancement needs of 10 whole people, so how could he still be needing more? Yang Kai did not bother to explain it since it was useless to say anything. Now that Luan Baifeng had come under his banner, she would naturally understand that he was not just boasting once she saw Voidland's heritage for herself. Don't just stand there, help them out. Get these black stones dissolved and see whether you can find what I'm looking for, Yang Kai called out to her. Even though there were a dozen open heaven realm masters currently working to dissolve the black stones, they were not very efficient. Dissolving these black stones was something that happened faster the higher one's cultivation was, and it was likely related to the potency of one's world force. Luan Baifeng looked at him in disbelief, obviously still shocked by what he just said. There probably won't be any sixth-order materials in these black stones. No need to bother. Huh. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. Why do you say that? Brushing her hair back behind her ear, Luan Baifeng answered, I've been in the black territory for so many years, so I still have some amount of experience. There are countless Or stars in the black territory, and the deeper the Or star, the greater the chance of it producing higher-order materials. The ones we collected here are mainly mined from the Or stars near the outer region, so one would be lucky to even find a fifth-order material. If you don't believe me, you can check them yourself. Yang Kai had noticed it as well. Out of the resources that Luan Baifeng's subordinates found from the black stones here, it was true that the highest one only reached the fifth order, and the amount was very small. He could not help but frown. Then, where did you find the ones in the sixth order, and even in the seventh order? Luan Baifeng explained, naturally, they came from the deeper Or stars. Previously I had several sixth order Or slaves among my subordinates, and those things were mined by them. Unfortunately, no one is able to go into the deeper Or stars since they've passed away, so we are naturally unable to get to them. Yang Kai understood. Is that why you were so eager to intervene when Heavenly Sword Union was stirring trouble in my void land? Luan Baifeng remained silent. Yang Kai stroked his chin, so to say, in order to obtain sixth-order materials, there is no other choice but to go deeper into the black territory to mine them. You could say that. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, let's go. What? Luan Baifeng looked at him in shock, seemingly doubting her ears. What are you thinking of doing? We are going to go to the Or stars where the sixth-order materials are produced to mine out the black stones. While speaking, Yang Kai reached for Luan Baifeng, grabbing her by the shoulders, then turning around and flying off. Luan Baifeng was agitated and anxious as she shouted, Let me go, I'm not going there. Yang Kai broke out into a fit of laughter. Since you are under my command now, that's not up to you to decide. You bastard. The dozen open heaven realm masters who were hard at work watched dumbfounded as their usually terrifying and overbearing warden was carried away by Yang Kai like a little chick, cursing all the way and disappearing in the blink of an eye. As if they had seen a ghost, cold sweat ran down their foreheads. In the void, Yang Kai enveloped his world force around Luan Baifeng, who was clearly uncooperative, her expression as cold as ice. Do you really need to make a face as if you just lost your parents? We're just going on a mining trip, not to have you killed. Yang Kai laughed. Luan Baifeng answered coldly, naturally, it is because you do not understand the dangers deep inside of the black territory. Even after managing this place for so many years, I still dare not say that I know the black territory like the back of my hand. There are countless natural arrays in this place. Once triggered, neither you nor I would be able to escape easily. Yang Kai nodded. That is why I will have to depend on you on this journey. I'm not very proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, but if I die here, you will not get away either. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth. I have never met a man as shameless as you before. Inwardly she was drowning in regret. If she had known this would happen, then she would not have told Yang Kai that sixth-order materials could only be found in the deeper Or stars. She had moved a rock only to smash her own foot. However, although Luan Baifeng's words were harsh and unpleasant, she was still quite sensible and flexible. Otherwise, she would not have surrendered so easily. She knew that she could not resist, so after throwing a small tantrum, she cooperated obediently. She knew that if she were to slack off here, then with Yang Kai running all around the black territory triggering the arrays, something bad would happen sooner or later, and then she herself would have to suffer for it. After a half-day's journey, Luan Baifeng suddenly spoke. The area we have arrived at will start to get more dangerous. Do not leave my side no matter the cost. Otherwise, if you were caught up in a powerful array, even I would not be able to save you. Got it. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Then Luan Baifeng suddenly rubbed her eyelids with her fingers. Looking over, Yang Kai saw that her eyes were suddenly glowing with a purple light, exuding a demonic charm. Yang Kai raised his brow. It was not until now that he finally learned that this woman actually cultivated an eye secret technique too. That was the reason why she said what she did when she saw him use the demon eye of annihilation. She must have noticed Yang Kai's gaze because Luan Baifeng explained, I was born with this eye secret technique, I did not cultivate it. It doesn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it seems to have a natural advantage in deciphering arrays. Yang Kai was enlightened. So that is how you became so proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays. Luan Baifeng's eye secret technique had a natural advantage when it came to cracking arrays, and having lived in this black prison for so many years, observing and emulating the many natural arrays in this place, even someone unlearned in the Tao of Spirit arrays would be able to grow into a master in time. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. How else do you think a poor little girl can survive in the 3,000 worlds alone? A little girl? Yang Kai could not stop himself from laughing. Luan Baifeng glared menacingly at him. Martial Peak Chapter 4561 Inner Region or Star. Luan Baifeng had been active in the Black Territory for many years, and though she could not say that she knew this place like her own backyard, she was still much more familiar with it than Yang Kai. Under her guidance, their journey progressed without incident. While following the woman, Yang Kai also brought out his demon eye of annihilation, so he could keep an eye on the situation around them. Sure enough, the demon eye of annihilation was amazing. Yang Kai could obviously see traces of some arrays around them, but since he was not proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, he could only see them, unlike Luan Baifeng who could not only see them but could also see the appropriate method in cracking them. Several times, Luan Baifeng clearly led him into a natural array, but mysteriously they did not trigger. After moving forward a while longer, a mysterious aura appeared in the void. Under the guidance of that aura, Yang Kai could feel the world force inside of his small universe leaking out. Yang Kai made an exclamation of surprise and quickly shut his small universe, but it was to no avail as world force continued spilling out from his body. It's useless. Clearly, Luan Baifeng noticed his actions. The first danger of the black prison is the arrays you can find everywhere. But the second is this strange aura. Once enveloped by this aura, no matter what order the open heaven realm master is in, they can't stop their world force from flowing out of their bodies. Right now, we are only at the edge of where we come in contact with this aura. The deeper we go, the stronger the aura becomes, and the faster our world force leaks out. I would advise you to start replenishing yourself now. Otherwise, the further we go, the more difficult it will be. Saying so, she grabbed a handful of open heaven pills and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them down and silently refining them. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but he did not take her words too seriously. Right now, even though the world force inside of his body was leaking, it was at a very low rate so he could ignore it for now. What was more, he also wanted to know what was going on with this aura, and why such changes would happen in his body because of it. He calmed his mind and tried to search for an answer, but came up empty. However, he was reminded of his experience in the shadowless cave heaven. There was a formless astral wind that he encountered there, the essence of which was a powerful divine ability that swept across the entire shadowless cave heaven. Occasionally, it blew through the shadowless cave heaven and entered the small universes of open heaven realm masters inside, wreaking havoc with their world force and shaving it away. Unlike the strange aura found in the black prison, the formless astral wind could be regarded as a gush of a foreign power that entered one small universe and ground down some of the small universe's heritage. The situation here in the black prison was that the heritage of one small universe would constantly leak away. In the shadowless cave heaven, Yang Kai relied on his towering evergreen to resist the formless astral wind, but he had no idea whether this would element divine manifestation would have any effect on the situation in the black prison. With this in mind, Yang Kai immediately released his towering evergreen, and a vibrant green light emerged, brimming with rich vitality. The ancient tree appeared and its branches hung low. wrapping around both Luan Baifeng and himself. As soon as this secret technique was used, the strange aura that had been surrounding them in the void was kept at bay, and the leakage of world force from their small universes also stopped. It worked! Yang Kai was overjoyed. As he expected, the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was truly extraordinary. Not only could it stop the encroachment of the formless astral wind, but it was also able to keep out the strange aura that filled the void. However, when he thought about it, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure of an exceptionally high order, so it was not strange for it to have such amazing effects. Now a big problem of theirs was solved. What did you do? Luan Baifeng looked at Yang Kai, eyes wide in shock. She could clearly feel the change in herself during that instant. The world force which had been slowly pouring out of her body suddenly stopped escaping. She could not even feel the strange aura anymore. Isn't this divine manifestation supposed to only heal? Previously, Yang Kai had also used the towering evergreen to heal her injuries after she had been burned by his golden crow's true fire. Now, it seemed like this divine manifestation may not be as simple as just a mere healing method. For years, she had been trying to find a solution to the strange aura that was omnipresent in the Black Prison. Yet she never found a single clue. She did not expect that she would be able to find such a miracle in Yang Kai on this day. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can also be used defensively. Yang Kai gave a simple explanation. Luan Baifeng looked at him with bright eyes. How long can you hold this divine manifestation for? Does it consume a lot of energy? Yang Kai chuckled. If it's only to cover the two of us, then it does not consume much energy. I should be able to keep it going for a long time. Right now, as he was in the sixth order open heaven realm, his heritage was also mighty. Being limited to just a small area, the towering evergreen did not consume too much of his strength to maintain, to the point it could even be called negligible. What was more, he had countless open heaven pills inside of his space ring, so it was not like he was unable to replenish what he was consuming. Luan Baifeng looked at him with complicated eyes. The problem that had been bothering her for hundreds of years was finally resolved today, so naturally, it would not be right to say that she was not ecstatic. Only, once she remembered the current situation she was in, as well as her status, that joy dimmed considerably. After all, even if she could mine the stars deeper within the Black Territory now, whatever she could find would still belong to someone else and have nothing to do with her. Her mood suddenly plummeted, and she stayed quiet during their journey, simply using her secret technique to check for the spirit arrays that surrounded them, continuously leading Yang Kai forward. Half a day later, Luan Baifeng said, "Another hour more and we will be reaching the no man's land. My subordinated or slaves were unable to stay there for long, so it has been many years since anyone has gone to mine the stars there." Oh. Yang Kai nodded. Is that where all the 6th order and 7th order materials were mined? Most of them are. Of course, a few pieces were found in the outer region. Even though the stars on the outside are a little lacking in terms of their output, finding 6th order materials is not impossible, just very rare. Yang Kai turned to look at her. I heard that the slaves under your subordination are either captives or prisoners of war. In that case, they must not be loyal to you, so how can you ensure that they will not pocket any of the resources they find? Luan Baifeng was frank. World force must be consumed in order to mine the stars. Subsequently, just going deep inside the Black Prison would mean that their world force is constantly being depleted, so where would they have the spare world force to dissolve black stones once they got there? What's more, even if they did secretly dissolve some black stone, they are still not guaranteed to find anything. Since that's the case, it's better for them to exchange for open heaven pills from me using the black stone that they've mined. If they're lucky enough and mine enough black stone, it's completely possible for them to exchange enough open heaven pills for their own use. Did make sense. The black stones may not necessarily contain anything, and the slaves would have to spend a lot of effort dissolving even one piece while there was a high chance of getting nothing in return. For the slaves that live here in the Black Prison, every last thread of world force was extremely precious to them. As for running away, there was little hope of that happening. The Black Territory was surrounded by natural arrays. If they were to accidentally trigger one of them, then the chances of surviving were slim to none. Even compared to the shattered heaven, this Black Prison was no less dangerous. While they spoke, Luan Baifeng looked up ahead and declared, "We're here. That or star ahead is the deepest one that my slaves have been able to mine so far. No one has ever reached deeper before." Looking over, Yang Kai saw a darker star floating in the void. This star was truly not small, even bigger than the star boundary itself. Like all the stars in the Black Territory, it was filled with cracks and pits without any vitality. Luan Baifeng led Yang Kai to a certain spot on the star, and at first glance, he was able to see the traces left behind from a previous mining expedition. Obviously the work of the Sixth Order slaves that were here long ago. However, even Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters could not survive long in this environment. In the months and years they spent mining, their world force never ceased escaping their bodies, weakening the heritage of their small universes. In the end, their small universe collapsed, leading to their deaths. What are you planning to do now? You're not planning to mine black stone here, are you? Luan Baifeng looked askance at Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. Do you have any other good ideas? If not, then get to work. Don't tell me that you don't know how to mine after living here in the black prison all these years. Luan Baifeng was furious. You ran all the way here just so you can mine black stone yourself? Are you stupid? Even if you did manage to gain anything out of this, it's hard to guarantee you'll be able to get your Sixth Order yin-yang element materials. Yang Kai stroked his chin and thought, what you say makes sense, but there's one part where you're wrong. Where? Luan Baifeng frowned. You'll be the one mining black stone, not me. Yang Kai wagged his finger in front of her eyes. Luan Baifeng blinked and gawked. Then what are you going to do? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly, supervise. Luan Baifeng's lungs were about to explode from anger. Keep dreaming. You may kill me, but I won't allow you to humiliate me. Hurry up and get to it. You know you can't go against my orders, so why make a fool of yourself? Luan Baifeng glared viciously at him with eyes that seemed like she wanted to eat him alive. It was clear that she was not willing to compromise on this issue. However, when Yang Kai took out the loyalty list and gave the order, she had to mine regardless of how reluctant she was, while exerting her divine abilities without restraint, sending debris flying everywhere. She cursed through her teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. There were a number of ways to mine black stone on an star, and Yang Kai quickly understood after watching for a while. Since the black stone itself can block the probing of one's divine sense, it was easy to see where they were just by spreading out one's divine sense. Wherever the divine sense was being blocked, that was where the black stone was located. Then, using secret techniques, as long as one controlled their strength, they could simply blast apart the surrounding rock to obtain black stone. Luan Baifeng was a powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she was naturally efficient at mining black stone. Even though Yang Kai said he was going to supervise, he wasn't being serious. After observing and studying what Luan Baifeng was doing for a while, he also began mining. Only then did Luan Baifeng's anger subside slightly. Now, with their united strength, it took only a short 3 days for them to mine 100 pieces of black stone. According to Luan Baifeng, her slaves would be lucky to get 5 or 6 pieces of black stone in a single day in a place like this. Usually, they would only come away with a couple of pieces per trip or even less. Out of 100 pieces, at most 30% would contain anything, while most of the black stone was empty, so Yang Kai just tossed them aside. In the end, Yang Kai harvested 27 materials from different orders. Martial Peak Chapter 4562 Sudden Thought. You can see inside the black stone? Luan Baifeng looked in shock at Yang Kai. The two of them had mined over 100 pieces of black stone after working for 3 days, most of which Yang Kai tossed after just a glance. In the end, only 27 pieces were left behind, and all of them contained cultivational materials without exception. That only proved one thing. This is impossible. Still refusing to believe her eyes, Luan Baifeng grabbed a piece of black stone that Yang Kai had thrown aside. This piece of black stone was only the size of a palm, not very large. Circulating her world force around it, it took only a few moments to dissolve the black stone, but there was nothing inside. Are you truly able to see into the black stones? With the facts now placed before her eyes, Luan Baifeng had no other choice but to believe it. What exactly is that eye technique that you're using? Yang Kai did not answer. He only frowned. Even though he had obtained 27 pieces of cultivation materials, Luan Baifeng was right. The order of the materials produced on the deeper or stars were slightly higher than on the outside, as 3 pieces were in the 5th order. It was unfortunate that they were unable to find any 6th order materials, much less any 6th order yin or yang element materials. Luan Baifeng, on the other hand, cheered up unexpectedly. If you truly can see into the black stones, then it will save a lot of time, and the rate of our output will be increased. However, Yang Kai shook his head. It's too slow. Luan Baifeng was surprised. You still think it's too slow? How fast do you want it to be? Yang Kai told her, you and I have been working here for 3 days and this is all we got. It is simply not worth the effort. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you want to get materials of the 6th order yin and yang elements, then it will naturally depend on your luck. You don't expect this or star to be full of the materials you need, do you? Naturally, I never thought so. Yang Kai shook his head with a frown. This is just different from what I expected. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment. Then she pointed into a certain distance. Perhaps you can bring your search to an even deeper or star. The one we are standing on now is the farthest my subordinated or slaves have ever reached. We never went deeper, but there is no saying that the materials found in the black stones that are found in the or stars even deeper won't be of higher order. Yang Kai looked in the direction where she pointed, only to see the void littered with countless or stars of all different sizes. After some thought, he shook his head. No need. The mining speed with only the 2 of us is too slow. Who knows when we will be able to find the things I need? This won't do, that won't do. Luan Baifeng was inexplicably angry. Then why don't you go back and bring my or slaves here to mine? With your divine manifestation protecting them, they won't die in a short amount of time no matter how low their cultivation is. It should be enough to do something at the very least. Yang Kai shook his head. Luan Baifeng's suggestion was even less feasible. He could probably shelter a couple dozen more without any trouble. However, it would be impossible for him to shelter all of her or slaves. It would consume too much energy if he had to maintain his divine manifestation for a long time. What was more, it was impossible for him to stay here forever, sheltering the or slaves using towering evergreen. He had no idea what the situation in Voidland was right now, so he had to return as soon as possible. Right now, he had already obtained enough materials for 10 people. Including the 3 sets he had back at Voidland, they had enough resources to meet the needs for 13 people to advance into the 6th order open heaven realm. Perhaps he could return for now before waiting slowly for the Black Prison to mine more resources. If he was lucky, then he might be able to find more of the materials that he needed. However, that thought only entered his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. Luan Baifeng had already told him that her personal collection of resources were basically mined from this or star that they were standing on long ago. The rate of any 6th order materials appearing in the outer or stars was simply too low. Yang Kai sighed, feeling that his way of thinking was too naive. As he was about to leave, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned to look into the void. Luan Baifeng looked over in confusion and saw Yang Kai frowning at first. Then his expression changed. Seemingly having thought of something, his spirit was lifted. You, Luan Baifeng eyed him warily. Yang Kai grinned, of course. Bringing the or slaves over is too troublesome, and there's no way I can shelter them forever. However, we can bring N or Star back instead. Luan Baifeng was dumbfounded by his whimsical idea, and she narrowed her eyes at him and asked for confirmation. Bring N or Star back. Yang Kai was inspired though and explained excitedly. This strange aura does not exist in the outer region of the Black Prison. At least, not the place where you usually live. If we can bring out N or Star from the depths, then it can be mined without fear, and we would not have to worry about our world force leaking out. You must be crazy. Luan Baifeng stared at Yang Kai as if she were looking at a fool. Why don't you take one back and show me then? How would we know that it's impossible if we don't try? Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and observed the situation ahead. I noticed it when we arrived here, but there are both big and smaller stars in the Black Territory. Naturally, there's no need for us to even consider bringing back the larger ones, especially since we might not even be able to move them. However, if we could find one at just the right size, we could bring it back. Wait, you're not joking? Luan Baifeng was convinced that Yang Kai was serious now. and she was dumbfounded by that. Who's joking with you? While saying that, Yang Kai circulated his world force and wrapped it around Luan Baifeng, heading deeper into the void. Since he was determined to bring back an or star, then naturally the deeper it came from, the better. That was because the boon was richer and the order of the materials was higher the deeper the or star was. All along their journey, Luan Baifeng maintained a dumbfounded expression. She could hardly keep up with Yang Kai's whimsical way of thought. After countless years of living in the Black Prison, she had never once considered bringing an or star from the depths of the Black Prison back to the outer periphery, not because she had never thought of this idea, but because it was impossible. Even with her strength in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, it was difficult to stay in these depths for long, not to mention the fact that the or stars were generally humongous. Who could carry them away? But not only did Yang Kai have that idea, he was even prepared to give it a try. On the way, Yang Kai was constantly muttering, "This one's too big, we probably won't be able to take it back, but this one's too small. It will not last long even if we bring it back. It's simply not worth it. Why isn't there one that's neither too big nor too small?" Annoyed by his constant babbling, Luan Baifeng rolled her eyes. It was not known how long they flew through the Black Territory's depths, but Yang Kai was unable to find a suitable target. Then at a certain point, a strange aura suddenly penetrated Towering Evergreen's defensive barrier, instantly enveloping the two of them. Both Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng grunted in unison. They could feel the world force inside of their small universe flow out of them like a broken floodgate. Luan Baifeng's face changed dramatically. Yang Kai was also shocked at the sudden change and quickly stopped in his tracks before retreating backwards for 1,000 kilometers. Still horrified at their encounter, both of them exchanged glances. Luan Baifeng was first to break the silence as she asked hesitantly, "What just happened?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. However, when he checked, 10% of the heritage of his small universe had been drained away in that brief moment. Even though he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was faring, she must have suffered much more than he did, because even her face had gone slightly pale at this moment. Her aura was unstable, and it was obvious that she had just lost a lot of strength. "Is it that your divine manifestation is unable to stop the encroachment of that aura anymore?" Luan Baifeng asked tentatively. Yang Kai quickly shook his head. If that were the case, then the world force in our small universes would still be flowing out right now. But just now, just recalling what happened made Luan Baifeng shudder. The experience was simply too frightening. Under the envelopment of that aura, she could not help but get the illusion that she was powerless to resist and would be drained of all her strength within a few breaths. Yang Kai looked into the distance. There must be a critical point that if we pass, even my divine manifestation won't be able to defend against the Black Territory's power. He shook his head. "We can't go any deeper than this. This is my limit. If we go any deeper, then both of us will die." He felt shocked inside. What exactly was the strange aura that was present in the Black Territory that even the divine manifestation he cultivated from the immortal tree's essence was unable to resist against it? It had to be known that his towering evergreen could even pass through the formless astral wind without issue, but could this aura actually be even more dangerous than the innate divine ability of the formless astral wind? "You've been in charge of this place for so many years. How could you not know what is inside the Black Territory's depths?" Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng shook her head. "Without you, it would be impossible even for me to reach this deep. It seems like there's a big secret hidden inside of this Black Territory." Yang Kai sighed. However, no matter what might be hidden up ahead, Yang Kai would naturally not step over the line again now that he knew where it was. It would not be too long to wait until his cultivation was hired to explore the secrets hidden deep inside of the Black Territory. "You should recover your energy for now. I'll see if I can find a suitable or star. I might need your help when that time comes," Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng did not stand on ceremony and took out handfuls of open heaven pills, swallowing them as she began refining them in order to make up for what she lost just now. Even though Yang Kai also lost some energy, his heritage was much greater than Luan Baifeng's, so losing that much energy did not impede him from continuing his search. He traveled in all directions, constantly searching. However, he searched and searched, but still could not find a suitable or star. All of them were either too large, making it too troublesome to take them away, or too small, making it not worth the effort to begin with. 2 days later, when Luan Baifeng opened her eyes again, her complexion was rosier. Obviously, she was able to recover some of her strength. Did you find anything? She looked at Yang Kai and asked. Even though she had been meditating in order to restore her energy this whole time, she was not completely oblivious to what was happening around her. She could sense all of Yang Kai's movements the past 2 days, and she could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had come to some sort of decision. Here, come and take a look with your eye secret technique. What sort of spirit array is that? Yang Kai pointed to a certain direction in the void. He could see that there were traces of an array using his demon eye of annihilation, but his proficiency in the Tao of spirit arrays was not high enough to determine what type of array it was. Luan Baifeng immediately activated her eye technique, and after studying it for a short moment she said, "It should be an illusion array." An illusion array? Yang Kai frowned. Then, he brought her to another place and pointed to the void in the front. What about this one? Luan Baifeng observed it for a moment before responding, "This is a trapping array." Yang Kai shook his head and brought her to another place. Martial Peak Chapter 4563 Power of the Killing Array. This is a killing array and, I can't decipher it, we'd better stay away from it. If we get caught up in it, then it would be disastrous for both of us. A purple light flowed in Luan Baifeng's eyes as she observed the area in the distance. However, Yang Kai seemed cheerful to hear her answer, "This is it." Saying so, he dragged Luan Baifeng along and flew off into the distance. "What are you trying to do?" Luan Baifeng could not resist the urge to ask. Previously, Yang Kai had the whimsical idea of bringing back an star with him, and now, he was looking for a specific spirit array for some reason. The way his thoughts jumped around was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai replied casually, "Most of the stars here are too large for the two of us to bring back alone, so we have to think of another way." As they were talking, the two of them arrived before an star. Luan Baifeng looked at the star and sneered, "So your idea is to bring such a small one back? Fine. This one is small, but it will take about a month to mine. Maybe we can get something good out of it." Yang Kai did not speak and just took a deep breath. Even though air did not exist in this void, Yang Kai's chest still swelled up from his actions. A dragon roar suddenly reverberated in Luan Baifeng's mind, and dragon pressure spread out, which shocked her greatly. After that, a crackle could be heard and Luan Baifeng could not help but feel her vision lifting constantly. There, in plain view, she saw Yang Kai covered in a golden light, and in a very short amount of time, he transformed into a literal giant. He had dragon scales from head to toe, sharp dragon claws, and a swaying dragon tail. A dragon beard fluttered under his jaw, and there were even 2 dragon horns growing atop his forehead. A terrifying pressure pressed down on her chest like a giant mountain, making her tremble with unease. Luan Baifeng's vision could not help but freeze. Before this giant that stood several thousand meters tall, Luan Baifeng simply felt as little as an ant. Yang Kai looked down at her and leaned down slightly, extending a giant dragon claw to her and shouted majestically, "Climb up!" Looking at the claw, which was countless times larger than her own body, caused Luan Baifeng to gulp regardless of her tough mental fortitude. Stiffly, she raised her feet and stepped onto Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai straightened up again and gently placed Luan Baifeng on her shoulder before urging, "Stay close to me. Don't stray too far." Luan Baifeng immediately grabbed onto one of the raised dragon scales on Yang Kai's shoulder and nodded repeatedly, just like a naive but docile little girl. Without the shelter of Yang Kai's wood-element divine manifestation in these depths, it would not take long for the world force to be drained from her body entirely, so there was no need for Yang Kai to command her as she would stick close to him regardless. However, Yang Kai's actions gave her a vague awareness that he was going to be doing something big soon, and that was exactly what happened. Hot dragon breath blowing in and out of Yang Kai's nostrils, he shook his head faintly and stretched out his hand, summoning a spear into it. The azure dragon spear had also become incomparably large at this moment. With a light shake of the azure dragon spear, Yang Kai circulated his energy and thrust the spear out towards the small star. The void shook as dazzling spear light erupted out. Luan Baifeng even wondered whether the star would immediately shatter into pieces under this thrust. However, Yongkai clearly did not mean to blow up the Ur-star before him. So, he thrust his spear with just enough force that when it was applied to the Ur-star, the latter shook violently and began moving forward. All the Ur-stars in the Black Territory were stationary relative to each other, yet Yongkai's power had been so violent in that moment that it was enough to push forward an Ur-star of such a scale. However, the speed was not very fast. Yongkai followed the Ur-star and thrust his spear forward again. Again and again he prodded the Ur-star with his spear, and the repeated blows made the small Ur-star go faster and faster. Luan Baifeng could clearly see that Yongkai was not only pushing the Ur-star forward with his own strength, but also adjusting the direction of its advancement. Surprised, she looked up to see a massive Ur-star up ahead. It was obstructing Yongkai's path, so if this went on, then the two Ur-stars would collide sooner or later. Luan Baifeng suddenly came to her senses. Are you trying to break apart that big Ur-star using this smaller one? After gaining an understanding of what he was trying to do, Luan Baifeng could not help but feel shocked by Yongkai's crazy ideas. This was a method she had never thought of before. Of course, she did not have the means to even execute it either. It was not worthwhile to bring a smaller star back with them, and they could not move the larger stars. However, if the bigger star can be broken into smaller pieces, then it might be just right for him. Under Yongkai's successive pushes, the smaller star was able to reach a certain speed. Suddenly, he collected his spear and stopped in place, looking ahead and shaking his head. The size difference between them is too great. The larger Ur-star won't be broken by it. Luan Baifeng frowned. If you knew that, then why are you still wasting your effort? Yongkai grinned, but he did not explain. As if to verify Yongkai's words, the smaller star soon collided with the surface of the larger star. There was no sound, but they could see a huge circle of dust rise up from where they collided as the smaller star was shattered by the impact. A huge crater had also appeared on the surface of the larger star that was surrounded by cracks. Under the transmission of such a terrifying force, the larger star, which had been sitting still in the void, began moving forward at a considerable speed. It worked! Yongkai's brows were raised in joy. What worked? Luan Baifeng did not understand, however, when she looked up again, her pupils suddenly shrank. The direction that it was going was exactly the large killing array that she identified before. So that's what you're trying to do. Luan Baifeng finally understood. Yongkai's series of actions confused her, and it wasn't until now that she finally realized what he was trying to accomplish. She could not help but frown. Are you so sure that the killing array will work? Yongkai shook his head. There's no way to be sure, but we have to try regardless. Naturally, it would be for the best if it worked, but otherwise, we can just bring back a smaller star. It's better than nothing. Since he had already said so, Luan Baifeng had no choice but to listen. The larger star did not move nearly as fast as the small one. Despite the force transferred onto it from the collision earlier, it was still a very larger star, so it was naturally impossible for it to gain much speed from that. In the vastness of the void, it did not seem that far away from the killing array, but it still flew for several hours before slowly arriving at its destination. Luan Baifeng activated her eye's secret technique with interest and began observing the situation. Regardless of Yongkai's ultimate goal, she was very interested in the spirit arrays located deep within the Black Territory, and she wanted to know what sort of magnificent sight would erupt from it when something triggered it. Perhaps she could take this as an opportunity to explore the profound mysteries of the spirit arrays located in these depths. Yongkai was also paying close attention. His goal was to bring back one of the Ur-stars here, but since he could not take back one that was too large, he had to find a way to make it smaller. In the end, whether his goal could be achieved or not, he was not very sure. He only hoped that the might of the killing array was not too much but also not too weak either. Under the careful observation of the two, the larger star finally rushed straight into the killing array's range. Lights of all colors suddenly emerged in the clearly empty void. At the same time, both Yongkai and Luan Baifeng could clearly feel a destructive aura releasing from inside the killing array. It was as if a sleeping dragon was disturbed by an unexpected guest and awakened from its slumber in a rage. Silently, the larger star seemed to suffer an indescribable blast. Dust rose up from the surface as large swaths of the surface were shredded off. One after another, long cracks spanning millions of kilometers appeared out of thin air. The entire Or star shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye as every inch of its surface was attacked indiscriminately. As the Or star traveled deeper, the power of the killing array was stimulated further. The energy fluctuations coming from that place grew stronger and more terrifying by the moment. The Or star was becoming smaller and smaller, and in just a dozen breaths of time it had shrunk by a large amount. Inside of the killing array, the barren mountains and land separated from the Or star drifted about and were ground into dust under the destructive force. Luan Baifeng's face was slightly pale, and the purple light flowing in her eyes had also reached its brightest point. She muttered to herself, "Incredible. This power. It's simply unfathomable." Yang Kai also had a very solemn expression at this moment. Even though Luan Baifeng always stressed that the arrays present deep within the Black Territory were very strong, it wasn't until now that he understood just how much he underestimated them after seeing it with his own eyes. Such a terrifying killing array would kill even him in less than 10 breaths. Suddenly a bright light blossomed. Just like a stunning sword wave, it cut through the Or star and disappeared in a flash. But what shocked Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng was the fact that the entire Or star had been split into two after the light passed through it. The Or star was actually split apart. One side was clearly bigger than the other, but the cut was still almost clean. The larger part was about 70% of the Or star, while the smaller part made up the rest. The cut was so neat and smooth that it seemed as if it had been sliced with a knife. The killing array was still in full bloom, so the two halves of the Or star continued to shrink in size. Martial Peak Chapter 4564 Return. Maintaining his half-dragon form, Yang Kai rushed to the larger half of the Or star and pressed the tip of his azure dragon spear to one of its sides, shouting, "Help me!" Luan Baifeng understood what he wanted to do and shifted over, raising her hand to press the end of the azure dragon spear to give Yang Kai a boost. The Or star had been split into two after it fell into the killing array's range. Yang Kai did not bother with the smaller half and allowed it to float about freely. Perhaps its fate was to end up in one of the other arrays, eventually being reduced to nothingness. The remaining piece was the larger one. After being cut and shaven down, it was less than half of the original size of the Or star, but it was just perfect for them to bring back. In his half-dragon form, Yang Kai possessed immense physical strength, but even with Luan Baifeng's added help, it still took them a lot of effort in order to change the Or star's direction of movement. After a few moments of continuous pushing, Yang Kai said, "It's almost there." While saying that, he landed on the Or star in a flash while bringing Luan Baifeng along, allowing the Or star to fly forward. He did not dare to speed up the pace that the Or star was moving at further. After all, there would be many arrays on their way back. He still had to adjust the direction at certain points, and if the Or star was moving too quick, then it would be too late to stop it if a dangerous array were to appear in front of them. Yang Kai took out some open heaven pills, swallowed them down, and refined them in order to restore his strength, all the while looking thoughtfully behind him. Luan Baifeng was also focused on recovering her strength. Even though she only exerted a little bit of energy from beginning to end, it still took a lot of effort in order to change the trajectory of the broken Or star. "What are you looking at?" Luan Baifeng followed Yang Kai's gaze and asked curiously. Though he bordered on what she would define as crazy, she held much admiration for Yang Kai after seeing what he was able to achieve. If everything went well, then it would take less than a month for them to bring this broken piece of Or star back to the outer periphery. Then she could bring her Or slaves over to mine the black stones in peace. However, Yang Kai was perhaps the only person who could achieve such a feat. As for others, they may not be able to do it even if they were in the high-rank open heaven realm. Before meeting Yang Kai, she had never seen anyone that was able to stop the encroachment of the strange aura present in the Black Territory before. "Your attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays are not low. Were you able to discover anything from that killing array just now?" Yang Kai released his dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original form. Luan Baifeng pondered for a moment before responding solemnly, "Did you see something?" "If I could see something, then why would I still have to ask you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "However, I have the nagging feeling that the killing array was not as simple as it seemed. That light at the end looked very much like a sword wave." "A sword wave?" Luan Baifeng was stunned. She had an expression of uncertainty. You're not trying to say that killing Array was man-made, are you? Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. If that truly was a sword wave, then I'm afraid it might be man-made. Impossible. Luan Baifeng shook her head. The might of that killing array is too terrifying. Who would be able to set such a terrifying spirit array? And even if it were man-made, who would have the time to do something so meaningless? Don't forget, there are natural arrays present all throughout the Black Territory. Oh, that's right. Yang Kai nodded. There are so many arrays that, if someone truly did arrange one here, it would be shocking indeed. After a pause he added, and also you have been staying here for so many years, yet you have never understood what this strange aura that fills the Black Territory is, correct? Luan Baifeng did not deny it. I tried to study it at first, but I couldn't figure out any clues. Yang Kai frowned. I heard before coming here that this black prison was a natural prison. Is that a rumor that spread after you took over this territory, or has that been around since the beginning? It has been called that since long ago. It has nothing to do with me being here. Luan Baifeng also frowned. What are you trying to say? Yang Kai looked pensive. I'm not sure either, but since the saying that this black prison was a natural prison had been circulated since a long time ago, if this place truly was a prison, were any prisoners held here in the past? Then, could it be possible that those natural arrays that we saw are actually... Luan Baifeng shuddered. Don't say any more. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Yang Kai chuckled. What are you worried about? We're just having a casual chat. Of course, these are all just speculation and do not mean anything. Luan Baifeng's face looked grim. If it truly was as you said, then what kind of prisoners are being held in the depths of the black prison that require so many layers of arrays to restrict them? How terrifying must their cultivation be? Yang Kai stroked his chin and thought, that is true. If there truly existed someone so terrifying, then there was no way that they would be captured. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Luan Baifeng looked deeply at him and suddenly burst into a fit of anger. Are you trying to scare me? Yang Kai snickered. You yourself have small guts and you're trying to blame others. Without waiting for Luan Baifeng to snap back at him, he ordered, enough chit-chat. Hurry up and watch the front. If we accidentally crash into an array, it would be too late to cry then. You're the one who's going to cry. Luan Baifeng was pissed, however, despite how she reacted. She still activated her eye-secret technique and looked towards the void in front. Along the way they encountered all sorts of arrays of all different types, but whether it be Yang Kai or Luan Baifeng, they both had eye-secret techniques that could detect their presence early on, so they were able to change the direction of the star in advance. Though the journey ahead was fraught with trouble, they did not encounter any actual risk. A full month later, the two finally returned to the outer periphery of the Black Territory. The main reason it took so long was because they did not dare to speed up the star too much in case there were any incidents that they were unable to deal with in time. It took a lot of effort for the two of them to stop the star just 10,000 kilometers away from the main Shattered Spirit Province, despite it already having lost half of its initial speed during their trip. As soon as the star was in place, Luan Baifeng sent out a command. An incense stick of time later, Xian Peng led a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters over. After landing on the broken star fragment, all of them were shocked beyond words. They had been living here for countless years, so they knew well what the situation was like in the outer periphery. However, it had been many years since any unmined star had existed in this outer region. All of them have been mined beyond recognition, and some had even shattered into dust. So, the sudden emergence of a craggy star was naturally surprising. Warden, this is... Xian Peng looked around curiously and confirmed that this star that he was standing on was one that he had never seen before. This is the star that Baifeng and I brought from the Black Territory's depths. Yang Kai gave a casual explanation. Luan Baifeng immediately turned over to glare at him. Being called Baifeng did not sit right with her. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters' mouths hung open, all of them stunned as if they could not believe their ears. Yang Kai did not explain much either. He just turned to Luan Baifeng and said, "Call over all your slaves and tell them to begin mining." Luan Baifeng snorted in response, but she still passed down the order. A few moments later, many Open Heaven Realm Masters took off, clearly in preparation to bring the slaves over. Looking over at her, Yang Kai asked, "How long do you think this or star will last?" Luan Baifeng thought about the answer for a moment before answering. It should last for at least 2 or 3 years. The environment here is comfortable, and there is no need for the Or slaves to worry about their world force leaking, so they will be able to dedicate more time and energy to mining. 2 to 3 years. That sounds about right, Yang Kai nodded. Even though what he brought back was less than half of the original size of the Or star, there should be a good amount of cultivation materials present within it. After all, this Or star came from very deep within the Black Territory. It should not lack 6th order materials, and there was the possibility of finding materials of the 7th order or even 8th order. As long as they could fully mine this Or star, it should be enough for Voidland's use for the time being. Once the day came when this Or star was exhausted, there was no harm in running into the depths once more to bring back another in the same way. Now that he had Luan Baifeng serving him, the entirety of the Black Prison was his personal treasury. Other than him, no one had the right to put their hands on the resources found deep inside of the Black Prison. Since everything is settled, I will return to Void Land. I'll leave the rest to you to handle. Head to Void Land once every half year and hand me the mined materials, Yang Kai ordered. Luan Baifeng was surprised. Leaving already? Yang Kai smirked. Have you grown attached to me already? As if. Luan Baifeng spat, but then she simmered down a little. But isn't your Void Land in conflict with Zuoquan Hui right now? It can't be easy dealing with a 7th order Open Heaven Realm Master, right? Yang Kai nodded gravely, yes. The strength of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is truly powerful. Recalling his fight with Zuoquan Hui previously, he had to admit that there was a huge gap between himself and a master in the high-rank Open Heaven realm. Last time, he was only able to injure Zuoquan Hui with his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel because the latter was careless. Martial Peak Chapter 4565 Collusion. Flying Smoke Territory was the great territory adjacent to Void Territory, so the two could be considered neighbors. There was a second-class great force located in Flying Smoke Territory that was not considered too strong, Flying Smoke Temple, and it was from them that Flying Smoke Territory's name came about. The temple master of Flying Smoke Temple was called Yuzhou Shan, a 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master. When 7 Wonderland occupied Void Territory, they had many conflicts with this Flying Smoke Territory. Such feuds between neighboring great territories were common in the 3000 worlds. Back then, 7 Wonders Land's foundation was severely damaged when Su Huang wrestled control of their Grand Array away from them. Even several of their protector venerables were killed. Qi Qiao Heavenly Monarch was also severely injured in that event. Naturally, Flying Smoke Temple was unwilling to miss this opportunity to attack. Yuzhou Shan gathered all his troops to march against 7 Wonders Land before they could recover and slaughtered them. Yang Kai had just returned from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at that time, and was being hunted down by Scarlet Star's head manager Zhao Baichuan and his men. Nearing the end of his rope, Yang Kai remembered 7 Wonders Land, so he used the array jade given to him by Su Huang before the latter's death to sneak into the shopping district of 7 Wonders Land. Somehow Zhao Baichuan and his men, who were in pursuit of Yang Kai, ended up conspiring with Yuzhou Shan to attack 7 Wonders Land, killing all their Open Heaven Realm Masters and seizing control of their land. Yuzhou Shan had his foundation in Flying Smoke Territory, so he naturally would not stay in 7 Wonders Territory for long, so he ended up returning with a large amount of loot. Zhao Baichuan and the others stayed in 7 Wonders Land, planning to use it as a base to revive Scarlet Star. Unfortunately for Zhao Baichuan, his beautiful dream was cut short when Yang Kai led his men out of the shadows to attack them, catching Scarlet Star's survivors off guard and unprepared. After that battle, most of Scarlet Star's members either died or escaped, leaving only Chen Tianfei behind, who had even offered up the loyalty list to keep his life. It was then that Yang Kai took over 7 Wonders Land and became its new ruler, later renaming it Void Land. Looking back on it now, Flying Smoke Temple and Yuzhou Shan actually had a lot of merit in Yang Kai's successful takeover of Void Land. Only Yuzhou Shan had no idea what he had done at that time. Subsequently, Void Land emerged and rapidly grew in prestige. Yuzhou Shan had also come to Void Land himself in order to meet Yang Kai and try to form connections with him. After all, they were neighbors, so it would make everything more convenient to have a good relationship. However, Yongkai was mostly cultivating in retreat or outside, so Yu Xiushan failed to meet him even after visiting twice. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Voidland, Flying Smoke Temple also participated, but during that fight, Yu Xiushan was beaten back until he was thoroughly traumatized. The result was needless to say. Kong Feng died during the battle, and the 100 Sects Alliance collapsed. Flying Smoke Temple also suffered heavy losses, with Yu Xiushan fleeing with heavy injuries. Flying Smoke Temple was one of the great forces that took the initiative to come to Yongkai's door to apologize. They scraped together everything they could afford as an offering, and fortunately for them, Voidland had no intention of settling accounts. Everyone in Flying Smoke Temple lived nervously for several years before they finally began to breathe a bit easier. Yongkai led Luan Baifeng all the way from the Black Territory back to his territory through the Flying Smoke Territory route. Currently, Yongkai and Luan Baifeng were both concealing their auras and figures as they stood several thousands of kilometers away from the territory gate, watching over the situation there. This territory gate was the one connecting Flying Smoke Territory and Void Territory. In other words, they need only pass through this territory gate to arrive at Void Territory. However, there were several great ships just outside of the territory gate at this moment but not passing through it. Yongkai could clearly see that these great ships were trying to block off the territory gate. He saw a ship head over to pass the territory gate but was stopped by the great ships forming the blockade. Both sides seemed to have gone through a simple discussion. Then the ship had no choice but to turn back. Yongkai frowned at this sight. He had the vague sense that this had to have something to do with Zuoquan Hui. He had only left Void Territory for half a year, and the situation had seemingly changed again. As for what exactly that change was, he could not say for now. A little less than half a year should be enough time for Zuoquan Hui to recover. He had eaten a big loss last time, and even lost his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm disciple Zhou Ti at Yongkai's hands. Now he would definitely try to take revenge. Follow the ship and find out what exactly happened. Yongkai could not go himself, so he had no choice but to order Luan Baifeng to head over. Luan Baifeng spat disdainfully, but she still flew out obediently. Yongkai waited in place for more than 2 hours before seeing Luan Baifeng return. "What's the situation?" Yongkai asked. Luan Baifeng said with a strange expression, "Those ships blocking off the territory gate are Heavenly Sword Union ships. They say that nobody who wishes to enter Voidland is allowed to pass." Heavenly Sword Union? Yongkai raised his brow. Why have those trash jumped out again? What are they blocking off the territory gate for? He was now burning with rage. When Heavenly Sword Union led the 100 Sects Alliance to attack Voidland, basically all of the great forces involved had come to apologize with gifts after he razed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to the ground. Only Heavenly Sword Union did not make any noise about the matter. Yongkai was busy with Enyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly previously, so he had wanted to wait until it ended before dealing with Heavenly Sword Union, only to be delayed by Zuoquan Hui, who came over to give him trouble, ending up in him being caught in his current mess. Naturally, he had no time to care about a trivial Heavenly Sword Union. However, Yongkai never expected that the latter would come to his doorstep to flaunt their presence before he could even do anything. Luan Baifeng looked at him with a deep gaze. "Do you know who the current Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union is?" Yongkai could not help but frown when faced with her strange tone. "Who?" "Zuoquan Hui," Luan Baifeng muttered. Yongkai was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, is it? Zuoquan Hui rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he is more than qualified to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Obviously, Heavenly Sword Union could want for nothing than to be under a master like him. That means those bastards are colluding. Luan Baifeng nodded. Now that Zuoquan Hui is the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, the people of Heavenly Sword Union will naturally obey his orders. The reason they are blocking off this territory gate is so that they can stop any outsiders from entering Void Territory in order to cut off the foundation of your Star City. Yongkai coldly snorted. That man has wicked ideas, but what use is this? It's not like this territory gate is the only one to my Void Territory. It's not as if his Heavenly Sword Union has blocked off all the territory gates, right? Luan Baifeng shook his head. There's no need to block off all of them. They only need to show their stance and spread the news. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Even though he was stronger than Luan Baifeng and had forced her to submit using the loyalty list, Yang Kai could not compare with her in terms of experience and vision in the 3,000 worlds. After all, she was a veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with many centuries of experience. Compared to Yang Kai, a fresh face in the outer universe, she would often have the ability to see farther. Luan Baifeng explained, Zuoquan Hui is one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders. With his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, his name echoes loudly across the 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, your Voidland is nothing more than a rising star. Even though you do have some reputation, most of it is only based on your Star City's specialty products. Tell me, if the two of you clash, who will the outsiders lean towards? Yang Kai frowned. Naturally it would be Zuoquan Hui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Luan Baifeng nodded. A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master can exert more power than just their own personal strength. There is also the terrifying connections and imposingness that they have built up over the years. If it were anyone else, how could Heavenly Sword Union give up the position of Union Master so easily? However, Zuoquan Hui was able to obtain it at will, which shows the trust that Heavenly Sword Union has in him. Now that he has become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and has come to block the territory gate of Void Territory, he's trying to tell the world at large that he intends to go to war with Void Land. How do you think people will react if they find out? How do you think the merchants in your Star City will react? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Luan Baifeng continued, Zuoquan Hui is smart. This way he can isolate your Voidland without sacrificing a single soldier, and your Voidland's resource supply will be cut off. Perhaps, even your Star City will find it hard to maintain itself over time. You have so many people in Voidland and all of them need to cultivate, do they not? Without resources, how are they going to do that? No matter how many resources Voidland has accumulated, it will eventually run dry. Cunning old bastard. Yang Kai ground his teeth. He truly has a wicked mind. Oh, it's an open conspiracy. Luan Baifeng said bluntly, even if you know his intentions, there is nothing you can do to stop it, unless your reputation can overshadow his. That is why he does not need to block off all of Void Territory's entrances. He just needs to make a show here, and the news will soon spread all throughout the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai coldly snorted. My Voidland is no soft persimmon either. If he wants to gnaw on my Voidland, then first let's see whether he has strong enough teeth for it. Luan Baifeng nodded repeatedly. I know your Voidland has two great divine spirits to watch over it, but that old man Baishi is not mobile, so he won't be able to do much in such a situation. The only one you can count on now is that Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. If she makes a move against Zuoquan Hui, then your situation will naturally be solved. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Just thinking about Zhu Jiuyin filled his stomach with grievances. With her identity as his protector now voided, Zhu Jiuyin had become even more fickle than before. She would rather see him suffer than to care about him at all. If she had been willing to join the fight last time, then how could Zuoquan Hui have escaped from Void Land? However, Yang Kai also knew what Zhu Jiuyin was worried about. It was not a matter as simple as whether she joined the fight or not. After all, Zuoquan Hui was from Thousand Cranes Paradise. If she were to kill Zuoquan Hui, then she would definitely have to worry that Thousand Cranes Paradise would come to settle accounts with her in the future. No matter how strong a divine spirit was, they were not invincible. Take the 8th Order Masters of the major cave heavens and paradises. Which one of them was any weaker compared to a mature divine spirit? Zhu Jiuyin had come from the grand ancient ruins boundary, and had no foundation to speak of at all in the outside world. If she were truly to catch the eye of Thousand Cranes Paradise, then her days would not be easy. After a deep thought, Yang Kai asked, how long has it been since Zuoquan Hui became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master? It should be several months now, Luan Baifeng answered. Several months? That was to say that Zuoquan Hui left for Heavenly Sword Union to recuperate after being injured by him. It seemed that he had long intended to bring Heavenly Sword Union under him. Did make sense. Voidland did not possess any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, But they did have plenty in the Sixth Order. After Zhou Ti died, there was that Sixth Order female disciple, and the 3 from the prison star among Zhuo Quanhui's subordinates on that level. Even though they were all strong, they were lacking in numbers, and it was necessary for him to rely on external forces. In this case, Heavenly Sword Union was undoubtedly the best choice. Considering all this, Yang Kai was actually quite relieved. This was also what he wanted to see. The longer the fight dragged on, the greater the advantage would be for Void Land. Licking his lips, Yang Kai looked up at Luan Baifeng. You were planning to help Zhuo Quanhui, weren't you? Luan Baifeng fidgeted. That's right. If I follow a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then even if I can't taste the meat, I will at least get a share of the soup. Yang Kai grinned. Then go. I believe that Zhuo Quanhui would also be happy to see you join him. Luan Baifeng blinked her eyes and answered in a daze. Are you asking me to be a spy? You don't dare? Yang Kai raised a brow. Luan Baifeng scoffed. What's there for me to worry about? Everyone knows that there are grievances between me and your Void Land. It is only normal for me to hear the news and come to join him. Obviously, Zhuo Quanhui will not be suspicious of anything. Exactly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Luan Baifeng asked, if I do find out any important information, how am I supposed to report to you? There is no need to contact me in the near future. Zhuo Quanhui will most likely not be starting anything yet either. Once the real fight starts, there will be opportunities for us to communicate. Luan Baifeng nodded. Good. What about you? Yang Kai turned towards the territory gate. Naturally, I'm returning to Void Territory. Luan Baifeng followed his gaze and asked with some concern, are you planning to fight your way through? What if Zhuo Quanhui happens to be here? You are not his opponent. Why don't you take the long way around and return through another territory gate? Yang Kai laughed. Zhuo Quanhui is a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Where would he have time to idle around here? Even if his injuries are healed, he must still be recuperating somewhere. Not to mention, even if he is here, do you think I can't run if I can't beat him? Luan Baifeng stared blankly at him. If any other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to say that, she would definitely scoff at them. Despite there only being a difference of a single order, the Sixth Order and the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realms were worlds apart in terms of true strength. It would only require the raise of one's hand for a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master to deal with someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. But if it was Yang Kai, then be careful lest you let the ship capsize on calm seas. Yang Kai nodded. You should find a place to hide for now. Wait until the dust settles before you go to Zhuo Quanhui, so you don't rouse his suspicions. If Luan Baifeng tried to join up just after Yang Kai got into a fight in Flying Smoke territory, Zhuo Quanhui would definitely investigate it. I know. Luan Baifeng nodded. You should watch out too. If things take a turn for the worse, leave immediately. Yang Kai left her with a few more instructions before disappearing in a flash. Luan Baifeng tried to follow his traces and at first was able to detect which direction Yang Kai had gone, but it did not take long for her to lose track of him. She quietly withdrew 10,000 kilometers before all of a sudden, she felt a strong energy fluctuation burst out from behind her. When she turned around to look, a great battle had broken out near the territory gate. The ships floating in the void had all gone up in flames, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. Obviously, Yang Kai's fight with those people had begun. Several figures were engaged in battle near the territory gate. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed, shaking the void and flipping the world. There were 5 people surrounding Yang Kai, 4 of whom were old acquaintances. One of them was the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm female disciple under Zhuo Quanhui, as well as Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. However, the last one was an elderly man Yang Kai was unfamiliar with. Yang Kai guessed that he must be one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union. To fight 1 against 5 was a little strenuous even for Yang Kai. Other than the woman, whose heritage was a little shallower, the rest of his enemies were all veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the world force that they were exuding from their bodies was extremely rich and imposing. Each one of their divine abilities also contained great power. If it were not for mastery of the Tao of Space and his Azure Dragon Spear's might, Yang Kai would have long been defeated. There was still a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters under the Sixth Order surrounding him in all directions, forming an impenetrable wall. Everyone was moving quickly, tightly surrounding the chaotic battlefield. It was hard for these weaker cultivators to keep their positions under the fallout from the battle, so it wasn't long before their vitality began roiling, shocking them greatly. If this was the aftershock of the battle, then how could they still survive if they were caught up in the real battle? Huang Quan and the others were similarly shocked. Last time when they followed Zhuo Quanhui to ambush Yang Kai, they had not fought the latter head-on. Even though they knew that he was highly skilled, they did not know the true extent of Yang Kai's strength. However, they were finally able to fully realize how powerful he was at this moment. His Azure Dragon Spear stabbed forward and retreated as quickly and unpredictably as a ghost, and it was simply impossible for them to catch its traces. Even while uniting their strength, they were unable to gain a decisive advantage. What's more, they dripped with cold sweat each time they were faced with one of Yang Kai's counterattacks. Though on the surface Yang Kai seemed like he was being suppressed and could do little to fight back, his every counterattack was wrapped in the aura of death, leaving the 5 people on their toes the whole fight. Huang Quan and the other 2 from the Prison Star, as well as the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, struggled to keep Yang Kai in check as they tried to extend their advantage and simply hold him in place. However, the Sixth Order woman seemed to have gone crazy as she bombarded Yang Kai with attacks indiscriminately. Even her eyes were dyed crimson. The scene of her senior brother Zhou Ti's death had been haunting her for the past few months. With the killer in front of her, it was only natural that she would fly into a murderous rage, wanting nothing more than to rip Yang Kai's corpse into 10,000 pieces and avenge her senior brother's death. Her reckless behavior forced Huang Quan and the others to have to divert a large part of their energy in order to make up for the openings she left. They tried to give a few words of advice during the battle, but she simply was not listening to any of it. Huang Quan and the others were almost going mad at this situation. They all felt miserable, as if someone was dragging them down despite all their best efforts in working together. However, Huang Quan and the others did not dare allow her to get into any trouble. Otherwise, they would have no way of explaining themselves to Zhuo Quanhui. Yang Kai, you killed my senior brother, and now I must take your life to avenge him. The woman gnashed her teeth and screamed at him after a failed strike, but her hands did not stop moving as she continued, releasing her world force recklessly. Yang Kai raised his spear to block her assault before replying with a barrage of thrusts, pushing against his 5 opponents all at once. Gaining some breathing room, he snickered and taunted, "Is your senior brother the one called Zhou Ti? Let me think about how he died. That's right, I burned him to death with Golden Crow's true fire. And your honored master, Zhuo Quanhui, did nothing but watch. He should have been able to save him, but he didn't. Do you know why?" The woman's eyes became even redder, and there seemed to be tears welling up in them. She could not help but recall the scene of Zhou Ti's demise, and his pitiful screams and pleas for help were still echoing in her ears. Tears quickly blurred her vision, but her moves continued to grow in ferocity. "Don't listen to his nonsense, he's just trying to distract you," Huang Quan yelled. "It's because your pathetic honored master was trying to protect himself from further injury." Yang Kai was fighting one moment and retreating the next, laughing wantonly. If he saved Zhou Ti, then his injuries would become more serious. However, he could have done it if he wanted to. "I'm not a match for him after all. I'll kill you." The woman's world force was fluctuating violently, clearly showing her disturbed mood. She also separated from the rhythm of the other 4 and lunged straight at Yang Kai. A cold light flashed past Yang Kai's eyes, and the Azure Dragon Spear was thrust out at an unpredictable angle. A black dot the size of a bean suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. Space principles flared as he thrust out towards the woman. Rupture. "Watch out." Huang Quan had been vigilantly guarding the woman the whole time, so he immediately unleashed a divine ability towards Yang Kai as soon as the woman made her move. Jin Gang and Song Yan both hastened to remedy the situation as well, while the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union blasted out a divine ability towards Yang Kai, attempting to save the woman by forcing the enemy back. Marshall Peak Chapter 4567 Just the beginning. In a chaotic exchange of blows, the mighty powers of divine abilities exploded all around. Yang Kai's face had turned slightly pale and he retreated 100 kilometers back, suppressing the blood that was roiling up inside of his chest. Huang Quan and the others were guarding the sixth-order woman and confronting Yang Kai from a distance, but all of them were covered in a cold sweat. If they had not rescued her at that moment, then Zhuo Quan Hui's female disciple would have been severely injured if not dead. Cursing inside their hearts that sure enough, women were the source of all trouble, they still did not dare to loosen their guard. It was at that moment that a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from deep inside flying smoke territory. The aura was clearly very far away, yet it could clearly be felt by everyone here. The divine monarch has come. Huang Quan and the others were all overjoyed. They knew that Zhuo Quan Hui, who was recuperating in retreat all this while, must have sensed the energy fluctuations from their battle and rushed over to support them. Yang Kai's face darkened. Looking up towards the source of that aura, he could vaguely see a huge illusory phantom closing in rapidly, and that phantom was a terrifying face that was large enough to cover half the void. He sighed. He had originally planned to take down another one of Zhuo Quan Hui's generals even if he were to suffer an injury while doing so, but now it seemed like that was impossible. Zhuo Quan Hui was coming, and he had to make his escape now. After glaring at Huang Quan and the others, Yang Kai turned around and left. "Stop him!" Huang Quan shouted as he already began rushing in Yang Kai's direction. As long as they could keep Yang Kai here, then when Zhuo Quan Hui arrived, he would definitely be killed without a doubt. "Those who stand in my way must die." Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust it out. A spear aura blossomed, and screams of agony broke out among the many Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding him. Those Open Heaven Realm Masters who were surrounding the fight were all under the Sixth Order, so how could they hope to block Yang Kai's path? A hole was opened up before him, leaving a dozen corpses drifting across the void while the rest of the group fled in all directions with frightened faces. By the time Huang Quan and the others rushed over, Yang Kai had already plunged straight into the territory gate and disappeared, leaving Huang Quan and the others with helpless looks on their faces. They did not have the guts to follow him into void territory. Who knew whether Yang Kai would suddenly turn his spear back against them if they traveled to the other side? If they went in under such circumstances, it would be no different than stepping through the gates of hell. After standing quietly in place for an incense stick, Zhuo Quan Hui finally arrived. Sweeping a glance around the wreckage, he coldly snorted. Huang Quan and the others all hung their heads, not daring to speak. "Where did Yang Kai come from?" Zhuo Quan Hui asked. They all looked at each other, but all of them shook their heads not knowing the answer. They never thought that Yang Kai would show up in flying smoke territory either. If they had thought of this possibility, then they would have been more vigilant. "Wastes!" Zhuo Quan Hui cursed angrily. Many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters did not dare to raise their heads after being scolded by Zhuo Quan Hui. They had their complaints, but considering that Zhuo Quan Hui's mood had been terrible recently, none of them dared to make a sound. Zhuo Quan Hui had an angry fit by himself before he flicked his sleeve and left. Seeing that he did not insist on chasing Yang Kai into void territory, Huang Quan and the others breathed sighs of relief. Inside, they regretted that they ever joined Zhuo Quan Hui in the first place, and now they had to suffer his temper just after being freed from the prison star. The gain simply did not make up for the losses. Inside void territory, Yang Kai stopped to observe the Star City from afar. The dock was as bustling as ever, however, while there were people lining up to enter the Star City in the past, this time, it was people in the Star City who were lining up to leave. Of course, there were still those who were entering the Star City, but the number was very small, which was extremely inconsistent with the previous situation at the Star City. Yang Kai had expected this, but he did not expect the situation to develop so quickly. It seemed that no ordinary great force dared to provoke Thousand Cranes Paradise or Zhuo Quan Hui. When Yang Kai appeared at the void dock, Jin Yuan Lang, who was responsible for overseeing this area, immediately came over to greet him. With a worried expression, he cupped his fist. "Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. "Let's talk somewhere quiet." "Follow me, Sect Master." Jin Yuan Lang gestured with his hand and led Yang Kai into a quiet room. Before Yang Kai could speak, Jin Yuan Lang sputtered, Sect Master, that Quan Hui has released news that he is now absolutely irreconcilable with our void land, and vows to raise our sect to the ground. When the merchants in the Star City heard the news, many of them began scrambling to leave. I saw. Yang Kai nodded. How long has it been since the message was released? How many have left? Jin Yuanlang thought for a moment. The news came out more than a month ago, and now 10% of the merchants have left Void Star City. I'm afraid that number will only grow. The governor has sent word that many businesses in the Star City are packing up to leave. We're not making it difficult for these merchants who are trying to leave, are we? Yang Kai asked. Jin Yuanlan shook his head. Second manager said that we cannot force them to stay if they have the intention to leave. So, all of them have been allowed to pass freely. That is why they are only checked routinely at the dock and released without any trouble. Second manager did well, Yang Kai praised. The people in the Star City were all from different great forces, both big and small, so it was only natural that they would fear a high-rank open heaven master like Quan Hui. If Voidland tried to force them to stay, then it would only draw criticism and ire, so they might as well just let everyone leave on good terms. But Sect Master, if this goes on, then the foundation of the Star City will be shaken. The popularity that we have built up with so much effort will all go up into smoke. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's not that serious. There will be businesses that won't leave. After a pause, he added, how many merchants do you think will stay? Jin Yuanlang shook his head. That is hard for me to say. I am only in charge of watching over the Void Dock. Sect Master should seek Governor Mo for such questions. Void Star City had a governor's office, where Mo was assuming command. As they were talking, they heard Mo's voice emerge. We should be able to keep about 30% of them, possibly less. Yang Kai looked over and saw Mo walking in. Then bowing elegantly, welcome back, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded and gestured towards a seat. Sit. Mo took her seat and explained, my subordinates informed me that Sect Master appeared at the dock, so I came over to take a look. Has Sect Master's trip been fruitful? Yang Kai left half a year ago without raising any noise, but the higher-ups of Voidland were still made aware of his movements, so they all knew that he had gone to the Black Prison to seek out Luan Baifeng. It was a decent harvest. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. I brought back many good things from this trip. Mo's eyes lit up and she giggled. Sure enough, nothing is impossible for Sect Master. It was just luck. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Let's talk about the Star City. How can you tell that 30% will stay? Speaking of business, Mo's expression also turned serious. Of course, there are merchants in the Star City who are afraid of Quan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise's resounding presence, and do not think highly of our void land. However, as merchants, there are still those with the instinct to pursue profit. That is why there will still be brave ones who will remain. We will have to see what happens. Besides, not all are afraid of Quan Hui. There are a few who do not put him in their eyes, such as Inyang Cave Heaven's Dao Temple and Azura Cave Heaven's Azura Arena. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The ones behind these two businesses were both cave heavens, so there was indeed no need for them to fear a measly Quan Hui. The rise of our Void Star City is due to the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, a spirit pill that only we can sell. There will always be people who will stay, so 30% is my estimate, though I can't be sure. Mo smiled. Still, the Star City's popularity will take a plunge with so many merchants leaving, and before the conflict with Quan Hui is resolved, it will be impossible for us to restore our previous prosperity. No matter. Even though this Star City is my Voidland's foundation, we have still accumulated a lot of supplies over the years. It should be enough for us to use for a short period of time. As long as we win this war, the Star City's popularity will be restored sooner or later. Sect Master is right. Mo nodded. Second Manager had also gathered us to discuss this matter. With the resources that Voidland has accumulated up until now, there is no need for us to worry for the next few years. The next few years? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had brought enough materials for 10 people to break through to the 6th Order during this trip. If the Great Emperors continued to do their best, then there was no reason for them not to be able to advance in the next few years. When that time came, Void Land would naturally gain the qualification to compete with Suoquan Hui. Sect Master, I have an idea. Emome looked at him. Speak. The merchants in the Star City have signed contracts valid for differing numbers of years to rent the shops in the Star City. Now that they have left of their own accord, the contracts are naturally null and void. This will suddenly create an influx of unoccupied shops and stalls. Yang Kai nodded. That is inevitable. What is your suggestion? Emome smiled. Naturally, I cannot solve the problem with the unoccupied shops, but for those who are willing to stay, can't we provide them with some concessions and benefits, such as reducing their rent and taxes? At least, we should let them know that our void land is not ungrateful. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and agreed, that's a good idea. Also, if those who left ever want to return to the Star City, they will have to pay a higher rent and tax compared to the others. Emome was surprised. Would that not backfire? Yang Kai laughed. The Star City belongs to our void land. They can come if they want to, but if they don't, then no one will force them. There's nothing wrong with this arrangement. Every step in a first-class Star City was paved with gold, and it was very difficult for a great force to rent shops in good locations. Void Star City had the qualifications to be called first class, and it had taken them several expansions to get to their current size. In the past, those merchants would fight desperately for the best locations. Now that Voidland was suffering external problems, those merchants were free to leave, but if they wished to return, then they would have to accommodate Voidland's mood. Emome smiled. You are the sect master, so your word is law. I will arrange for someone to take care of it. Yang Kai nodded. In go. Once Emome left, Yang Kai turned back to Jin Yuanlang. For those who wish to leave, there is no need to denounce them. Just let them all go. Sooner or later they will come crawling back. Jin Yuanlang cupped his fist. This subordinate will obey. The situation in the Star City was not stable right now, but there was also no need for Yang Kai to pay too much attention to it. When an external threat makes its presence known, everyone has the innate instinct to protect themselves. Getting up and walking out, Yang Kai looked up into the void. This fight had just begun. Martial Peak Chapter 4568, Comprehending the Spacetime Strength. Voidland was surrounded in a grim atmosphere. Everyone was desperately cultivating so that they could play their part in the approaching Great War. For the disciples with lower cultivation, this was a battle that would determine Voidland's fate, and the fighting could break out at any moment. Their cultivation was not high, but they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of Voidland. Yang Kai worked hard to bring them out of the star boundary, and gave them the chance to see the vast and colorful world of the outer universe, giving them a place to reside and a peaceful environment to cultivate. Now, someone wanted to destroy that. Nobody was willing to let it happen. Anyone who wished to do so would have to do it over their dead bodies. Surprisingly, a month went past, but everything remained peaceful. 2 months, then 3 months passed, but it was still the same. However, that was just what Voidland's disciples wanted, more time to cultivate, though the supplies that were being handed to them each time grew smaller and smaller. The Star City's population had taken a serious hit, and each day, large droves of merchants left. Now, Void Star City was no longer the bustling city it once was. Walking through the Star City, the traffic was sparse, and most businesses were shut down. In a matter of months, Void Star City had lost more than 70% of its initial tenants, which was higher than Emome's initial estimate. Its popularity plummeted and the merchants left, which meant that the Star City's income was significantly reduced, and the rate at which it could gather cultivation resources also slowed greatly. Even though the Star City had accumulated a good amount of wealth for Voidland, it would not last them for more than a few years at this rate. In order to plan for the future, Bian Yuqing, the second manager of Voidland, had no choice but to ration cultivational resources. A large amount of supplies were given to those who were expected to advance into the open heaven realm within a short time, such as the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors, so it was only natural that disciples with lower cultivation were being allocated less now. The more than 10,000 materials that Yang Kai brought back from the Black Prison entered Voidland's treasury, relieving their resource woes for the near future. Bian Yuqing was especially pleased and surprised at the 6th order yin and yang element materials, He brought that were enough for 10 people's use. Including the 3 sets that Voidland had originally, they now had enough resources to help 13 cultivators advance directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and it was foreseeable that more than a dozen 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters would appear in Voidland soon. Not to mention the fact that the mining operation was still going on back at the Black Prison. The ore star that Yang Kai spent a lot of effort bringing back from the Black Territory's depths would grant them plenty of resources in the coming 2 to 3 years. Voidland's material situation would be greatly improved once the ore slaves in the Black Prison had finished mining that half of the ore star. The fact that Suoquan Hui has remained quiet for months without any intention of attacking Voidland all but confirmed Yang Kai's theory that the former intended to wage a protracted war against Voidland. This was exactly what Yang Kai hoped to see. Voidland had only been around for a short time, and what it needed most was time. The disciples needed time to grow, and the great emperors also needed time to break through. For any other great force, they would definitely be forced into a very passive situation under such circumstances. The only weapon that Yang Kai had against Suoquan Hui right now was his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was something that Golden Crow casts the Sun had no way of comparing to. When the war broke out in full with Suoquan Hui, Yang Kai would be the only one capable of dealing with him, which showed how crucial the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's existence was. While stuffing Open Heaven pills into his mouth, Yang Kai immersed himself in that space-time strength, unable to extricate himself. Right now, Voidland's resources and supplies were under strict rationing with the full allocation rights handed over to Bian Yuqing, who heavily skewed the flow of resources towards the cultivators who were nearing their advancement into the Open Heaven realm, so that they could ensure that they would have more Open Heaven realm masters on their side when the Great War came. In the coming battle, only Open Heaven realm masters would be qualified to participate. If the Emperor realm cultivators went out, none of them would survive. That meant that the Open Heaven realm masters could only use Open Heaven realm pills to cultivate. Even Voidland's Lord Yang Kai was no exception. Refining Open Heaven pills was the least efficient method for an Open Heaven realm master to cultivate, but it was also the simplest and most common. Basically, no Open Heaven realm master could avoid refining large amounts of Open Heaven pills during their lives. Inside the second manager's office, Bian Yuqing, who had already been working hard for more than half a month, was rushing back and forth. As the steward of the entire Voidland, Bian Yuqing was usually busy enough, but the situation now had become even more serious due to the addition of both external and internal problems. Previously in High Heaven Sect there was Hua Qingxi to take charge of the overall situation, and all she had to do was pick up the slack here and there. Now that they had come to Voidland and with Hua Qingxi still back in the star boundary, the burden was on her shoulders alone. She had given a lot for the sake of Voidland, more than any other person. She could not even get any time for her own cultivation, which resulted in her seeing little growth despite all the time that had passed. She had not even been able to condense her Dao seal yet. However, she was happy to take on this responsibility. If it was not for the support that Yang Kai gave her back then, she may have died long ago before even reaching the Emperor realm. How could she even have the opportunity to see the sights of the Emperor realm, much less gain such great power in her current status as second manager? After consulting with Yang Kai, she selected a few apprentices from among the lower disciples and nurtured them to the greatest extent of her abilities, so that they could share the managerial pressure with her. Only, time was still short, and those few apprentices were not ready to take on real responsibilities yet. Whenever this happened, she would inevitably think of Ko Wu. She could barely remember his face after all these years, but she would never forget the way that disciple who had sacrificed himself to protect her when she was in mortal danger. If only Ko Wu were still alive, he would have become her greatest assistant. She had barely sat down to rest for a half cup of tea's time when a disciple rushed in, one of those that she had been training to become her right hand recently. What is it? Despite her exhaustion, Bian Yuqing still availed herself mentally. The situation in Voidland was very tense right now, and she could not afford to loosen up for even a moment. The disciple blurted in a panic, "Something unusual has happened within Sect Master's chambers." Bian Yuqing's exhaustion was tossed to the back of her mind and she rose with a start. What happened? This was a matter concerning Yang Kai, so her heart jumped to her throat in an instant. If anything were to happen to Yang Kai, the pillar that held Voidland up. Then Voidland's foundation would truly be lost. The disciple shook his head. I'm not sure. I just saw it from afar when I was passing by. Second manager should head over as soon as possible. Bian Yuqing moved out without dallying for a moment, transforming into a bolt of light that shot towards Yang Kai's chambers as quickly as possible. Before she could even get close though, Bian Yuqing saw the unusual situation witnessed by that disciple. With Yang Kai's room at the center, the space in the surrounding area spanning a couple of dozen kilometers was in chaos. As if a mirror had been shattered and put back together by a child, light folded and interlaced, and everything inside of this warped region became distorted beyond recognition. She could vaguely feel a profound aura coming from inside this altered space. What is going on? Bian Yuqing was shocked. She could feel that the power fluctuations were extremely chaotic, but also extremely profound and mysterious. When she extended her divine sense to investigate, she simply could not probe into what was going on inside. Instead, she only felt dazed and confused. A number of disciples had already noticed the unusual scene and stopped to watch from afar, all of them with worried looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing did not dare to intrude, so she landed just outside the strange phenomenon. The chaotic void entered her vision clearly as pieces of space folded in on themselves, twisting and reassembling themselves. Her vision was so blurred that she could not even see what was happening inside this anomaly. Shua! A figure suddenly landed beside her. Bian Yuqing turned her head to see Yuhi and quickly called out, "Left protector." Yuhi's face was grave. Obviously, she had heard what was going on and had rushed over to investigate. Yuhi nodded lightly and asked urgently, "Second manager, what is going on?" Martial Peak Chapter 4569. Enlightened. Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I've only just arrived and I don't know what's going on either. Didn't Sect Master say anything to you before going into retreat?" "Nothing." Yuhi frowned anxiously. "It must just be an unusual cultivation session." "Left protector can't see anything either?" Bian Yuqing was slightly shocked. Right now she was only in the Emperor realm, so it was normal for her to not be able to see what was going on inside. After all, she was lacking in insight and strength. However, if even the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm Yuhi could not see through the chaos, then the situation must be quite unusual. Could it be a cultivation dissonance? When that thought came up, Bian Yuqing's face went pale. Yuhi seemed to have realized her concern and comforted. "Don't worry too much, it's not what you think. Young Master is probably just comprehending something. And hurry off to Dragon Sun Peak and invite Senior Baishi to come. With his eyes he should be able to see something." Bian Yuqing nodded. "I'll go at once." Two mature divine spirits resided in Voidland, Zhu Jiuyin and Baishi. The former always secluded herself, having little to no interactions even with Yang Kai. Second manager Bian Yuqing could only meet Zhu Jiuyin if the latter was in the mood. However, Baishi was different. Despite being a venerable divine spirit, he was very amiable. Bian Yuqing would also visit Baishi occasionally. Knowing his temperament, it should not be difficult to invite him over. After rushing to Dragon Sun's Peak, she found Baishi, who was currently occupied with teaching Xiao He and Xiao Hong. After informing him about the situation, Baishi did not dare to dally either and rushed over to the site with her. In just a few moments Baishi arrived, dragged over by Xiao He and Xiao Hong. "Senior." Yuhi bowed elegantly. Everyone in Voidland was very reverent and appreciative of this kind-hearted divine spirit. "And," Baishi answered and looked up ahead. "Please take a look, Senior. What is going on over there with our young master?" "No need to worry." Baishi waved his hand and looked on solemnly. After a while he made an exclamation of surprise. Staring straight at a certain spot in the void, he revealed a look of astonishment and surprise. Yuhi and Bian Yuqing stood by, not knowing what he had seen, but not daring to speak up and interrupt him either. Another while passed and Baishi suddenly raised his hand, probing the area in front. In front of everyone's eyes, when Baishi reached out into the chaotic space, his hand actually disappeared from everyone's view out of nowhere. A moment later Baishi pulled his hand back. Neither Yuhi nor Bian Yuqing could hold themselves back from gasping in amazement because when Baishi's hand reappeared, The old man's wrinkly hand was wrapped in a crystal-clear material similar to a layer of porcelain with a strange power surrounding it. Baishi observed his hand for a moment and suddenly laughed. Interesting. With a shake of his hand, the porcelain-like shine quickly faded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Senior, is young master in any danger? Yuhi asked nervously. Baishi mused. It's nothing you need to worry about. He is quite clearly comprehending some sort of divine ability or secret technique. And it is most likely related to the Tao of space and the Tao of time, which is why such a bizarre spectacle has appeared. Yuhi and Bian Yuqing exchanged glances, then breathed sighs of relief. Keep an eye out on the situation and let me know if anything else unusual happens. After saying that, Baishi led the two children back. Let me see you off, senior. Bian Yuqing quickly offered. After sending Baishi back, Bian Yuqing hurriedly returned, dispersing the disciples who had gathered to watch the sights and ordering them to clear the area within several dozen kilometers of Yang Kai's palace while she and Yuhi kept a close eye on the situation here. In the coming month or so, the space around Yang Kai's home remained in a chaotic state of flux, but subtle changes did appear over time. Yuhi and Bian Yuqing caught sight of very peculiar things in the chaotic space more than once. From time to time, visions of human figures would appear, and occasionally it seemed like someone was fighting inside. However, since time and space were in such chaos, nobody could see anything clearly. The two were not even sure whether what they saw was real or an illusion. This situation continued for several more months. One day, the strange occurrences suddenly disappeared, as if they had never even existed, restoring the local space to its original state. Bian Yuqing and Yuhi, who had been keeping watch nearby all this time, exchanged glances before both of them made their way towards Yang Kai's chambers. Inside his room, Yang Kai opened his eyes still deep in thought. He had managed to gain a lot during this retreat. Since creating the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he had not had the time to properly look into the mysteries contained within it. However, now that he had some free time, it was just right for him to perfect this divine ability. However, Yang Kai discovered a problem when he reached this point. His understanding of the Tao of time lagged behind his understanding of the Tao of space. After all, the Tao of space was his foundation, and though he dared not say that his grasp of it was perfect, it was as good as it could be for his current realm. His Tao seal had been condensed with the Tao of space as its foundation, which later became the foundation for his small universe. However, it was different for the Tao of time. Yang Kai had cultivated the Time Fly Seal divine ability many years ago, but only superficially understood the Tao of time. Later, when he arrived at the ruins of the ancient battlefield between Flowing Time Great Emperor and Great Demon God, he witnessed the reverberations left behind from their great battle, gaining much inspiration from it. After a successful advancement into the open heaven realm, the sun rose and the moon set in an endless cycle within his small universe. The passing of time became far more vivid and enabled him to take a great leap forward in his comprehension of the Tao of time. However, when all was said and done, his proficiency in it still could not compare with his mastery of the Tao of space. If he were to divide comprehension of the Taos he held into different categories, then from lowest to highest, it would be arranged something like superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, transcending the mundane, and eventually shocking history and amazing the present. In comparison, Yang Kai had barely reached the 7th level of mastery in his Tao of space, possibly touching upon the 8th. However, he was only barely at the 4th level of mastery when it came to the Tao of time, and that was only thanks to the special good fortune of his small universe. Otherwise, he would likely be stuck in the 2nd level. Space-time strength was a mix of two different principal strengths, so the difference in Yang Kai's grasp on the Tao of space and Tao of time limited the power he could display. He could only exert space-time strength equal to his level of mastery over the Tao of time when he executed the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. This was similar to advancing into the open heaven realm. A barrel could only hold as much water as the shortest plank of wood it was made from. If Yang Kai was able to raise his grasp of the Tao of time, then the Sun and Moon Divine Will would definitely become even stronger. After months of study, Yang Kai finally saw the path extending towards the Grand Tao, and his eyes glowed. He had not been prepared to spend so much time on the Tao of Time, as comprehending a grand Tao relied on both quality and quantity. The Tao of Space alone was enough for him to study for a lifetime, so if he wasted his time on studying and cultivating the Tao of Time, it may not necessarily give him any benefits. However, now it seemed that he truly had to spend some effort studying it. This was the only way he could increase his strength within a short amount of time. And it was not too difficult to cultivate the Tao of Time. Flowing Time Great Emperor also made his name as a great emperor through his mastery over the Tao of Time, and currently, his two legacy disciples lived in Voidland, as did the Flowing Time Temple, which contained his inheritance. What was more, Yang Kai could loosely be described as an in-name disciple of Flowing Time Great Emperor. In fact, Flowing Time Great Emperor had split his mastery over the Tao of Time that he passed on in his inheritance. Doing this would result in less immediate benefits to his disciples, but it would also allow them to better understand their own abilities and shortcomings, which would allow them to set their own course. Yang Kai had never encountered another master who had split their mastery over a grand Tao with such detail before. Now enlightened, Yang Kai got up and slowly walked out. As soon as the door was open, he was greeted by the worried gazes of Yu He and Bian Yuqing. Yang Kai had long felt their presence, so he was not surprised to see them waiting outside, and gently nodded. "I managed to discover some things, but it seems I've made you worry." "Young master seems to have made good progress," Yu He smiled. She could feel subtle changes in Yang Kai's aura after not seeing him for the past few months, but she could not say what those changes were. "It was decent." Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "How has Voidland been doing?" Bian Yuqing hurried forward to report to him. When he heard that everything was fine and that Sua Quan Hui had not made any unusual moves, Yang Kai put his heart at ease. More than 10 months had passed since Sua Quan Hui blocked off the territory gate, but he never mobilized his troops during this time, only making his presence known in Flying Smoke territory and putting pressure on Voidland. Yang Kai knew that this guy was wary of Zhu Jiuyin's presence, but Yang Kai was also happy that the other side remained idle. "There are 2 things that I must tell Sect Master." "And go ahead." Yang Kai nodded as he walked outside. Bian Yuqing hurried over to follow him and reported, "Firstly, someone called Xian Peng has come from the Black Territory, saying that it was under Sect Master's instructions to deliver supplies here every 6 months. Yang Kai raised his brow. How did he get here? Where is he now? When he was returning from the Black Territory, Yang Kai himself had been stopped on his way back through Flying Smoke territory. If Xian Peng managed to reach Void territory, then it was likely he came from a different route. Bian Yuqing said. "He has already returned. It seems like he came over from a different great territory, but he brought a lot of good things with him." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. If even second manager says they are good, then it must really be good. There were 2 6th-order Yin element materials and 1 Yang element material. Besides that, there were 34 6th-order materials of other elements, 262 5th-order materials, and over 1,000 below the 5th order. So much. Yang Kai was visibly moved. Despite knowing that the ore star that he brought back from the Black Territory's depths was sure to hold great riches, he never thought that it would be so bountiful. It had only been half a year, so how much would they be able to obtain if the entire half of the ore star was mined out? And that was merely half of an ore star. What would happen if he could mine all of the ore stars in the Black Territory? There were even 2 7th-order materials. Bian Yuqing added. Yang Kai's brow jumped upon hearing that, but then he felt a twang of regret. The half an ore star he had brought back from the Black Territory's depths had been ground down by a great amount when it was pushed into the killing array, and he had no idea how many of its resources were lost during that ordeal, especially the 6th-order and 7th-order ones. However, this was the only way things could be done if Yang Kai wanted to mine those black stones. Those ore slaves were simply unable to hold up for long in the depths of the Black Territory. Martial Peak, Chapter 4570. Chaos gives rise to yin and yang. With no way to deal with the strange aura permeating the depths of Black Prison, they would inevitably incur losses when mining the ore stars located there. The amount of resources that Xian Peng brought over on this trip could not be described as large, but the quality was excellent. Without even mentioning the 2 7th-order materials, there were a total of 34 6th-order materials alone, with 2 sixth-order Yin and 1 Yang element materials. The latter were exactly the materials that Voidland was most in need of right now. For the current Voidland, this was not exactly big news, but it was not small news either. However, knowledge about Xian Peng's visit was limited to only a few people. What else? Yang Kai gathered himself and asked. Gathering Yuan Union's young union master, Lu Jing came to visit a month ago, and has been waiting for sect master to exit retreat since his arrival. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. At this juncture, almost over 70% of the Star City's merchants had left. Even for those who chose to remain, a good many of them were still on the fence. The great forces with cooperative relationships with Voidland were all wishing they could cut off contact lest they draw unwanted fire to themselves. Why would Lu Jing rush over here to see me during this time? Is he acting in the Gathering Yuan Union's name, or is he here by himself? Is he alone or with someone else? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing responded. Apart from a few guards, he is alone. Yang Kai nodded, now having an understanding of the situation. An hour later, inside the reception hall, Yang Kai met Lu Jing. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Brother Lu, what can I help you with on this visit? Yang Kai looked at him curiously after taking a sip of tea. Lu Jing responded with some awkwardness. I have failed to make good on senior brother Yang's favor, and I originally did not have the face to return because of that, but I had to come regardless because I owe senior brother a life-saving grace. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Why are you talking about that? Lu Jing said. I have spoken to my father about senior brother's proposal. Originally he seemed quite interested, but things changed. He sighed deeply with a helpless expression on his face. Yang Kai smiled. That's how business is. There is no need for it to sour our relationship just because the deal did not go through, so pay it no mind, brother Lu. Last time when Lu Jing came by, Yang Kai tried using distribution rights for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as a bargaining chip in order to negotiate a deal with Gathering Yuan Union. Originally, he figured that since Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships were spread across the 3,000 worlds, it would surely not be difficult for them to gather up some rarer resources. If Gathering Yuan Union could truly help him acquire the 6th-order Yin and Yang element materials that he needed, then Voidland would not be at a disadvantage even if they exchanged some Heavenly Yuan stabilizing pills for them. At that time, Voidland and Zuoquan Hui had not broken out into a full confrontation yet. Though less than a year had passed since then, things had changed greatly. Voidland fought a great battle against Zuoquan Hui and his disciples, in which Zhou Ti was killed. Zuoquan Hui subsequently became Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, then spread word of his feud with Voidland far and wide. Anyone who was slightly well-informed would naturally have found out about what happened. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile-based sect, so it was only natural for them to be very well-informed, which explained why Lu Jing said that things had changed. Even though his father was interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, he also had to watch out for the stance of Zuoquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise behind him. So, how could he dare to work with Voidland at such a time? However, Yang Kai did not care about that anymore. After heading to the Black Prison and bringing so many resources back, Voidland's immediate needs had already been satisfied, so they did not have to worry about cooperating with Gathering Yuan Union anymore. Lu Jing looked even more embarrassed now and hung his head low. Senior brother Yang's generosity is admirable. Yang Kai waved his hand and laughed. Brother Lu is exaggerating. Without the harvest from the Black Territory, he may have been slightly disappointed by how things turned out. However, with the Black Territory as a backup for resource production, the problem he had already been solved. Lu Jing raised his head and cupped his fist. Additionally, I have also come with a request. Yang Kai sat up straight and gestured for him to continue. Pray tell, brother Lu. Lu Jing said, I would like to rent some shops in Voidstar City and open a trade company. Yang Kai's face became serious. Is this brother Lu's idea, your father's, or Gathering Yuan Union's? Moving into Voidstar City was not a good choice in these times. There was no need to mention the merchants who stayed since they were originally established in Voidstar City to begin with. Whether they left or stayed, Zuoquan Hui was in no position to question or rebuke them for their choice. However, to move in at this juncture would likely be interpreted by outsiders as a gesture of goodwill towards Void Land, which was no different than drawing fire upon oneself. There was no way that a business alliance as large as Gathering Yuan Union would not be able to see that. Lu Jing responded, "This has nothing to do with my father or Gathering Yuan Union. I am solely responsible for this decision." Yang Kai looked deeply at him, clearly not believing him. Despite being the young Union master, Lu Jing's cultivation was still only in the fourth order open heaven realm. If his father had any objections to this idea, he had thousands of ways to keep Lu Jing from acting. How could he possibly have allowed his son to wade into these muddy waters? Since Lu Jing was here, then someone must be supporting him from behind. As a whole, Gathering Yuan Union likely would not support him in such a move. In which case, that must mean that as the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, his father had at least given his tacit agreement for Lu Jing to proceed. Doing things this way, however, meant that even if Voidland were to ultimately lose the war, Zhuo Quanhui would have no reason or be in any position to give Gathering Yuan Union any trouble. It was not appropriate to speak about such matters openly, but it was fine as long as all involved understood the subtleties of the situation. As a result, Lu Jing was not deliberately trying to deceive Yang Kai. After a short pause, Yang Kai said, "Brother Lu, you should know what the current situation is like in my Void Land. Coming to our Star City at a time like this is not the best choice." Lu Jing smiled. "I understand what Senior Brother Yang is trying to say. But for a merchant, danger also signifies opportunity, does it not?" He winked playfully at Yang Kai as he said so. "Well, as long as you've made up your mind." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Jing was no child. As a fourth order open heaven realm master and the young Union master of Gathering Yuan Union, he could make his own judgments and decisions. There was no need to coddle him with advice. Receiving Yang Kai's agreement, Lu Jing perked up and asked, "Senior Brother Yang, how many shops can you offer me here in Void Star City?" Yang Kai laughed. "How many does Brother Lu want?" Lu Jing said generously, "The more the better, naturally. The best would be if you could offer me a whole street or two." Now Yang Kai was even more sure that Gathering Yuan Union's Union Master was behind this move. Otherwise, Lu Jing would not have the guts to make such a big request. "You really don't hold back." Yang Kai laughed. After some thought he continued, "I will contact the governor's mansion about this matter later. Then you can go there and discuss it with Governor Mo yourself. Right now, the Star City has many empty shops to offer, so we will definitely be able to satisfy your requests." "In that case, many thanks, Senior Brother Yang." Overjoyed, Lu Jing stood up at once to bow. "There's no time to lose. I will head to the governor's mansion at once." Clearly, he was also eager and impatient to start his own business. And Void Star City was a place with the opportunity for him to do so. "I will send someone to go with you." Yang Kai contacted Bian Yuqing and had her arrange for someone to take Lu Jing over to the Star City. Naturally, Lu Jing thanked him again. While waiting for his escort to arrive, Lu Jing added, "By the way, Senior Brother Yang, about the things you were looking for last time, Gathering Yuan Union is unable to provide you with them for now, but I do know of 2 places that are rich with 6th order yin and yang element materials." Yang Kai asked with great interest, "Oh? Where?" Lu Jing casually blurted, "The first place is the Black Prison." Yang Kai should have met a woman named Luan Baifeng before, yes? Yang Kai burst out in laughter inwardly, but on the surface, he kept calm and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, more than once." "Then that makes things easy. The Black Prison produces something called black stone, and these black stones can contain cultivation materials of all different orders and elements. If Senior Brother Yang could take over the Black Prison, then you will naturally have no need to worry about cultivation materials anymore." Lu Jing looked at him. "Only, there are many natural arrays all over the Black Prison. Even though Luan Baifeng is only in the 6th order, not even a 7th order master can best her inside the Black Prison because of her mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays. If Senior Brother Yang is truly interested, then you must be careful of Luan Baifeng." "I know a thing or two about the Black Prison situation." Yang Kai nodded. Inside, he thought to himself, "Not only do I know about it, I just came back from the Black Prison recently after carrying out an star from its depths." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "What about the other place?" Lu Jing's expression became a bit serious when he mentioned the Black Prison and Luan Baifeng. Clearly, he knew the oddities present within the Black Prison as well as Luan Baifeng's strength. However, his face turned even more serious when he continued, "Has senior brother Yang heard of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer?" Yang Kai's face also turned solemn. Chaos gives rise to yin and yang. Yin and yang give rise to the four symbols, ancestors of all divine spirits, burning light and serene glimmer? According to ancient legends, at the beginning of existence, there was only chaos, which later gave rise to yin and yang, which became the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, the oldest divine spirits in the world. It was only after the two beasts transformed into the four symbols that divine spirits like the dragons and the phoenixes appeared. It could be said that the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the progenitors of all divine spirits. That was to say, they were the shared ancestors of all divine spirits. These two were terrifying existences that were highly likely to be even stronger than the giant spirit gods. Back then, Yang Kai obtained a divine spirit record which listed the ranking of all the divine spirits in the 3,000 worlds. The book listed the dragons and the phoenixes at the top, but the burning light and serene glimmers introductions appeared at the very beginning of the manuscript. Only the author of the book did not believe that these two beasts still existed in this world, and that was why the dragon and phoenix clans were ranked first. Yang Kai was surprised when he read this, but he did not think much of it. The one who really brought up the burning light and serene glimmer to him later was the proprietress. At that time, Yang Kai was looking to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly, and was in search of a source of high-rank yin and yang element materials. That was when the proprietress brought out her universe chart for him to see. Inside the universe chart, there were several great territories that were blank without the markings of any great force. Not even universe worlds existed there. According to the proprietress, those great territories used to be thriving places, but the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were naturally opposing forces. Since fire and water did not mix, the continuous clash between the two eventually tore those great territories apart. The great territories then became areas forbidden for all life, dead territories so to speak. Whether it be a 7th order or even 8th order open heaven realm master, none could survive after they entered that place. So nobody had any idea what the situation was inside of these dead territories. Even the proprietress herself had only heard others mention rumors about them, and there was simply no way of confirming whether the burning light and serene glimmer truly existed. Naturally, Yang Kai would not dare to provoke existences as terrifying as them. Even 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm masters went silent after entering the chaotic dead territory. He was only a trivial emperor realm master back then, so how could he dare to have any extravagant thoughts about them? However, he never thought that he would once again hear the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmers names, this time from Lu Jing. It was clear that though Lu Jing's cultivation was low, he was still well informed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4571, Achieving Mastery Through Comprehensive Study. As Yang Kai's thoughts began to drift, he heard Lu Jing say, "The burning light and serene glimmer were born of opposing attributes and fought incessantly, filling the void with the elements, yin and yang. It was said that yin and yang element materials condense in places where they have passed, and are of a very high quality at that." Is this news reliable? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. It was not that he did not trust Lu Jing, but how could Lu Jing know something that even the proprietress could not find out? Sure enough, Lu Jing laughed embarrassedly. "I have only heard someone else mention it. Maybe it was just a rumor. After all, nobody has seen it for themselves." Yang Kai thought to himself, "If you're not sure, then why say it?" However, Lu Jing was clearly only trying to give Yang Kai a hint. It was up to Yang Kai to decide what he wanted to do with that information. Within a few moments, Bian Yuqing brought someone over, and Yang Kai sent Lu Jing out. There was no need for him to worry about anything happening at the Star City since Mo Mei was there to take care of it. For now, allowing Lu Jing to build up a new trade company in the Star City may not be of much use to Void Land, but in the long run it could help with leveraging the power of those supporting Lu Jing from behind, gathering Yuan Union. After the fight here was over, the Star City would begin to develop again, and this would be of great benefit to both sides. After Lu Jing's side was settled, Yang Kai headed to Water Spirit Land without delay. A large number of people that were brought over from the Star Boundary were housed in Water Spirit Land, including members of the Dragon Clan. There was a huge lake in Water Spirit Land, and at the very center of that lake hovered a palace that was just like an island. Yang Kai moved to the front of the palace and looked up, where he saw the characters' flowing time temple shining brightly. A white shadow rushed out of the main entrance and ran circles around Yang Kai like a puppy, saying excitedly, "Adoptive father, what are you doing here?" Another beautiful figure appeared subsequently from the flowing time temple, standing gracefully and smiling at Yang Kai, bowing, "Big brother." Two more rushed out of the flowing time temple, one a beautiful girl, and the other, a fierce elderly man with an unkind frown. It was Lu Yan and Chong Qi. "Master!" Lu Yan called out to him softly. "En." Yang Kai responded. Then slapping his palm down, he stopped Yang Xiao, who was turning circles around him, instantly freezing him in place. After rubbing Yang Xiao's head, his white hair became a mess. Yang Kai beckoned, "Let's talk inside." Then grabbing Yang Xiao by the scruff, he carried him inside. Yang Xiao's calves trembled, and he looked to Yang Shui for help, but the latter stuck out her tongue at him. As the brightest star of the Dragon Clan's younger generation, Yang Xiao was afraid of next to nothing beneath the heavens. Even Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Zhuan, his true parents, could do nothing about him. The Dragon Clan's two great elders had once thought their son could never be born, and had subsequently spent many years mourning their loss, so when he finally was born, they doted on him greatly. How could they even think of restraining him? The only one the boy feared was Yang Kai. Since arriving in the outer universe, Yang Kai had been busy all year round and had little time to spare, so the two did not see each other often. Yang Xiao had no idea what his adoptive father had come to do this time, but he could not think about what he had done wrong during this recent period either. At most, he pulled a single hair from old man Baishi's beard when he was receiving a lesson from him. "Oh, that old man didn't tell on me, did he?" Yang Xiao's heart was beating in fear. "Adoptive father, have some tea." Yang Xiao was very attentive after entering the flowing time temple, and offered up tea on his own initiative. Yang Kai glanced at him and took a seat without standing on ceremony while the other three stood in front of him. After accepting the tea and taking a sip, he put on the dignified air as an adoptive father and asked straightforwardly, "How has your cultivation been going?" Yang Xiao hurriedly answered, "I have been to Senior Baishi's home frequently, listening to his lectures about refining one's bloodline. Feels like I learned a lot." Yang Kai nodded and put down his teacup. "Then tell me more about this lesson." Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then his mouth became like a tumbling river, blurting everything that he learned. Yang Kai listened for a while and nodded, "Good. Senior Baishi is an extremely old and wise divine spirit, who carries a potent dragon vein. His experiences are extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the Dragon Clan. If you are free, then you should go to his place more often and pay your respects. Until the dragon altar is found, Senior Baishi will be the only guiding light for the Dragon Clan's rise." "Yes, adoptive father is right. Senior Baishi is highly respectable. Father and mother also tell me to see him often. Next time I hear you disrespected Senior Baishi, I will send you back to the Star Boundary." Yang Zhao's eye twitched, but he still acted like a good boy. "Your son won't dare to do it again." "Swear. How have you doing recently? What stage are you in right now?" Yang Kai looked up at his biological younger sister. If possible, Yang Kai would have preferred to guide Yang Shui in her cultivation personally, but he had constantly been on the move recently. With so many matters requiring his attention, he simply had no time to spare. Yang Shui smiled. "I was just able to condense my wood element." Yang Kai raised a brow. "Where did you start from?" "The water element power. Water gives life to wood. Since coming over from the Star Boundary, you have condensed your own Dao seal and two powers, the water element and the wood element. That is quick progress. Let me see." Yang Shui had only been cultivating for a short time after all. Even though her aptitude was outstanding, the progress of her cultivation was still not comparable to many of the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors. She could not even match Yang Kai's wives in certain aspects. After all, when Su Yan was still in the emperor realm, Yang Shui had not even been born for long. Saying so, Yang Kai reached a hand out to Yang Shui, who put her own hand onto his palm in a docile manner. After circulating his energy and doing a quick check, Yang Kai nodded. A stable Dao seal is the greatest safeguard one can have when advancing into the open heaven realm. Your foundation is solid, but still lacking when compared to others, so you must not advance recklessly. Strictly speaking, for those who came from the star boundary, apart from the great emperors who had remained at the peak of the emperor realm for a long time and whose Dao seals were stable enough for them to break through to the sixth order open heaven realm directly, were still a little lacking, even the pseudo-great emperors. There was no need to mention Su Yan and the others, unless they were willing to spend a lot of time solidifying their own Dao seals. However, this was no trouble with the divine Dao water, and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill in Yang Kai's possession. Of these two items, the first could strengthen one's Dao seal, allowing cultivators an even broader future. The second could then protect them during their advancement into the open heaven realm, greatly reducing the risks that could come with breaking through. Without these two items, there was no way that Voidland's heritage could be as strong as it was today. I will do as Big Brother says. Yang Shui nodded obediently. Also, the wood and water elements that you have condensed are the gentlest of the 5 elements. That is why it took little effort and little risk to condense them. However, wood stokes fire, and the fire element power that you will have to condense next will not be this simple. When that time comes, your Dao seal will have to withstand a much greater impact than ever before, and if it can't hold up, the consequences will be dire. Yang Shui nodded and said, I will definitely prepare myself well before proceeding. Yang Kai then turned to Lu Yan and Qiong Qi. The cultivation of a divine spirit is mainly to develop one's bloodline, which is different from human cultivators, so you will have only yourselves to depend on. Qiong Qi nodded before commenting. Even though Senior Bai Shi is a dragonkin, he said that the cultivation of a divine spirit's bloodline is similar in almost all circumstances, so we also often go to his home to listen to his lectures. Yang Kai nodded. That's for the best. Lu Yan asked, has Master come for something this time? Yes, just a small matter. Yang Kai looked at Qiong Qi. I need to study the Tao of Time, so I may need to use Senior Flowing Time's legacy inheritance. There's no problem with that, is there? Qiong Qi followed Flowing Time Great Emperor as his mount, and with the latter's passing, he was tasked with passing down Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy inheritance, and was fortunate enough to find Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. However, the legacy inheritance was not something that could be borrowed lightly, so Qiong Qi had to be informed beforehand. Qiong Qi pondered for a moment before responding. Naturally, others may not ask for it, but it is no problem for Sir. You can ask the 2 young masters about the inheritance. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, I will not hold back. Yang Kai spent the next few months in the Flowing Time Temple, discussing the Tao of Time with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. The 2 of them had accepted the full legacy inheritance of Flowing Time Great Emperor, so their proficiency in the Tao of Time was not low, almost at the traversing a familiar path level, which was exactly where Yang Kai was as well. However, they had not been cultivating for as long as Yang Kai had, and Yang Kai had also taken a giant leap forward in his understanding thanks to the evolution of his small universe. The fact that they were now on equal footing with him was a testament to the 2 young ones' efforts. The Tao of Time was as esoteric as the Tao of Space, perhaps even more so it took a while for Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to explain all of the mysteries they inherited from Flowing Time Great Emperor. Combined with the insight that he had gained from his own cultivation over the years, Yang Kai was naturally able to gain a lot of benefit. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui also benefited a lot from this discussion. Much of Yang Kai's insights and ideas were things he had discovered on his own through his personal experiences. He was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his insight was generally more profound compared to Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Standing at a higher realm allowed him to see a broader picture. Often, his thought-provoking words would cause Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to fall deep into thought. Time passed quickly as they cultivated and discussed with each other, and all 3 of them were able to make significant improvements in the Tao of Time. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. If Yang Kai was said to merely be at the 4th level of Master regarding the Tao of Time when he arrived, then after his discussions with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, he had now reached the 5th level mastery through comprehensive study. The same went for the 2 younger ones. Yang Kai had no idea what level of mastery Flowing Time Great Emperor had reached. After all, he made the Tao of Time the foundation of his cultivation. However, at the very most, he did not surpass the 6th levels. Flowing Time Great Emperor was certainly a great genius, but he was only a great emperor back then who did not even reach the open heaven realm. Thus, his cultivation could not be compared to Yang Kai's. Yang Kai was pleased with this harvest while both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were also pleasantly surprised by their gains. Gaining a deeper mastery over the Tao of Time also solidified Yang Shui's Tao seal considerably, and naturally, the divine abilities that she performed through the use of time principles also became more powerful. Just the Time Flies seal had become twice as strong as it had ever been. Half a year later, Yang Kai returned to his chambers in order to improve his Sun and Moon divine wheel and space-time strength. He had already thoroughly absorbed the legacy inheritance left behind by Flowing Time Great Emperor, and the rest was now up to him to study. It would be difficult to gain anything more now through external means. Even though he did not have the chance to use the Sun and Moon divine wheel again to see the results of his labor, Yang Kai felt that there would definitely be a significant improvement compared to the past. Martial Peak. Chapter 4572. Beneath a big tree there is cool shade. 3 years had passed since the territory gate between Void Land and Flying Smoke territory had been blockaded. Void Land had spent most of those 3 years in closed-door cultivation and consuming countless materials. Now the results were clear for all to see. The most obvious result was that there were more than 500 new Open Heaven Realm Masters. On average, several, or even up to a dozen people advanced into the Open Heaven Realm every month. The cultivators from the star boundary were naturally not as fast. Most of them were still building up their foundations to prepare for advancing into the Open Heaven Realm, while most had not even managed to break through to the Emperor Realm yet. The newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters all came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundance City. Back then, when Yang Kai brought a few thousand people back from Abundance City, their cultivations had been perpetually limited to the peak of the Emperor Realm due to the special environment and blood principle restriction of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, making it impossible for them to explore the mysteries of the Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai brought them out and lifted the blood principle restriction, giving them the freedom to surpass that limit and providing them with a favorable cultivation environment, so that they no longer had to worry about anything. For those cultivators who had long gained the qualifications to advance into the Open Heaven Realm yet were unable to break through due to their circumstances, it was only natural that group after group of them suddenly shot through to the Open Heaven Realm. Mo Mei and the others were able to advance into the Open Heaven Realm very quickly, which added more than 300 new Open Heaven Realm Masters to Void Land in one go. However, the potential of Abundant City's cultivators had not been exhausted yet. Over the years, the cultivators who came from Abundant City advanced into the Open Heaven Realm one after another, constantly strengthening Void Land's heritage. The majority of those who broke through later did not reach high orders. Even those in the 5th order were few and far between. Most of them were either in the 3rd order or the 4th order, but there were many of them, and there was still the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to guarantee their safety. For other great forces, even the Cave Heavens and Paradises, it was impossible for them to guarantee that any of their disciples would succeed in breaking through into the Open Heaven Realm. But Voidland could. Even those who advanced into the 3rd order Open Heaven Realm were able to obtain a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Advancing into the 3rd or 4th order was not difficult to begin with, so where would there be any chance of failure with the help of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? So far, the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland had already broken through to the 4-digit mark. It was foreseeable that more cultivators from Abundance City would be joining the ranks of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the coming days. Yang Kai had long expected this result, but when Bian Yuqing reported the figures to him, he was still unable to stop himself from beaming with joy. He remembered that when he first stepped into the 3,000 worlds and landed in 7 Wonders Land as a worker, he had to do so much meticulous planning and careful accounting for just a few to several dozen Open Heaven pills. How could he have imagined that he would one day have over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command? To bring a force of this caliber out in the world, which great force in the 3,000, save for the major Cave Heavens and Paradises, would be able to compete with them? Voidland was filled with great talents, and now had a mighty army equipped with the finest arms. No matter how much Voidland tried to hide this, with so many people advancing into the open heaven realm, traces would surely leak out. Heavenly Sword Union, under Zhou Quan Hui's command, had obviously planted some spies outside of Voidland, and they even had some henchmen planted in the Star City right now. Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing knew this, but they had no way to pluck them all out and naturally had no way of getting rid of them, perhaps stimulated by the constant appearance of newly advanced open heaven realm masters. Though Heavenly Sword Union had been idle in the first year, they had begun making tentative moves starting from the second year. Every so often, ships bearing Heavenly Sword Union's banner would wander within Void territory. Even though they did not dare come too close to Void Land nor attack the universe worlds, they still scared the smaller forces under Void Land so much that they were all constantly trembling in fear. In addition to Void Land, Void territory housed 7 other third-class great forces, all of which could be described as subordinates of Void Land that survived by relying on their protection. Third-class great forces did not even have mid-rank open heaven realm masters in their ranks, so when they saw Heavenly Sword Union ships loitering around their doorstep, they were naturally all distraught and rushed to Void Land for help. Void Land dispatched troops many times to support their subordinate forces, but by the time they arrived, Heavenly Sword Union ships had already disappeared from sight. After several repetitions of this behavior, Bian Yuqing was determined to set up a patrol of Open Heaven Realm Masters to monitor the situation in Void territory. With this, small skirmishes would break out eventually as both sides were bound to meet. Voidland had the home advantage in these fights, and the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters under them was also massive, so they naturally had the advantage that basically allowed them to win every fight. The tentacles that Heavenly Sword Union plunged into Void territory to probe the situation inside had all been cut off without bringing back any gains, but they still continued blocking the territory gate leading from Flying Smoke territory to Void territory, showing no intention of starting an all-out war. It was clear that they were still hoping to snuff Void Land out by dragging things out. In actuality, Heavenly Sword Union's decision couldn't be called a mistake. 3 years had passed and the resources accumulated by Voidland had been greatly reduced due to this chokehold. Now there was also little income flowing in from the Star City, and with so many more Open Heaven Realm Masters to support, the rate at which their supplies depleted also increased. Voidland's resources wouldn't be able to last much longer. Even though a large shipment of supplies was sent over from the Black Prison every 6 months, it was still hard to make ends meet. Moreover, after 3 years had passed, the half of the ore star that Yang Kai brought out from the Black Prison's depths back then would be depleted, and it would be impossible for them to obtain such a large quantity of supplies from the Black Territory again unless Yang Kai made another trip to drag out another ore star. However, how could Yang Kai leave without worry now that the situation was so unpredictable? Bian Yuqing had no choice but to try her best to make adjustments to try and make Voidland's supplies last for as long as possible. Inside his chambers, Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing with astonishment while holding his teacup. "Is what you say true?" Bian Yuqing nodded solemnly. "Sect Master, how could I joke about such a thing? Ironblood Great Emperor has already sent someone over to contact us and says that he will need a 6th order Yang element material in 2 months. Yang Kai could not stop his brows from rising in excitement. That means that Senior Ironblood is about to advance into the Open Heaven realm. Bian Yuqing nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. "I've checked the records of the taken supplies. Since coming to Voidland, Senior Ironblood has taken 1 piece each of the materials of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all in the 6th order. Less than half a year ago, another 6th order Yin element material was taken, so this 6th order Yang element material is the last one." "Good." Yang Kai put down his tea and stood up, looking even more excited than if he himself were advancing. He then began pacing about the room. "This is the first person from the star boundary to advance into the Open Heaven realm, and to advance straight into the 6th order at that. We must help Senior Ironblood forge a clean path. And did he say what we needed to prepare?" Bian Yuqing shook her head. "Senior Ironblood has only sent someone to tell us that he needs a 6th order Yang element material in 2 months. He did not say anything besides that." Yang Kai pondered. "We definitely have to prepare a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Go and look for one and find one of the best quality. Make sure nothing goes wrong in Senior Ironblood's advancement into the open heaven realm. And also, after blurting out a bunch of instructions, he looked up to see Bian Yuqing staring at him with an astonished expression. Yang Kai blinked his eyes. Did you get all that? And what are you staring at me for? Bian Yuqing smiled. I have noted everything down, but if anyone unaware were to see Sect Master's reaction, then they would think that one of the madams was about to have a child. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that. Advancing into the open heaven realm is much tougher than giving birth to a baby, and for the first one at that. After some thought, he could not help but lament, how fast. It had not been very many years since he brought everyone from the star boundary to the outer universe, so he never expected Ironblood Great Emperor to actually be able to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. That was even quicker than he himself. However, it did not seem strange after Yang Kai thought about it. He had to seek out every material by himself when he was trying to advance into the open heaven realm, which consumed a lot of time and effort. However, it was different for Ironblood Great Emperor and the others. They only needed to worry about cultivating since Voidland had everything in store for them already. All they had to do was keep refining and refining again. As long as their bodies were able to bear it, and as long as they could ensure that their foundation was firmly laid, there were simply no worries to be had for them. This was what it meant when one said, beneath a big tree there is cool shade. In fact, Yang Kai's situation was far more commonly seen in the outer universe, and that was true even for the disciples of those cave heavens and paradises. They may not have to find materials for themselves, but if they wished to use the sect's resources, then they had to exchange for them with the appropriate contributions, which would still inevitably take time. And of all the great emperors, Ironblood was the first to advance into the open heaven realm, which was both unexpected and expected. Back then, Ironblood Great Emperor was the strongest in terms of abilities, so it was not strange for him to have progressed so quickly. Besides Senior Ironblood, what about the others? How are they doing? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing answered. Other than Senior Ironblood, the ones improving the quickest right now is Senior Hongchan and Senior Martial Beast. Both of them have already begun refining their sixth material. Senior Serene Soul is also almost there. I believe he is about to complete the refinement of his fifth material. Then, there is Senior Flower Shadow and Senior Ice Feather. Lastly, there is Senior Wondrous Pill and Senior Heaven's Revelations. Yang Kai nodded. That makes sense. Wondrous Pill and Heaven's Revelations are both not proficient in combat, so it is inevitable that they are slower than the rest. Though they were all great emperors, there were still differences between them. Despite all of them coming from the star boundary to Void Land, the speed at which they could advance into the open heaven realm was indicative of the differences between them. Yang Kai then asked about the pseudo-great emperors, to which Bian Yuqing responded one by one. These results were satisfactory to Yang Kai. There was no need to ask about Su Yan and the others, as he would personally visit his wives from time to investigate and give them pointers himself, so he naturally knew more about them than Bian Yuqing did. If I had to point out anything, it would be that Feng Yu and Xiang Ying are also about to advance into the open heaven realm. The same goes for a few of those who were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruins shop. They are not lacking when compared to the great emperors. That is normal. Yang Kai nodded. They had already condensed various elements while they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they also received the personal guidance of divine spirits, so it is only natural that their rate of refinement would not be slow. And, other than Feng Yu and Xiang Ying, who else has requested sixth-order materials? Feng Shui and Xiang Yin were both divine medicine owners with excellent potential, and were keen on advancing into the sixth order. Yang Kai had also allowed them to do as they wished, and they had the full support of Void Land. Martial Peak, Chapter 4573, Zhu Qing's Rapid Development. The other bearers that were recruited from the Grand Ancient Ruin shop had all been forced to refine sixth order or even higher materials by the divine spirits supporting them, but most of their aptitudes were not good enough to directly advance into the sixth order open heaven realm. For the long term, it was best for them to take one step down and advance into the fifth order instead. The divine spirits of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would not think about the long-term development and future of their bearers. They were merely helping their bearers to refine higher order elements just to strengthen them up, and give them an advantage in the spirit-seizing war. As for whether or not there would be hidden dangers to these actions, why would the divine spirits care? However, in general, Feng Yu and Xiang Ying would both face more risk than the great emperors in their ascension to the Sixth Order. They did not possess the deep heritages of the great emperors, nor the divine Tao water to reinforce their Tao seals. Even if they were able to refine Sixth Order materials now, the dangers they would have to face in the future would only become greater. Otherwise, why would they join Void Land? There were so many great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and with their aptitude, it would not be difficult for any of them to enter any of those great forces, but they were attracted here by the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. It was foreseeable that the barrier that they must break through in order to ascend into the Sixth Order open heaven realm would be a barrier of life or death. Success would mean life and failure would result in death. They had no other choice. Apart from these two, the rest understood their limits and did not apply for any Sixth Order materials, but rather opted for materials of the Fifth Order. Bian Yuqing replied, We might not have much else in Void Land, but we do have plenty of Fifth Order materials. Yang Kai nodded. With the divine medicine Gourd Vine, it would only take them a month to collect a complete set of Fifth Order materials. As long as they were given enough time, Void Land would definitely see no shortage of Fifth Order materials. However, in the short term, Void Land's resources would be scarce until the crisis forced upon them by Heavenly Sword Union was lifted. As the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly saw two tiny figures rushing in from the outside. It was Xiao Hong and Xiao He. Just like in their original forms, Xiao Hong had a fine appearance in human form like molded porcelain or well-cut jade. But Xiao He looked as crooked and appalling as ever, drooling from time to time. Yang Kai smiled. What brings the two of you here? Has Senior sent you? Xiao Hong said urgently. Young master, quickly go and take a look. Something is not right with the young madam. Grandpa sent me to call you over. Yang Kai's face turned serious and he got up. Which young madam? Bian Yuqing's face also became serious. That is, the one with the red hair. Xiao He added from the side while sucking up the drool that was dripping down his face. Red hair, Zhu Qing. Yang Kai had no idea what happened, but since Bai Shi called for him, then it must be serious. Not daring to delay, he manipulated space principles and disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived at a platform on Dragon Sun's peak. There were a large group of people gathered here, all of whom were from the Dragon Clan, forming a circle. It was not known what they were looking at, but when they heard the noise, Great Elder Zhu Yan, Second Elder Fu Zhuan, Third Elder Fu Xian, and Fourth Elder Zhu Kong all turned their heads to look at him. Adoptive father. Yang Xiao quickly shouted. Yang Kai, you're here. Zhu Yan nodded lightly at him. What happened? Heart hanging from his throat, Yang Kai moved through the crowd. Bai Shi, who was standing inside, did not turn around. He stood there, hunched over, reassuring him no need to be nervous. It's nothing bad. In fact, it's good news. What do you mean? Yang Kai was confused. See for yourself, Bai Shi pointed. Yang Kai looked over and saw Zhu Qing sitting down cross-legged, surrounded by a blood mist. The blood mist was just like a living being that lingered around her. Inside, Zhu Qing had a peaceful expression on her face as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yang Kai carefully observed the blood mist surrounding Zhu Qing's body and could feel the might of her dragon vein coming from it. You sense it, don't you? Bai Shi asked. Yang Kai answered tentatively. Qinger's dragon vein is growing stronger. Exactly. Bai Shi nodded. Why is this happening? Yang Kai did not understand. Zhu Yan explained, just now we were listening to Senior's lesson on refining our bloodline. Fifth Elder must have had an epiphany. That's a good thing, right? Yang Kai asked tentatively. Of course it is. Bai Shi nodded. The growth of a divine spirit is a constant metamorphosis, and each transformation brings about great improvements. The same is true for the Dragon Clan. Qing Girl is now in the process of that metamorphosis. Yang Kai finally put his worries aside and grinned. Many thanks for your tireless guidance, Senior. Bai Shi waved his hand. I merely offered them directions. The reason this little girl was able to see a result so quickly is because of her pure bloodline. And out of all of you young dragons, this girl has the purest bloodline. Young dragons. The Dragon Clan elders all had awkward looks on their faces, but since it was Bai Shi who said it, none of them dared to refute him and accepted it in silence. So what makes one a mature dragon? Yang Kai asked. Bai Shi shook his head and laughed. There is no such thing as a mature dragon, only a grand dragon. After a pause he added, to be able to evoke their original forms and take on a body over 10,000 meters long, that is the limit one must exceed to be called a grand dragon, and only a grand dragon can be as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master. 10,000 meters long. Zhu Yin was astonished. He was the great elder of the Dragon Clan, so it was reasonable to say that he was the strongest one. Not even Zhu Qing could compare. However, his body was currently only 1,000 meters or so in length. He was still far away from reaching 10,000 meters. Yang Kai was also secretly speechless. When he executed his dragon transformation secret art, he could reach a few thousand meters in length, which he thought was amazing enough. However, he never thought that he would still be thousands of meters away from becoming a grand dragon. But of course his situation was not the same as a true dragon, so his size alone was not enough to tell how strong he was. Reaching 10,000 meters is just a basic requirement for one to become a grand dragon. As one's bloodline continues to evolve, even 100,000 meters is not impossible. Bai Shi's words were astounding. The young dragons were all stunned by what they heard. In terms of age, which Dragon Clan member here had not lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. But for the growth of a dragon, the depth of their bloodline had always been the greatest standard. This was true for not only the Dragon Clan, but for all divine spirits. While they were talking, the blood mist around the surface of Zhu Qing's body became denser and denser. Previously they could still see Zhu Qing through the blood mist, but now the red mist was so thick that they could no longer see the inside. This is quicker than expected, Bai Shi exclaimed. Is there something wrong with that? Yang Kai became nervous again. Not for now. Bai Shi shook his head, however. This old master has noticed a problem even before this. Among you young dragons, this girl has the densest bloodline. Reasonably speaking, since you all came from the same place, there should not be such a great difference. Has she taken some sort of precious treasure that can purify one's bloodline? The Dragon Clan elders all turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was puzzled by their stares. What's wrong? Bai Shi was also confused. Zhu Yin lightly coughed. When he raised his hand, his dragon aura surged, isolating the inside from the outside and keeping the rest of the Dragon Clan members out, leaving only a few elders behind. There were not many members of the Dragon Clan to begin with, only around 20 or so in total. Apart from the elders, all the rest of the Dragon Clan members were looking over curiously, but they could not hear any sound, so they had no idea what the elders were talking about. Do you really have no idea? Or are you just feigning ignorance? Zhu Yin glanced at Yang Kai. What am I supposed to know? Yang Kai was baffled. Fu Xian stood aside with a slight blush on her cheek, staring down at her toes. Zhu Kong, on the other hand, had raised his eyes to the sky as if there were a pretty little female dragon flirting with him. Fu Zhuan, on the other hand, was as blunt as usual. Amused, she looked at Yang Kai and asked, think about it. How did Zhu Qing become the fifth elder of the Dragon Clan? Yang Kai stroked his chin. Is it because of me? Fu Zhuan sighed. Of course, it's because of you. Zhu Yin interrupted them. Of course, it's not all because of you. To become an elder of our Dragon Clan, an exceptional bloodline is necessary. Strictly speaking, Zhu Qing was not the most outstanding dragon on my Dragon Island at the time, and the purity of her bloodline was nothing exceptional. However, since meeting you, the purity of her bloodline has been increasing at a rapid rate. That is the biggest reason why she had become the fifth elder of our Dragon Clan, even surpassing the old ones like us. I'm more than certain she told you why we sent so many of our female clan members to you at that time. After meeting me, Yang Kai pursed his lips, reminiscing about their past encounters and those female clan member attempts at him. He said a little embarrassedly, Great Elder means to say. Zhu Yin coughed lightly. You have the ability to purify the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, how would the fifth elder able to achieve so much so quickly? Yang Kai glanced at the other Dragon Clan elders and blushed a little. Zhu Yin said, We have discussed this issue before. Bai Shi was looking left and right. After listening for a while, He finally reacted and made a sound of realization. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't listen to them, senior brother. It's just baseless nonsense. Qing'er was surely able to reach an epiphany because of your great guidance." Bai Shi waved his hand and laughed. That would only be possible if she had exceptional potential to begin with. Regardless, this is not something that is taboo for us to talk about. As far as I know, such practices are common in the dragon clan. The union between a dragon of a stronger bloodline and a dragon of a weaker bloodline will indeed be able to help the one with the weaker bloodline to purify theirs. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up. Senior, that also occurs in the outer universe. Bai Shi nodded. Of course. Not only is this true for the dragon clan, but also for the rest of the divine spirits. So the purer one's bloodline, the higher their status. Only, no matter what divine spirit clan it may be, their numbers are extremely low, and there were even fewer of them to be found in one same group. The dragon clan's numbers are still quite numerous in comparison, and that is why it is more obvious. Zhu Yan's eyes were already glowing as he was staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai could not help but feel goosebumps rising all over his skin as he asked nervously, "What advice does Great Elder have for me?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4574, Spring Scenery. Voidland's current situation isn't good. Zhu Yan suddenly sighed. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. It still has not reached the point when life and death are at stake. Zhu Yan nodded. Although that is true, being targeted by a high-rank open heaven master is still a terrible predicament. Yang Kai thought he was worried about Voidland's future, so he quickly consoled, "Great Elder doesn't need to worry. I have a way to deal with this." "I believe you." Zhu Yan nodded. "The star boundary situation was horrendous back then, but you let us out of it. We fought our way out. No matter how bad the current situation is, it's still less dangerous than the star boundaries situation back then." Though, Zhu Yan suddenly changed the subject. However, having more open heaven realm masters in Voidland is not a bad thing, right? Great Elder is right. We've already begun to move to increase our numbers, and things are progressing quite smoothly. In another 2 months, Ironblood Great Emperor should be attempting to advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This was exciting news. The more masters there are, the better. Especially my dragon clan. If we can grow, each of us will be comparable to a high-rank Open Heaven master. At that time, what can Emir's Waquan Hui amount to? Zhu Yan said proudly before turning to look at Yang Kai sincerely. However, you also know that the growth of a divine spirit is extremely slow. The same goes for those from the dragon clan. After following you from the star boundary to Voidland for so many years, only the 5th Elder has made some significant progress, while the others have basically been stagnant, so you'll have to spend more effort to assist them. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable as he asked hesitantly, "What does Great Elder want me to do?" Zhu Yan made a fist and coughed lightly. "You're also a member of the dragon clan after all, so you can't favor one over the other. You have to treat everyone equally, am I right? Us men and married women won't count on you, but look over there. There are still a few young women who haven't married yet." The corners of Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help twitching slightly, while Fu Xian, who was standing to the side, blushed to the tips of her ears. Turning her head, she quickly stated, "Shao Qi is waiting for me. I'll go take a look at her." Saying so, she stomped her foot and soared into the sky. Zhu Yan's words were extremely clear, so how could those present not understand what he was saying? Fu Xian was simply too embarrassed to stay. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Great Elder, you're pushing me into a fire pit. The number of pure-blooded female dragon clan members is far fewer than the number of men. Each of them is akin to a treasure. If the men hear what you said, they will chop me into 18 pieces." Zhu Yan added in a serious and righteous manner, "When compared to the future of my dragon clan, what do personal sacrifices count for? If any of them dares to say anything, I'll rip their heads off. We have talked about this before. Furthermore, I'm sure these little girls will be happy to do this. Have they not already made their stances clear?" No, this is not appropriate." Yang Kai quickly waved him off. Zhu Yan wanted him to become a dragon stud. How could he do such a thing? There were only a few unmarried women left in the dragon clan, 4 or 5, that's it. There's nothing inappropriate at all. Zhu Yan assumed the posture that he was the law and his word would be final. Everything else can be discussed, but this matter concerns the future of our dragon clan, so you'll have to listen to me. In any case, your wives are all cultivating in retreat right now, and you rarely get to meet them. You're also a young man with a strong physique, so don't you feel lonely? Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. You're the dragon clan's great elder. Is it all right for you to speak like this? If your clansmen were to hear this, where would your prestige go? Fu Zhuan, who was standing to the side, interjected with a smile. If we can really allow the dragon clan to have a few grand dragons, even if its prestige goes down the drain, so what? Yang Kai stared at her in shock. Second elder, why are you saying such things? He turned to Zhu Kong and asked, Fourth elder, don't you have anything to say? Zhu Kong muttered to himself for a moment before reaching out to pat Yang Kai's shoulder and sighing, Many thanks in advance for your hard work. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He looked towards Bai Shi for help. However, the old man, who had been observing everything for a long time, just stroked his beard and encouraged, If you plant the crops until the field's well, you'll definitely gain something. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, feeling like someone had just stabbed him in the back. Seeing Zhu Yan about to speak again, Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and stopped him. Great elder, the dragon clan's future cannot depend on me alone, but I can promise you that I will find the dragon altar as soon as possible. If I can find it, the dragon clan will no longer be trapped here, and its future will be bright. Zhu Yan was stunned for a moment before stating, The dragon altar is the dragon altar while you are you. We are not certain when we'll find it, or if we ever will. So let's talk about you first. How could Yang Kai be willing to continue this discussion? Putting on an act, he took out his communication bead and looked at it before raising his brow and saying, Something happened in Star City, I'll go take a look. He turned to Bai Shi and requested, Senior, please look after Qing'er. Nodding, Bai Shi assured, Rest assured, if there is any change, I will inform you right away. Yang Kai thanked him before escaping towards the Star City. Seeing him flee, Zhu Yan was also helpless, while Fu Zhuan heaved a sigh. We were too impatient. We've frightened him off. Zhu Yan grinned meaningfully. A man's heart always longs for spring sceneries. How could such a good thing scare him? This isn't the first time this has happened. Perhaps he's still just too happy to say it out loud. Fu Zhuan glanced at him casually. Oh, is that so? Zhu Yan quickly coughed and replied, I'm an old man, so naturally I won't act like those young ones. Fu Zhuan coldly snorted, So what do we do now? Zhu Yan thought about it for a moment, then waved his hand to remove the barrier and swept his eyes over the clan members in front of him. Boys leave, girls stay. We have some things to tell you. The male members of the dragon clan looked at each other in dismay. Although they were all somewhat curious since the great elder had spoken, they didn't dare to remain any longer and quickly left, leaving 5 female dragon clan members behind. Zhu Yan gave Fu Zhuan a look, and the latter immediately stepped forward and whispered to the 5 female dragons, occasionally pointing towards Zhu Qing. Some of the female dragons had their eyes shine brightly, seemingly eager to give it a try, while some had their faces flushed shyly. Meanwhile, the nearby Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. The Star City's popularity was low as nearly 80% of the merchants had left long ago, causing the situation to deteriorate. Even the Void Dock, which used to be extremely lively, was now deserted. Yang Kai drank a few pots of tea in the governor's mansion until his stomach was full. Mo Mei had no idea why Yang Kai had suddenly come to her place, but she just quietly accompanied him and didn't ask any questions, diligently reporting to him about the Star City's recent situation, whereas Yang Kai perfunctorily listened. Half a day later, Yang Kai thought that it was about time, so he finally stood up and stated, Please take care of the Star City, I'll go back first. Sect Master, rest assured. I will definitely take good care of the Star City. Goodbye. After returning from the Star City, Yang Kai went to find Bian Yuqing to discuss the matter of Ironblood Great Emperor breaking through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm in 2 months. Although they couldn't help much, this was not a small event, so they had to make some preparations. At the very least, he had to isolate the energy fluctuations during the breakthrough so that others would not be able to spy on him. Otherwise, if Zhuo Quanhui found out about this, he might not be able to hold himself back and attack. Voidland's top priority now was time, and second was supplies. After settling some details with Bian Yuqing, Yang Kai returned to his palace. Just as he pushed open the door to his room though, Yang Kai frowned and looked towards the bed, only to see that there was something hidden inside it. He could clearly feel someone's aura and breathing. Frowning, Yang Kai walked over to the bed and looked down. Before he could see who was hiding here, two snow-white arms reached out from under the blanket and wrapped around his neck, pulling him down. Yang Kai quickly held onto the edge of the bed to steady himself. A pair of bright eyes stared straight at him, as if wanting to eat him alive. Fu Ling, what are you doing here? Yang Kai asked, staring at her. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this loose purple dragon. When he first entered Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, he had seen many things she was involved in that nearly blinded his eyes. Before then, he had only heard that those of the dragon race lived in an impure and obscene manner, but he thought that only applied to the males. It could be said that Fu Ling had opened a new window for him. Brother-in-law. Fu Ling called out sweetly with eyes filled with affection. The great elder sent me here to serve you. After she had raised her hands, Yang Kai found that the thin blanket couldn't cover her naked body at all. She wasn't wearing anything. Great elder asked you to come? Yang Kai was both amused and annoyed. Zhu Yan really wanted to treat him like a dragon stud, and had sent Fu Ling over without any warning. Of course, Fu Ling blew her orchid breath at Yang Kai's face as she gently pursed her red lips. Assuming a seductive look, brother-in-law, I also want to be like big sister Qing and grow into a grand dragon as soon as possible. Brother-in-law, can you help me? Yang Kai quickly nodded. Let go of me first, I'll help you. Fu Ling's beautiful eyes lit up as she cheered in joy. Brother-in-law is the best. A moment later, with an exasperated shout, Fu Ling, who was wrapped up in sheets like a dumpling, was tossed out of the palace. Before she could land on the ground, the enraged Fu Ling transformed into her true form, a giant purple dragon. Shaking her head and flicking her tail, she breathed out a purple dragon breath which caused the defensive array around the palace to flicker. After venting her anger, Fu Ling left in a huff. From that day on, whenever Yang Kai showed up in Voidland, there would always be a female dragon who would appear and follow him. Not every one of them was as unrestrained as Fu Ling. Some of them were bold and hot while others were shy and tender. Nonetheless, being entangled by so many female dragons made Yang Kai feel helpless. However, Yang Kai could never agree to be a dragon stud. Not in the past and not now. Zhu Qing's achievements today were not done in a day or two, but rather because he had been nourishing her for a long time. If he really went along with Zhu Yan's plans, Yang Kai would probably have no time for anything else and would be stuck pleasing those female dragon clan's members with his heart and body indefinitely. If Yu Rumeng and the others found out about this later, Yang Kai was certain that he would never have any good days ahead of him. So, although his heart wavered, he refused to give in. Thus, regarding this matter, even Zhu Yan and the others were rendered helpless. After all, one could not force an ox to bend its head to drink. Martial Peak, Chapter 4575, Ironblood's Breakthrough. In Voidlands with Spirit Province, where there were endless mountain ranges with jagged rocks covered in lush forests. On a certain spirit peak, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged and staring at another spirit peak 100 kilometers away. He had been sitting here for more than 2 months now. With these two spirit peaks as the center, a radius of several hundred kilometers had been marked as a restricted area and no unauthorized personnel were allowed to approach. A streak of light flew over and landed beside Yang Kai as a sweet fragrance spread in the air. It was none other than Yu He. As their eyes met, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu He, standing quietly beside him, asked in a low voice, gazing into the distance, "Young master, how is the situation?" "For the time being, there shouldn't be any big issues. We just need to see when Senior Ironblood will be able to completely refine the Yang element material. As long as he completely refines it, he will be able to split heaven and earth apart and form his small universe." After a short pause, he asked again, "Has everything been arranged?" Yu He replied, "Everything has been arranged. Second manager is bringing them over right now." Yang Kai nodded. 2 months ago, Ironblood Great Emperor had received his 6th order Yang element material, and was preparing to break through to the open heaven realm. Yang Kai had also made many preparations for this, and had especially found many open heaven realm masters to teach him about the things he needed to pay attention to in order to break through smoothly. This kind of experience was exactly what Iron Blood Great Emperor needed. With this guidance, he would be able to avoid many risks. It had been almost 2 months since Iron Blood Great Emperor began refining his final element material, so it should be about time for the results to be revealed. He was the first cultivator from the star boundary to ascend to the open heaven realm. This was extremely significant to the current void land and the people from the star boundary as a whole. Therefore, Yang Kai arranged for some people to attend the ceremony. These people were all preparing to break through to the Sixth Order, so being able to personally observe and emulate Iron Blood Great Emperor's breakthrough would be of great benefit to them in the future. When Old Bai was breaking through to the Fifth Order open heaven realm, the proprietress had specially brought Yang Kai to watch for precisely this reason. As the two were speaking, they saw a large group of people flying towards them. When they got close, all of them landed on the ground. There were more than 20 of them. The ones in front were naturally the great emperors from the star boundary: Hong Chun, Martial Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill. Next were Yang Yan, Li Wui, Bing Yun, Sheng Yuzhu, and the other pseudo-great emperors. After them were Yang Kai's wives Su Yan, Xiaoning Chang, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, Yu Ru Meng, and Ji Yao. Yang Shui and Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yuner, Xiangying, and Feng Yu also came. Everyone greeted him one by one, but there was no time for small talk as everyone's eyes turned towards Iron Blood Great Emperor. After observing for a while, Duan Hongchun furrowed his brow and asked, "What's the situation over there?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "He's probably still refining the last material, but it should be about time. We'll know in half a month at most." Duan Hongchun nodded slightly and suddenly smiled. "I didn't expect that we would also be able to break through to the open heaven realm." They were trapped in the star boundary and unable to see the vastness of the outer universe. Only by leaping out from there did they realize how small the world they lived in truly was. However, everyone understood that the greatest contributor to everyone's success today was undoubtedly Yang Kai. If he hadn't provided them with an unlimited amount of cultivation materials, even if they had jumped out to the outer universe, they might not have had a good result. Since their arrival from the star boundary, the great emperors rarely gathered together as they were usually busy with their own cultivation. If Yang Kai hadn't asked them to attend this event, they would still be in retreat. Now that they had gathered together, there was naturally a lot to talk about, so it didn't take long for them to start chatting. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them, and instead shot a glance at his wives before walking to the side. Seeing this, the several women quickly followed. Although Yang Kai would often find time to guide Su Yan and the others in their cultivation, most of the time, they would be in retreat, so they rarely saw each other. As such, it was only natural for them to feel a little lovesick. There were many people gathered here, and since it was inappropriate to show too much affection in public, Yang Kai simply checked the cultivation progress of each of the women one by one, answering all of their questions in detail and allowing them to benefit greatly. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was talking to his women, suddenly turned his head in the direction of Iron Blood Great Emperor and shouted, "It's starting!" The muttering on the spirit peak suddenly quieted down as everyone turned their attention to the platform where Iron Blood Great Emperor was sitting cross-legged. Bit by bit, an extremely profound aura suddenly started rising. "Is the arrangement over at the Star City done?" Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Yuhi quickly replied, "Everything has been arranged. Mo Mei will personally keep an eye on it, so there won't be any mistakes." Yang Kai nodded. "Start the array." Yuhi accepted the order and summoned the array jade. Immediately, her hands danced around as the 9 heavenly layers grand array was activated. The 9 heavenly layers grand array that enveloped Voidland was extremely powerful, but the more powerful the spirit array, the more energy it consumed to operate. Normally, the 9 heavenly layers grand array was not fully activated, especially now that Voidland was lacking in resources. At this moment, under the control of Yuhi, the 9 heavenly layers grand array's bewildering array, illusion array, and barrier were all activated. When Iron Blood Great Emperor broke through to the 6th Order open heaven realm, there would inevitably be a great disturbance. If there was no grand array to isolate him, It was highly likely his breakthrough would be spied upon by outsiders. Heavenly Sword Union was like a tiger eyeing its prey right now. At a certain moment, the flaring aura suddenly disappeared, shocking everyone. They thought that something terrible had happened to Ironblood Great Emperor. However, soon after, a strange feeling slowly spread out. When they probed, they sensed that the place where Ironblood Great Emperor was standing was a chaotic mess, as if everything in this world had been turned into nothingness. Yonkai's brow rose as he recalled the scene of him breaking through to the open heaven realm. How could he not know that Ironblood Great Emperor had reached the final step? He couldn't help feeling excited. A fierce shout suddenly rang out from Ironblood Great Emperor's side. Open! A violent rumbling sound rang out as chaos erupted and heaven and earth split apart. The aura of the newly born universe world spread out in all directions like a thunderstorm, spreading fierce gales and causing everyone's clothes to flutter. Success! Duan Hongchun exclaimed softly, his eyes glowing with envy. Ha 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 ha! Ironblood Great Emperor laughed heartily. Amazing! Martial Beast Great Emperor curled his lips. Show off! Although he said so, there was still pride in his eyes. After all, they were all great emperors, and with Ironblood reaching the open heaven realm, he would soon be able to catch up. Yonkai's tense heart finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh and smiled. Everyone, please come with me to congratulate him. Saying so, he took the lead and flew forward while the others followed closely behind. A distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Ironblood Great Emperor stood there, gently clenching his fists. His face filled with confidence as if he could grasp the entire world in his palm. Yonkai could understand what he was feeling. On the martial Dao, the gap between the Emperor realm and the open heaven realm was a big leap, a qualitative change that was difficult to describe, especially with Ironblood Great Emperor breaking through directly to the Sixth Order open heaven realm. At this moment, the strength he possessed was thousands of times greater than before. Martial Peak, Chapter 4576, Alerting the Enemy. At the Star City's Void Dock, a small ship, after receiving a routine inspection, slowly sailed out before quickly disappearing into the void. After the ship left, Emome slowly walked out from her hiding place and glanced in the ship's direction, asking, "Who does that ship belong to?" The disciple, who was responsible for inspecting the ship, reported, "It's the transport of Gathering Smoke Territory's Blizzard sect." Emome immediately took out her universe chart and examined it for a moment before coldly snorting. Gathering Smoke Territory and Heavenly Sword Territory are adjacent to each other. They didn't leave sooner or later, but chose to leave at this time. What a loyal bunch. As she spoke, she turned her head in the direction of Void Land, and saw that it was currently wrapped in a thick mist. She knew that Ironblood Great Emperor from the Star Boundary was definitely preparing to break through to the open heaven realm, otherwise, the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array would not have been activated. It was known that there were spies from Heavenly Sword Union in the Star City. She had discussed this matter with Yongkai before. Just like how he had arranged for Luan Baifeng to join Heavenly Sword Union, Heavenly Sword Union would have certainly done the same. However, there were still many merchants and residents who remained in the Star City, so it was impossible to determine which ones were spies. Ironblood Great Emperor breaking through to the open heaven realm had clearly alerted Void Land's enemies. When the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated, the entire Void Land was covered by it, giving the impression they were trying to hide some kind of big secret. When the spies in the Star City saw this, they would definitely report it to Heavenly Sword Union, giving Void Land an opportunity to track them. What Emome saw now was completely in line with Yonkai's speculations. Not long after Void Land's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated, Blizzard Sect's ship left the Star City. Why did they leave if it wasn't to send a message? It should be noted that the Star City's Void Dock had been completely deserted all this while. No one had come or gone. So Jin Yuan Lang and his group of disciples who were responsible for overseeing the Void Dock had grown quite idle and bored. "Elder Fan," Emome called out. Fan Wu Exine quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist. "Greeting, Governor. Keep a close eye on this place. There's definitely more than one rat. If anyone wants to leave, you can detain them first. If they have any objection, tell them to come to the governor's mansion and talk to me." "Yes," Fan Wu Exine replied solemnly. Mo glanced at the deep void again, wondering how much they could gain from tracking these people down. At the same time in Voidland, a group of people gathered around Ironblood Great Emperor and listened to him describe the feeling of breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm. Although Yongkai had previously asked many veteran 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to teach them some things they needed to pay attention to in order to advance to the Open Heaven Realm, having someone who just broke through like Ironblood Great Emperor teach them was naturally more effective. Perhaps one of them might encounter a similar situation as Ironblood Great Emperor when they made their attempt. At that time, if they were well prepared, it would be easier to deal with. After a full day and night, everyone still hadn't had enough, so Yongkai had no choice but to interrupt them. Senior Ironblood just broke through and needs to consolidate his foundation. Let him rest for a while. Hearing this, everyone finally gave up. There was a huge leap in strength from the Emperor Realm to the Open Heaven Realm. The sudden increase in strength required some time to gradually adapt to. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ironblood to display his full might when facing an enemy. Ironblood Great Emperor's ascension to the Open Heaven Realm was a good start, meaning that the cultivators from the star boundary had now finally stepped onto the stage of the 3,000 worlds. In 3 to 6 months, Yongkai believed that Voidland would have at least 3 or 4 more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Bustling World Great Emperor, Martial Beast Great Emperor, and even Feng Yu and Xiang Ying's advancement to Open Heaven Realm was only a hair's breadth behind Ironblood Great Emperor. Perhaps it was because they had been stimulated by Ironblood Great Emperor's breakthrough, but everyone returned to their respective rooms and immediately entered retreat. As expected, the 2 Great Emperors, Bustling World and Martial Beast, as well as Feng Yu and Xiang Ying, both requested Bian Yuqing to provide them with the last 6th Order Yang element material they needed soon after. Bian Yuqing naturally agreed. After everything was settled, Bian Yuqing came to Yongkai's side and whispered a few words to him. Yongkai slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded. Let's go take a look. The two of them quickly arrived at a secret room. Jin Yuanlang immediately cupped his fist and greeted, Sect Master, Second Manager. Yongkai nodded slightly and swept his gaze across the crowd, only to see 3 people standing side by side in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman. They looked a little panicked, but they were trying very hard to appear calm. Jin Yuanlang took a few steps forward and gave a simple report. Yongkai raised his brow slightly. Gathering Smoke Territory, Blizzard Sect. Jin Yuanlang continued. Governor Mo has already checked. Gathering Smoke Territory is adjacent to Heavenly Sword Territory. I've been following their flying ship for a long distance. Their destination should have been Flying Smoke Territory. Yongkai nodded slightly. He then pulled up a chair before sitting down and lifting his head to look at the 3 people in front of him. The Blizzard Sect members were led by the elderly man in the middle. This man had good insight, as when he saw a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Jin Yuanlang acting so respectfully towards Yongkai, he immediately guessed Yongkai's identity and cupped his fist. This must be Voidland's Lord Sir Yang. Yongkai agreed with a nod. It is this Yang. The elderly man furrowed his brow and asked, May I ask Sir Yang whether my Blizzard Sect has offended Voidland in any way that would cause you to detain us? Yongkai asked lightly, You really don't know. The elderly man maintained a calm and composed manner. Please enlighten me. Yongkai stared at him for a moment before replying, Since you don't know, you don't need to know. With a flick of his finger, World Force suddenly converged. Pa! The elderly man's head exploded as red and white matter sprayed out in all directions while blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain. Bian Yuqing, who was standing behind Yongkai, suddenly trembled, obviously frightened. It wasn't that she had never seen a dead person before, but she hadn't expected Yongkai to act so decisively and take the old man's life without any warning. Jin Yuanlang was also stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his lips, giving him a menacing look. Since Blizzard Sect was willing to act as Heavenly Sword Union's spy, they were enemies, so there was no need for them to show any mercy. Yongkai's actions were to his liking. As the old man's small universe collapsed, the power of the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm suddenly dissipated as the headless corpse staggered and fell to the ground. Yongkai looked up at the remaining 2 and asked, What do you know? The remaining man and woman were only in the 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm. Seeing their leader being killed so ruthlessly, their faces immediately went pale and their courage shattered. The man's legs started trembling as he begged for mercy. Sir, please spare my life. If there's anything you need, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. As if he was afraid he would die if he spoke too late, he quickly replied. Yang Kai turned to look at the woman again. The woman's face turned pale as she quickly expressed her stance. This mistress is the same. If sir has any questions, feel free to ask. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. That's better. After pondering for a moment, he stated, the one who tells me the most will live, the other will die. Elder Jin, take one of them away. Yes. Jin Yuanlang accepted the order and reached out to grab the man, ignoring his pleas for mercy and resistance as he took him away. Yang Kai turned to the woman and calmly continued, you should understand what I want to know. The woman nervously gulped as her breathing became erratic. Her chest heaved up and down and she put on the best flattering smile she could as she gently nodded. This mistress knows. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask any more questions, she began speaking. She was frightened out of her wits, which caused her words to be extremely disorganized. Moreover, she was afraid that she would reveal less than her companion, so she said whatever came to her mind. Yang Kai listened with an indifferent expression, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The more he acted like this, the more panicked the woman became. After a long time, the woman finally stopped and looked at him with a timid expression. As expected, these people from the Blizzard sect were spies planted by Heavenly Sword Union in Void Star City. Blizzard sect originally had a shop in the Star City, so before Heavenly Sword Union sealed the territory gate, they contacted them and asked them to monitor the movements of Void Land. They had ordered them to report every piece of news they found. Previously, when they saw Void Land's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array activate, they too were unable to see what was happening inside, so they thought that something big had occurred. As such, they prepared to go to Flying Smoke territory to report the situation, but they didn't expect to fall into Yang Kai's trap. Is that all? Yang Kai looked up at her. The woman quickly shook her head. Yes, sir. This mistress and the others also didn't want to do this. We were forced to do so. Gathering Smoke territory and Heavenly Sword territory are neighbors. If we didn't comply, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely not spare us. My Blizzard sect really has no intention of becoming enemies with Void Land. Yang Kai ignored her pleas and continued, the people that Heavenly Sword Union planted in the Star City are definitely not just your Blizzard sect. Who else is there? The woman thought about it carefully before shaking her head. This mistress has no idea. Think carefully before you answer. Otherwise, if your fellow brother says more than you won't have a chance to see tomorrow's sun. The woman's eyes immediately turned red. Sir, this mistress really doesn't know. Please spare my life. This mistress is willing to do anything to repay sir's kindness. Please take pity on me. Saying so, she actually knelt down, crawled up to Yang Kai, and craned her snow-white neck to look at him. This immediately caused her deep ravine to be visible through her collar. Bian Yuqing couldn't stand her pathetic look and coldly snapped, you may not know, but don't you have any suspects? After hearing her reminder, the woman thought about it seriously for a moment before reporting the names of the 2 other forces. This mistress doesn't know if they are or not, but I've heard that they have many connections with Heavenly Sword Union. Yang Kai nodded. I see. Giving Bian Yuqing a look, she immediately turned around and called out. A short while later, Jin Yuanlang walked in with the man in his arms before carrying the woman away, ignoring her pleas. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4577, War is about to start. Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room with Bian Yuqing following closely behind him. The 2 Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blizzard Sect had already told him everything they knew, and after cross-referencing the information they had revealed, Yang Kai did not find anything suspicious. So, questioning them anymore would be pointless. Sect Master, what should we deal with those forces? Bian Yuqing asked softly. In order to survive, the 2 Blizzard Sect members had mentioned several forces, but they couldn't be certain if these forces really had colluded with Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps they were just speculating, or perhaps they were just spouting names in order to appear more useful. As such, dealing with these forces was quite troublesome. Send a message to Governor Mo to keep an eye on them, And if there's any sign of trouble, Yang Kai paused for a moment before coldly continuing. We'd rather kill and be wrong than let them off. Bian Yuqing quickly responded, yes. She also knew that what Voidland lacked the most right now was time. As long as they had a little more time, the number of Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they had would grow. When the battle broke out with Heavenly Sword Union, every Sixth-Order Master would be an indispensable force. So, concealing information right now was the top priority. Otherwise, if Zhuo Quanhui found out about the situation here, he would definitely launch an all-out attack. Last time, Zhuo Quanhui's lineage alone had forced Voidland to send out all its top experts, so now with Heavenly Sword Union's help, if Voidland didn't have more Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would be difficult to resist. What should we do with those two? Bian Yuqing asked again. Detain them for now, Yang Kai replied casually. He didn't take the two Blizzard sect members seriously, but since they wanted to make an enemy out of Voidland, he would not show any mercy. After the war here was settled, he would just throw them into the Black Territory. Luan Baifeng would be more than happy to acquire more slaves. After the order was passed down, the Star City also began to make arrangements. Sure enough, 3 days later, they caught another spy who wanted to leave Void Territory. After interrogating them and confirming that there was no mistake, they also detained them. Yang Kai didn't know how much longer Zhuo Quanhui could endure. He had led Heavenly Sword Union to seal off the territory gate for over 3 years now, which wasn't necessarily a long time, but it wasn't short either. Theoretically, it was enough time for a newly established force to run out of supplies. Voidland had only risen recently, so unlike the cave heavens and paradises that possessed inheritances that spanned countless centuries, it did not have a rich stockpile of resources. Now, even the Star City income had been cut off, so the only reason it was able to persist until now was because of the benefits brought about by the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. From Zhuo Quanhui's perspective, he was in an invincible position. As long as he waited patiently, Voidland would one day be unable to hold back and rush out to seek a way out. At that time, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to Voidland. However, there was always a limit to his patience, and it was impossible to completely seal off news from Voidland. Although Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much about the Star City, many people were still in Void Territory observing Voidland. Once the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was activated frequently, it would definitely arouse Zhuo Quanhui's vigilance, and at that time he would definitely try to probe the situation. As such, Yang Kai felt that Voidland would at most be safe for another year or so. But a year was enough. 3 months later, bustling World Great Emperor broke through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and quite smoothly at that. Another month later, Martial Beast Great Emperor also did so, which came as no surprise. In another 2 months, Feng Yu and Xiangying both broke through, not facing too much danger. Immediately after Feng Yu and Xiangying, Flower Shadow and Ice Feather Great Emperors broke through. At this point, the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland had reached 16, not including Luan Baifeng and Heavenly Sword Union or Lan Yurua, who was in secluded retreat. Although 7 of these 16 had just advanced to the Open Heaven Realm, and were unable to display their full strength for a short period of time due to the instability of their cultivation, they were still in the Sixth Order Masters. As the saying went, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In addition, there were more than 100 cultivators who had advanced below the Sixth Order in Voidland during this time. It could be said that a wave of advancement to the Open Heaven Realm had been set off. Just as Yang Kai had expected, the frequent activation of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array had alerted Zhuo Quanhui. After the enemy scouts hiding in Void Territory sent word back, the peace that had been maintained for several years was finally broken. Sect Master, a large number of ships suddenly appeared from Flying Smoke Territory's territory gate leading to Void Territory. They were confirmed to be from Heavenly Sword Union, and Mountain Lord Mao, who was watching over things there, engaged in a brief clash with the enemy. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai was examining Zhu Qing's condition when Bian Yuqing suddenly rushed over and anxiously reported. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, "How is the situation?" After returning from the Black Territory to Void Territory that day, Yang Kai had Maozhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou Ye lead a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters to guard the territory gate. On one hand, it was to block spies from leaving towards flying smoke territory, while on the other hand, it was to monitor the situation of Heavenly Sword Union. Over the past few years, Heavenly Sword Union had made quite a few attempts to check the situation in Void territory, but all of them had been easily resolved by Mao Zhe and the others. Since Quan Hui had decided to starve Void Land to death, he naturally wouldn't start a war so easily before the time was right. This time, the situation was clearly different from the previous small-scale investigations. Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "The situation is serious but not critical. Heavenly Sword Union sent several Sixth-Order Masters, forcing Mountain Lord Mao and the others to retreat. The territory gate fell into Heavenly Sword Union's hands." "Is everyone all right?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Although Voidland was now filled with powerful forces, every Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a rare and needed talent. A few low-order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives in the clash, but not many. The other party seemed to only be probing the region, so Mountain Lord Mao and the others were able to retreat safely. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before commenting in a mournful tone. In a battle between two armies, injuries and deaths are inevitable. When the Star Boundary united to fight against the Demon Realm, millions of cultivators and billions of innocents lost their lives. The entire Star Boundary had been plunged into misery and suffering during that time. Now that they were fighting against Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai was naturally prepared for such losses. "Did Quan Hui show up?" Yang Kai asked again. Bian Yuqing slowly shook her head and rejoiced. If he showed up personally, Mountain Lord Mao and the others would definitely not have remained unharmed. Although Mao Zhe and the other two were veteran Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were definitely not Quan Hui's match even if they were to fight together. Last time they had been able to defend against Quan Hui because Yang Kai had been the one to bear most of the pressure. "Coward!" Yang Kai sneered. Quan Hui was obviously afraid of the divine spirits of Voidland, so he didn't dare show his face easily. However, this was also in line with Yang Kai's intentions. From this point alone, even if Zhu Jiuyin didn't actively participate in the war, she would still be a great deterrent. "Sect Master," Bian Yuqing's voice was somewhat hoarse, "is the war about to begin?" Although she was mentally prepared, when this day really came, Bian Yuqing couldn't help but be nervous. As someone from the Star Boundary, she had never forgotten how tragic the Two Worlds Great War had been. "It is." Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head. "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to look after Voidland and the Star City." Nodding by she replied, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of these two places for you. If you can't defeat the enemy, just come back. With this old master here, they won't dare act rashly." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai expressed his gratitude before turning to Zhu Qing. But before he could say anything, Zhu Qing stepped forward and stated, "I'll go with you." Yang Kai flatly refused. "No." Zhu Qing's bloodline had improved dramatically as a result of her dragon vein being greatly purified and condensed, allowing her to transform into a 3,000 to 4,000 meters long dragon. However, when Yang Kai checked her strength, she was only able to display the might of someone around the Third or Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. A true Grand Dragon was said to be at least 10,000 meters long, so although Zhu Qing's transformation this time had greatly increased her strength, there was still a big gap between her and a true powerhouse. It was likely that she would need to undergo another great transformation before she could truly become a Grand Dragon. On the other hand, in a battle between two armies, the situation was chaotic, and a Third or Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could die at any moment. How could Yang Kai allow her to enter the battlefield? Zhu Qing looked at him quietly. "I am the wife of Voidland's Lord. If I didn't have the ability to participate, it would have been fine, but now that I have the necessary strength, if I still have to hide in the rear, what will others think? If those disciples who are desperately bleeding and dying for Voidland came to know about it, what would they think? They will definitely think that I'm a turtle." To the side, by she couldn't help but shrink his neck. He wanted to say something but decided to hold back. Zhu Qing continued, "All these years we sisters have been cultivating hard, but have never been able to help you much when you were out roaming the world. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to do something. We can't live under your wings forever, always allowing you to shield us from the wind and storms. Big Sister and the others must be thinking the same and working hard for this goal." Yang Kai had a belly full of words but couldn't say them. Even though he was still reluctant, his heart was filled with warmth. In any case, if I want to go, even if you don't allow me to, I'll go myself unless you lock me up, Zhu Qing proclaimed angrily. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before suddenly smiling and nodding. If you want to go, you can go. Zhu Qing stared at Yang Kai in shock. You're not lying? She hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree to her request so easily. I'm not lying. Yang Kai replied seriously before turning to look at the old man. Senior, please take care. Saying so, he wrapped his arm around Zhu Qing's waist and flew off. A moment later, numerous large and small ships flew out from Void Land, transforming into streaks of light as they headed towards the territory gate. Void territory was vast, so it would take at least 10 days to half a month to reach the territory gate. If Yang Kai was alone, it wouldn't have taken him so long, but now that there were a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland accompanying him, their speed was naturally slower. Inside a room aboard the Falling Lotus, Zhu Qing was lying on the bed, her clothes in disarray and her hair disheveled as she was sweating profusely. Lifting her head, she rebuked with great difficulty, "Aren't we going to war? If others find out, what will we do?" Yang Kai grinned and replied, "It will take some time to get there, so we can't waste time. Senior said that I can help you purify your bloodline. And with each transformation, your strength will grow. So I must work hard." Zhu Qing was already in a daze, unable to speak, her entire body glowing with a faint red light. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I would have worked much harder and not wasted so much time before. Martial Peak Chapter 4578. Take the initiative to attack. The enormous territory gate was stretched across the void, slowly rotating in an endless cycle. Outside the territory gate stood a grand palace. This palace was a combination of defensive, offensive, and flight-type artifacts. Both inside and outside the palace, one could see cultivators walking back and forth. Yang Kai led the mini Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters to a nearby place, and immediately spotted the palace. Heavenly Sword Palace. Old Bai whistled and exclaimed, "They even brought this thing out. They really want to settle down in our void territory." "Have you seen it before?" Yang Kai tilted his head and asked. Although there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, and there were even 16 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, in terms of experience and knowledge, none of them could compare to those from the First Inn. For many years, they had followed the proprietress around, collecting all kinds of information about the 3,000 worlds. There were very few things they didn't know about in the outer universe. Old Bai replied with a shake of his head, "I haven't seen it before, but I've heard of the famous Heavenly Sword Palace. Back then, in order to forge this artifact, Heavenly Sword Union nearly went bankrupt, yet it still took them nearly 100 years to complete it." Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered a top second-class force, yet they had almost gone bankrupt and spent so long to refine a single artifact. From this, it could be seen just how much Heavenly Sword Palace had cost them. The more they spent on it, the more it could not be underestimated. Although he had not personally witnessed the power of Heavenly Sword Palace, Yang Kai could still feel that it had an impregnable defense and unstoppable offensive power. This kind of artifact had already exceeded the scope of an ordinary artifact. It was a weapon of war. With such a powerful weapon, Heavenly Sword Union's morale would definitely soar. In comparison, Voidland seemed somewhat shabby. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, noting that Voidland's forces had taken up position about 1 million kilometers away from the territory gate. This distance wasn't far, but it was definitely not close either. For Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would not take them long to cross such a distance. Moreover, there were no obstructions in the void, so if their eyesight was good enough, they could even see individual cultivators across this kind of gap. Ships of all sizes were scattered across the void. If we get the opportunity, we should forge a palace artifact for ourselves. Otherwise, if we encountered such a situation again, our morale would be greatly reduced before the fighting even begins. Unfortunately, Voidland was currently short of resources, so now was not the time to consider such things. You didn't see Zuoquan Hui? Yang Kai turned to look at Mao Zhe. Mao Zhe slowly shook his head. No. Yang Kai focused his attention on the Heavenly Sword Palace. Since Quan Hui hadn't shown up, either he hadn't come here and was still hiding in Flying Smoke territory, or he was inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Yang Kai estimated that the former was more likely to be the case. If he really came, he would not let Mao Jia and the others leave so easily. Of course, he could have been hiding in Flying Smoke territory and had now come along with the Heavenly Sword Palace. Even though a great killing weapon like the Heavenly Sword Palace had been taken out, it was still standing guard near the territory gate. Obviously, they were only trying to probe the situation and weren't preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Otherwise, they would have mobilized the entire Heavenly Sword Palace and directly attacked Void Land. Of course, directly attacking Void Land was something Zhou Quan Hui definitely didn't have the courage to do. With Bai Shi and Zhu Jiuyin standing guard, how could he dare to act presumptuously? Setting up the Heavenly Sword Palace near the territory gate, he could attack or retreat at will. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Zhou Quan Hui acting vigilant and cautious. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai stated in a low voice, "I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute much to the battle against Heavenly Sword Union. You can only rely on yourselves. Be careful." The group of Open Heaven Realm Masters around him were stunned, most of them not understanding what Yang Kai meant, but a few of them quickly reacted. Yang Kai's strength had far exceeded an ordinary 6th Order Masters, so if he were to take action, no one from Heavenly Sword Union would be his opponent. At that time, he would definitely provoke Zhou Quan Hui to take action, and once Zhou Quan Hui appeared, the situation would become difficult to control. After all, no one on their side could restrain a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently, Zhou Quan Hui was hiding, mainly because he was afraid of Zhu Jiuyin, who hadn't made an appearance yet. If Yang Kai didn't show himself, Zhou Quan Hui also wouldn't show up easily, which would benefit Voidland greatly. Yuhi was the first to understand this point, so when she heard this, she nodded and declared, "Young Master may rest assured. If Zhou Quan Hui doesn't take action, Heavenly Sword Union is nothing but trash." For the current Voidland, they indeed had the qualifications to evaluate Heavenly Sword Union as trash. "Let's set up camp first. I don't know how long Zhou Quan Hui's probing will last," Yang Kai ordered, and everyone readily agreed. Several figures flew out and disappeared into the void. Half a day later, a shattered spirit province from who knows where was brought over and set down before everyone landed on it. This shattered spirit province was a barren rock one could find floating about in great territory. Although it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was still a good place to temporarily establish a camp. After settling the necessary details, Yang Kai immediately summoned all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for a war council. Everyone expressed their own opinions, and soon determined the most important task at hand, which was to determine the strength of Heavenly Sword Union. "Know thyself, know thine enemy, and you will emerge victorious in 100 battles." It was a saying true in any circumstance. On the other side, Heavenly Sword Union's disciples were all holed up in and around the Heavenly Sword Palace, so it wasn't easy to identify or count them. Yang Kai had arranged for Luan Baifeng to enter the enemy's ranks in advance, but in this situation, unless Luan Baifeng left the Heavenly Sword Palace, it was impossible for her to send out a message. The Heavenly Sword Palace's defensive array was active, isolating the outside world and making it impossible to send out any messages. In other words, to contact her, the battle had to reach a point where Luan Baifeng would be deployed. This matter wasn't actually difficult. As long as Yang Kai put enough pressure on Heavenly Sword Union, Luan Baifeng would definitely have a chance to move out and make contact. Yang Kai gazed at everyone and asked, "Who wants to lead the attack?" Iron Blood Great Emperor was the first to step forward and volunteer. "Let me." It had only been half a year since he had broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and he had spent most of his time in retreat, consolidating his cultivation. It was an extremely boring process, so he longed for a good fight. Furthermore, fighting with others was far more efficient than cultivating in retreat to consolidate one's foundation. The dangers of wandering between life and death also often stimulated one's potential. Yang Kai denied with a smile, "Senior Ironblood, please don't make a move for now. After your breakthroughs, you are all hidden forces of Void Land. I'm preparing to give Heavenly Sword Union a pleasant surprise when the time is right, so unless it's absolutely necessary, I want you to remain hidden." Iron Blood Great Emperor snorted unhappily but still sat back down. Maozha stood up and proposed, "Let us take the lead. After all, we should retrieve the face we lost ourselves." Previously, the three mountain lords had been forced to retreat by Heavenly Sword Union, not because their strength was necessarily inferior, but because they were heavily outnumbered. Now that all of Voidland's forces were ready to be deployed, Maozha naturally wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Yongkai agreed with a nod. "Then I'll leave the first team to the three mountain lords. Take 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and 100 below the Fifth Order." Maozha and the other two stood up and cupped their fists, "Yes." Turning around, they walked out. After they left, Yongkai continued, "Huigu Huayong Shumu Dan." Huigu and the couple stood up and responded, "Sir. The three of you will lead another 100 people and prepare to assist at any time." The three of them nodded and went out to prepare. "Yuhiamome." Yongkai called out again. The two women stepped forward. "Ready 200 people as reserves just in case." "Yes." After issuing these orders, Yongkai raised his head and looked outside. All 8 known Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland had been mobilized, so Heavenly Sword Union would have to arrange for Luan Baifeng to fight. As long as Luan Baifeng had the opportunity to leave the Heavenly Sword Palace, she could find a chance to send a message. A moment later, streaks of light flew out from the Shattered Spirit Province and headed straight for the Heavenly Sword Palace. Although there weren't many in this group, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was a battlefield for the Open Heaven Realm, and those below it weren't qualified to participate. At the same time, in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui was sitting on his throne with a group of Sixth Order cultivators standing in front of him. There were old, young men and women, but all of them served Zuoquan Hui. A disciple dressed in Heavenly Sword Union's uniform rushed in and cupped his fist, reporting to Union Master. "A 100-man team from Voidland is heading straight for Heavenly Sword Palace, led by Maozha, Gengqing, and Zhou Ya." Hearing this, Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted. "They sure are courageous, daring to take the initiative to attack." On his left, an old man stroked his beard and smiled. "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. A young man's temper is too hot, but this is just what the Union Master wants." This old man was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Heavenly Sword Union, but because of his advanced age, he stopped caring about worldly affairs and dedicated most of his time to secluded cultivation. After Zuoquan Hui had entered Heavenly Sword Union, Zuoquan Hui didn't care if he was willing or not and dragged the old man along to serve him. Zuoquan Hui swept his gaze over the crowd majestically. "Who will meet the enemy?" The group of people below all looked at each other in dismay. Unlike Voidland's forces, who all volunteered to be the first to attack, no one here answered. Zuoquan Hui had not hesitated to drag Heavenly Sword Union into this war in order to avenge his fallen disciples, so the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword Union were naturally not very motivated. Eventually, someone suggested, "Union Master, how about we let these weaklings come over and show them the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace?" The Heavenly Sword Palace was a treasure that excelled at defense, offense, and mobility. If the people of Voidland dared to approach within 10,000 kilometers of it, those inside wouldn't even need to take action personally. The Heavenly Sword Palace's various arrays were enough to deal with them. If the enemy was careless enough, they might even be killed. However, how could Zuoquan Hui do such a thing? If he wanted to destroy Voidland and kill Yongkai, he would first have to cut off their wings. If he really used the power of the Heavenly Sword Palace, it would only cause Voidland to retreat helplessly, which was not in line with his goals. Moreover, the people of Voidland weren't fools, so why would they purposely put themselves in danger? This was to be the first real confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Voidland, yet no one had taken the initiative to help him resolve his problems, causing Zuoquan Hui to be quite annoyed. Martial Peak Chapter 4579 Pressure. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, Zuoquan Hui had a cold and gloomy look on his face. The oppressive pressure of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was filling the air. making it difficult for everyone to breathe. The one who spoke realized that he had said something wrong, and couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. Union Master. This mistress requests permission to lead our counterattack. I hope Union Master can grant my request. Just as Quan Hui was about to lose all face, Luan Baifeng stepped up and elegantly bowed. Quan Hui glanced at her warmly and nodded. Warden Luan is quite considerate, but with 3 sixth-order masters attacking together, you alone will be outnumbered. Although his cultivation was an order higher than Luan Baifeng's, she had chosen to join him on her own, and now that she had taken the initiative to offer herself to save him some face, Quan Hui was naturally quite polite to her. Turning his head to the other side, he shouted, Huang Quan Jing Gang Song Yin. Being called out, no matter how unwilling Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch's trio was, they could only brace themselves and step forward. They cupped their fists and responded, this subordinate is here. I'll leave those 3 to you. Quan Hui looked at them indifferently. How could Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others dare to refute? Since they had submitted to someone else, they had to act like lackeys. The trio respectfully agreed. Rest assured, sir. We will make sure they never return. Turning around, they gathered their forces and left the Heavenly Sword Palace. A moment later, a great battle broke out in the void. This was not the first time the 3 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison Star had fought with the 3 Mountain Lords of Profound Yang Mountain. When Heavenly Sword Union had emerged from Flying Smoke territory, these 6 had been the first to fight. The 3 Mountain Lords, who were standing guard in Void territory, were outnumbered and had no choice but to retreat until Yang Kai arrived with reinforcements. Only then did they show their faces again. It could be said that both sides knew each other and were evenly matched. For a while, all kinds of large and small fights broke out in the void as the cultivators released various divine abilities and artifact attacks. It was an extremely spectacular sight. However, whether it was Heavenly Sword Union or Void Land, everyone knew that this was not the time for a decisive battle, so both sides acted with a certain degree of restraint. The scene might look exceptionally spectacular, but its participants were all acting cautiously. After fighting for half an hour, with the exception of a few who were injured, not a single fatality had occurred. It had to be said that this was not a small miracle, but a tacit understanding between both parties. Yang Kai, sitting in the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed at the distant battlefield. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Quan Hui's face turned livid. If he couldn't gain an advantage in this battle, how could he force Yang Kai to take action? If Yang Kai didn't take action, how could he have the chance to kill him? Just as Yang Kai had planned to give Luan Baifeng a chance to participate in the battle so she could send him a message, Quan Hui's planned something similar. As long as he could force Yang Kai to show his face, his plan would be halfway there. Even if the Divine Spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was protecting Yang Kai, it was not impossible for Quan Hui to kill him. The last time he had been injured by Yang Kai was because he had been careless. This time he would not lower his guard. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, his revenge would be complete. As for the other residents of Voidland, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Seeing the state of the battles, Quan Hui was unhappy and called out once more, Huang Mao Liang Su Qixien, Dan Yang. The 4 people below all stood up and accepted their orders. These 4 were all 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union. Yang Kai had once asked Luan Baifeng about the strength of Heavenly Sword Union, and she responded that there were 4 6th-order masters that she and the public were aware of. 2 of them had been killed by Yang Kai, leaving only 2 behind. However, she had no idea about those who were hiding in the dark. Huang Mao and Liang Su were the 2 who were known to the public, while Qi Xian and Dan Yang were the hidden masters of Heavenly Sword Union. Both of them were older generation masters, and basically spent all their time in secluded retreat. If Quan Hui hadn't taken over Heavenly Sword Union, how could they have appeared here? Then again, Heavenly Sword Union and Yang Kai did have a kind of irreconcilable enmity between them. They wanted to use Quan Hui's power to avenge the death of 2 of their Union masters, so they didn't have any objections to his orders. The 4 of you will lead more people to support Huang Quan and the other 2. You must gain the upper hand. Yes, the 4 quickly responded. Quan Hui then turned to the remaining 6th-order disciple from his lineage and ordered, Ziyan, You go to and act according to the situation. Master, don't worry. This disciple understands what she must do. Ziyin clenched her teeth and turned around. The hatred in her eyes threatened to burn the world. Zuoquan Hui currently had many sixth-order subordinates, but he only had one true confidant, and that was Ziyin. After all, she was his direct disciple, so her loyalty was unquestionable. Furthermore, only Ziyin knew what Zuoquan Hui was planning. Does Martial Uncle Zhuo want to end this battle quickly? A voice suddenly rang out in the hall. As soon as the battle began, Zuoquan Hui had sent out almost all of his sixth-order Open Heaven Realm subordinates, so his intentions were obvious. A smart person would naturally be able to guess what he wanted. Zuoquan Hui replied in a low voice, Martial nephew is right. This monarch does have such intentions. Zuoquan Hui didn't show any trace of politeness towards others. He ordered them around as he liked, but towards this person, Zuoquan Hui was extremely amiable. He had no choice in the matter, as this person's background could not be underestimated, and just like Luan Baifeng, he had taken the initiative to join him. So, naturally, Zuoquan Hui had to treat him with respect. The person took a short pause before continuing. According to the information we've gathered, there are a total of 8 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland besides Yang Kai. On our side, there are 3 from the Prison Star, which are Huang Quan and his men, 4 from Heavenly Sword Union, making it a total of 8 if we include your disciple. This time we've met a worthy opponent. It's going to be a good show. The man smiled slightly as he spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zuoquan Hui added in an earnest manner, that's why we may need Martial Nephew and Warden Luan to put pressure on them later. Only then will Yang Kai show himself. The man assured with a nod, of course, that's not a problem. Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, his eyes brazenly lingered on her towering chest for a moment before he smiled and added, Warden Luan, I hope we can cooperate well. Luan Baifeng covered her mouth and giggled. This mistress is a woman with a weak physique. I've never seen such a big scene before, so I'm quite anxious. I'll have to trouble junior brother to take care of me later. The man chuckled and stated, of course, of course. Luan Baifeng also smiled, but a trace of anxiety flashed across her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected that she would be used by Zuoquan Hui as a last resort. In this situation, she wouldn't be able to inform Yang Kai in advance about the situation, and once Zuoquan Hui's plan succeeded, Yang Kai would really fall into great danger. Now that she and Yang Kai were riding the same boat, if anything happened to him, she would not be able to survive either. She turned her head to look outside, and when Luan Baifeng saw that the battlefield was becoming more and more chaotic, the anxiety in her eyes became even more intense. Heavenly Sword Union had sent out 8 sixth-order Open Heaven Masters, so Voidland could only respond accordingly. Fortunately, Yang Kai had made arrangements long ago. After the 3 mountain lords of the profound Yang Mountain, Huigu, Huayong, Yuhi and Mo may also took action in an orderly manner. The 6th-order Open Heaven Realm battlefield was evenly matched. After all, everyone had the same number of people, so neither side could gain any advantage. Although they fought fiercely, whether it was the enemy or their allies, none of them were in any danger of dying. On the other hand, the battlefields below the 6th order soon had distinct differences in strength. Although Heavenly Sword Union was also a peak second-class force with many Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was still slightly inferior to the current Voidland. The countless years of accumulation of the abundant city cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had finally borne fruit in Voidland. Furthermore, Yang Kai had brought a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven as well. Now, the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th order in Voidland had reached about a shocking 1,500. This was an extremely large number, and under the Cave Heavens and Paradises, there were very few forces who possessed so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. Naturally, Heavenly Sword Union was inferior. Voidland didn't even need to mobilize all its forces. Sending just half was enough to crush the enemy. In a situation where the 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't interfere, the cultivators below that order became the key to victory. What's more, Voidland had many 5th order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the battlefield and clearly saw Heavenly Sword Union's Open Heaven Realm Masters being suppressed to the point where they couldn't even breathe. From time to time, a small universe would collapse and the world force would erupt, the phenomenon following the death of an open heaven realm master. As he was looking around, Yang Kai was suddenly shocked and his eyes fixed on a fiery red figure as his brow twitched violently. The fiery red figure was none other than Zhu Qing, who had just undergone a bloodline transformation. Although the power of her dragon vein had greatly increased, overall, she only possessed the strength of a third or fourth order open heaven realm. In such a battlefield, she was at great risk of being hurt or even dying. Who brought her out? The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. However, on second thought, he realized that no one would do such a thing and the most likely scenario was that she had run off on her own. Lu Shui, who had been standing next to Yang Kai, also saw this scene and leaned over to ask in a low voice, "Sir, do we need to bring the madam back? On the battlefield, swords have no eyes." Lu Shui had consumed a mid-rank world fruit in the past, allowing her to advance from the fourth order open heaven realm to the fifth order open heaven realm directly. Moreover, she was one of the earliest open heaven realm masters to follow Yang Kai, so she could be considered a trusted aide. Now, she was staying by Yang Kai's side as a messenger. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No need. Since Zhu Qing was willing to fight, Yang Kai let her do as she pleased. Of course, what really reassured Yang Kai was that he could clearly see old Bai, chef, and accountant sticking close to Zhu Qing's position, neither interfering with her battle with her enemies nor allowing powerful opponents to approach. With the three of them taking care of her, Zhu Qing's life shouldn't be in danger, and such a battle would be good for her growth. Moving his eyes away, Yang Kai continued to observe the battlefield with a frown. He didn't see Luan Baifeng on the battlefield, which meant that there were still more sixth-order masters on the Heavenly Sword Union's side. It was just that he didn't know how much strength Zhuo Quanhui was concealing. No matter what, he had to take extra precautions. Turning his head, Yang Kai stated, "Everyone prepare yourselves, we may need your help later." Originally, he had wanted to hide Ironblood and the others so that he could give Zhuo Quanhui a big surprise, but now it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hide them for long. Once Luan Baifeng was sent out, he would need someone to deal with her. Martial Peak Chapter 4580, Expelled. After Ironblood Great Emperor had advanced, 6 more sixth-order open heaven realm masters had appeared in Void Land. Although all of them had just broken through and were unable to display the full strength of the sixth-order open heaven realm, 2 of them would easily be able to suppress one opponent. As long as Zhuo Quanhui's side didn't send out more than 4 sixth-order open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai could deal with them without making an appearance, but it was impossible for him to keep hiding Voidland's strength. It was not easy to reach the sixth-order open heaven realm, so Yang Kai estimated that Zhuo Quanhui wouldn't have too many more at his disposal. In other words, with Voidland's current strength, they should be able to handle the situation. A moment later, another batch of streaks of light rushed out from the Heavenly Sword Palace and rushed towards the battlefield. The 2 leading people were obviously sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Yang Kai looked over, and when he saw the face of one of them, he was stunned as this person's entire body was surrounded by demon qi. It was none other than Myriad Demons Heaven's Pei Wenxian. Why is he here? Is it on Myriad Demons Heaven's orders or of his own volition? If it's the former, then Voidland will really be in big trouble. Myriad Demons Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. How can Voidland resist such a massive force? If Myriad Demons Heaven really decided to interfere, Yang Kai decided that he would immediately gather everyone and return to Voidland to hide under Baishi's tortoise shell. However, Yang Kai didn't find too many Myriad Demons Heaven disciples in the new batch of Open Heaven Realm Masters. Only 3 or 4 at most. This discovery made Yang Kai feel relieved. Apparently, Pei Wenxian's interference in Voidland's battle with Heavenly Sword Union wasn't ordered by Myriad Demons Heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so few people here. He should be acting alone. Naturally, Luan Baifeng was leading the group together with Pei Wenxian. At the same time Yang Kai saw her, his communication bead vibrated. Yang Kai took it out, and immediately understood the message Luan Baifeng had sent him. All the elites had been deployed to lure the snake out of its hole, so they had to be careful. Yang Kai quietly put away the communication bead and turned his head to look at Ironblood Great Emperor. Just as he was about to speak though, he suddenly felt two powerful auras appear seemingly out of thin air. Looking up, Yang Kai saw two streaks of light approaching from the distance at an astonishing speed. Feeling the aura of these two newcomers, Yang Kai's expression became strange and he swallowed his words. The two people who had suddenly appeared flew across the vast void like two sharp blades, directly charging towards the team led by Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng with astonishing momentum. Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had received Zuoquan Hui's orders. They were preparing to bring their people into the battlefield to pressure Voidland further and force Yang Kai to take action, thus creating an opportunity for Zuoquan Hui to act. But who would have thought that two more Sixth-Order Masters would suddenly appear and attack them? Feeling the strength of the approaching enemies, Pei Wenxian didn't even have time to think about where these two people had come from, or what their identities were. He immediately used a divine ability together with Luan Baifeng to counterattack. The two attackers didn't try to dodge, and instead seemed to perform a joint attack technique. The two figures quickly intertwined and their world forces fused together to form a Tai Yin Yang chart, which suddenly expanded and enveloped Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng. The next moment the Tai Yin Yang chart began rotating rapidly, like a giant millstone crushing the void. World force fluctuated wildly as miserable screams rang out. The people on the shattered spirit province were dumbfounded at this sight. Ironblood Great Emperor and the others, who had been itching to fight, broke into a cold sweat as they stared at the sudden change in the battlefield, secretly wondering what would happen if they were enveloped by this kind of divine ability. They might not end up dead, but serious injuries would be inevitable. Who is that? Ironblood Great Emperor turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hesitated before replying, "It should be Yin Yang Cave Heaven." "You invited them?" Bustling World Great Emperor asked. These two had suddenly appeared without any warning, and Yang Kai had never told them about this either. Yang Kai denied, shaking his head, "I don't know about this either." He really had no idea what was happening. If it weren't for those two taking the initiative to attack, he wouldn't have even known they were here. By the looks of it, Su Linggong didn't ignore him. His status as a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law still seemed a little useful. "Then do we still attack?" Ironblood Great Emperor stared at Yang Kai. "No need for now." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Just continue hiding." Some of the great emperors wore looks of disappointment on their faces. It had only been a short time since they had broken through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so they hadn't had a chance to carefully test their strength yet. They had thought that this was an opportunity, but who would have thought that people from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would suddenly appear and intercept the enemy? For a moment, they didn't know if they should thank or curse them. With a massive burst of energy, the Tai Yin Yang chart that had been suppressing the entire region suddenly shattered as several figures flew out. Originally, Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng had brought some 40 or 50 Open Heaven Realm Masters below the Sixth Order from Heavenly Sword Palace, but now only half of them remained. The rest were all dead. Furthermore, almost everyone who was still alive was injured, with the exception of those at or above the Fifth Order. Although Pei Wenxian wasn't hurt, he was still in a sorry state. After breaking free, he roared, "Qin Kuei Suing Shui, you court death." In the void, Qin Kuei and Suing Shui stood side by side. The former sneered when he heard this and snapped back, "Such impudence! It seems you need a good beating." Luan Baifeng stood to the side, not saying a word as she adjusted her messy clothes slightly, feeling a heavy weight lifting from her chest. She had been worried that Yang Kai would be forced to act and give Zuoquan Hui a chance to kill him, but by the looks of it, the sudden appearance of Yin Yang Cave Heaven had resolved this crisis. From her standpoint, she should be thanking Qin Kuei and Suing Shui, so she naturally wouldn't say anything, but neither would she let her expressions betray her thoughts. "You dare attack me?" Pei Wenxian stared coldly at Qin Kuei and Suing Shui. "I'm afraid you've forgotten what happened to Chu Huashang. I will definitely report this matter to Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and have you condemned as accomplices." Back then, Chu Huashang had only interfered with Yang Kai's affairs, nothing too serious, yet she was forced to become a prize for the Tao Theory Assembly, and was sentenced to 100 years of confinement. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui's actions just now were much more serious than Chu Huashang's, as they had directly killed others. If they really followed the rules set by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, they would definitely be charged with the crime of creating internal strife. Qin Kuei, however, wasn't intimidated and sneered. If you can't beat others, you whine and complain to your elders? Is this myriad demon's heaven's way of doing things? How eye-opening. Qin Kuei also didn't have a good impression of myriad demon's heaven. The reason why his little junior sister had encountered such a terrible situation was because of myriad demon's heaven's Tizheng. So how could he have any goodwill towards Pei Wenxian? Pei Wenxian coldly snorted, "Whatever you say. This matter will be decided by your Yinyang Cave heaven." Qin Kuei wore an aloof expression while Suing Shui stated indifferently, "There's no need to worry about that. Senior brother and I are no longer Yinyang Cave heaven disciples." Huh. Pei Wenxian gawked, wondering if he had misheard her. "Because the two of us defied our honored master's commands a few days ago, we were expelled from the sect, so we are no longer Yinyang Cave heaven disciples." Suing Shui's expression remained flat, as if she was discussing the weather rather than their expulsion from their master sect. Pei Wenxian's face was filled with shock. "The two of you were expelled from Yinyang Cave heaven?" His first thought was that it was impossible. Su Linggong had taken in a total of 3 disciples in his life, and each of them was extremely precious to him. Even if they had committed a grave mistake, he would not be willing to expel them from the sect. Moreover, all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were considered part of the elite forces of any cave heavens and paradises, and were more than capable of holding the position of an outer sect elder. How could they be casually expelled from the sect? Even if Su Linggong was willing, Yinyang Cave Heaven would not let them go so easily. At the very least, their cultivations would be crippled. However, on second thought, this explanation sounded somewhat familiar. Zuoquan Hui's lineage could rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise. So why couldn't Qin Kuei and Suing Shui be expelled from Yinyang Heaven? Su Linggong was obviously trying to cheat. But thinking about the other party's character, it wasn't strange for him to act so shamelessly. Good enough idle chatter. Boy, are you ready? Qin Kuei palmed his fist tightly as he looked towards Pei Wenxian with a grin. Ready for what? Pei Wenxian's brow twitched. Ready for a beating, of course. I hope your skin is thick enough so you don't get beaten to death by father here. As he finished speaking, Qin Kuei raised his fists and pushed his world force towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian cried out in alarm as the demon qi around his body surged, transforming into a black cloud that engulfed his body. Although it had been a few years since he had broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and his foundation had somewhat stabilized, how could Pei Wenxian be a match for a veteran 6th Order master like Qin Kuei? Although he knew that Qin Kuei couldn't really kill him, being beaten half to death was still quite embarrassing, not to mention painful. So when he saw Qin Kuei charging straight at him, Pei Wenxian immediately used his divine ability to conceal himself while falling back and waiting for an opportunity to act. However, the cave heavens and paradises had interacted with each other for countless millennia, so even if they didn't know each other's techniques and divine abilities like the back of their hands, they had a certain understanding of them at the very least. Qin Kuei didn't even bat an eye as he rushed into the demonic cloud. And a moment later, Pei Wenxian's muffled grunts clearly rang out. On the other side, Suing Shui went straight to Luan Baifeng before the two women engaged in a fierce battle. Unlike how Qin Kuei had proclaimed that he would beat Pei Wenxian, he had to hold back a bit in order to avoid killing him. In the end, Pei Wenxian was still a core disciple of Myriad Demon's Heaven, so if he were to die, it would definitely cause a huge stir. The current battle between Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union was all because of the death of a core disciple. And this was only possible because of Yinyang Cave Heaven applying political pressure from the background. If it weren't for Yinyang Cave Heaven, Voidland wouldn't be facing Heavenly Sword Union, but Thousand Crane Paradise. Suing Shui, on the other hand, didn't need to worry too much about this. When she attacked, her killing intent surged and every move she made was deadly. However, Luan Baifeng didn't dare to say anything to her, and could only try to resolve the situation on her own. Fortunately, Luan Baifeng was no pushover. Although her background wasn't as high as Suing Shui's, her 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator was extremely profound. For a time, the fight between the two as they exchanged moves one after another was quite a spectacular sight. Zuoquan Hui had sent Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng as a last resort, but they were unable to finish their mission. Furthermore, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he had sent out were also preoccupied with different opponents and were unable to extricate themselves. As for those below the Sixth Order, they were suffering heavy casualties because they were outnumbered. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace, Zuoquan Hui's face was so dark and gloomy that it looked as if it could blot out light from the entire world. Martial Peak Chapter 4581, Can Expect Great Things. This was the first official confrontation between Heavenly Sword Union and Void Land, and it was also a battle that was destined to be fruitless. For Heavenly Sword Union's side, as long as Yang Kai does not show up, Zuoquan Hui's scheme would be impossible to achieve. As for Void Land, they could not reveal the hidden strength in their hand before they had a certain degree of confidence in killing Zuoquan Hui. There were now 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the battle, and over 1,000 Masters were below the 6th Order. Across the million-kilometers-wide battlefield, everyone was locked in a heated melee and bathed in blood. Yang Kai, who was sitting on the Shattered Spirit Province, gazed over the battlefield and issued a series of orders. More and more Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order rushed to the front to solidify Voidland's advantage. Since Heavenly Sword Union had decided to follow Zuoquan Hui's lead, they couldn't blame Voidland for not showing any mercy. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to kill all of Heavenly Sword Union Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order, it would be a great victory. At that time, Zuoquan Hui's group of 6th Order Masters wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes focused on a certain spot on the battlefield. After he observed carefully for a moment, he raised his hand and called out, "Lu Shui." Reporting. Lu Shui, who had been standing beside him as the messenger, came forward. "Go deal with that myriad demon's heaven disciple." Yang Kai directed her in a certain direction. Lu Shui followed the direction of his finger and soon caught sight of her target. Although she didn't know what was so special about this myriad demon's heaven disciple, since Yang Kai had personally ordered her to do so, she could only faithfully obey. "Yes, sir," she quickly replied, but just as she was about to head out, she suddenly received Yang Kai's voice transmission and nodded in response, "Rest assured, sir." Her figure flickered as she transformed into a streak of light and sped across the battlefield. A moment later, Lu Shui arrived in front of her target and slashed her sword towards the myriad demon's heaven disciple. The myriad demon's heaven disciple was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with extraordinary strength. He was currently locked in a fierce battle with Jin Yuanlang. Seeing Lu Shui join the battle, not only did he not become afraid, he even licked his lips as if he had seen some delicious food. Lu Shui couldn't help but shudder as an inexplicable sense of dread filled her heart. Still, she followed Yang Kai's instructions and sent him a message without a moment of hesitation. The myriad demon's heaven disciple's face, which was beaming with fighting spirit, suddenly went stiff. He pushed his demon chi madly as he retreated 100 kilometers before raising his eyes and looking towards the distant Shattered Spirit Province. Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang could care less about what he was thinking, and attacked from the left and right. But the myriad demon's heaven disciple only parried the attacks, seemingly no longer having any intention of fighting back. In a 2-against-1, with both of them being 5th Order Masters, the myriad demon's heaven disciple quickly fell into a disadvantageous situation. However, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he was always able to find a way to survive. After fighting for a long time, Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang both sighed in amazement. The two of them had almost killed this man several times, but he still managed to stay alive and kicking. If it weren't for the fact that he was clearly a 5th Order Master, the two of them would have suspected that he was concealing his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he be so lucky every time? Lu Shui and Jin Yuanlang didn't fight with the myriad demon's heaven disciple for too long. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a streak of light suddenly shot out from the Heavenly Sword Palace, shooting towards the void. Seeing this, the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union all used their divine abilities to push back the enemies, and then used this opportunity to quickly retreat. Many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fought while retreating, bringing up the rear for the retreating Lower Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Void Land Masters chased after them, but they didn't pursue them too far. The deterrent force of the Heavenly Sword Palace was too strong, so no one dared to get too close. A cornered enemy should not be pressured. Yuhi was the first to stop, and only then did the people behind her come to a half, calmly watching Heavenly Sword Union disciples flee back to the Heavenly Sword Palace. After a brief period of silence, the Voidland Open Heaven Realm Masters broke into cheers. No matter what, Voidland had won this battle. Although they hadn't been able to kill any of the enemy's 6th Order Masters, they had killed many below the 6th Order, greatly weakening Heavenly Sword Union's strength. Under Yuhi's orders, the cultivators below the 6th Order began to clean up the battlefield. Voidland was currently lacking in supplies, and many people died in this battle. Naturally, the spoils of war had to be collected to replenish their consumption. Under the leadership of Yuhi, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters flew towards Qing Kuei and Suing Shui. The sudden appearance of these two fearsome 6th Order Masters had provided them with timely help. If they had not stopped Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng, a portion of Voidland's hidden power would have been exposed. Greetings, Senior Sister Su. Yuhi respectfully bowed. Suing Shui had spent some time in charge of Yinyang Heaven's Dao Temple in Voidstar City, and was also the one who had told Yang Kai about the Dao Theory Assembly, so Yuhi naturally recognized her. Junior Sister Yuhi. Suing Shui returned the greeting. May I ask who this is? Yuhi looked towards Qing Kuei curiously. Although she had some guesses in her heart, she couldn't be certain. After Suing Shui introduced the man, Yuhi finally smiled and thanked. So it is senior brother Qing Kuei. Many thanks for taking care of young master when he was in Yinyang Cave Heaven. It's nothing. Qing Kuei grinned. Junior brother Yang is now a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so naturally we have to take care of our family. Is junior brother Yang on that spirit province? Yuhi nodded her affirmation. Yes. It's just that it's not convenient for him to show his face for the time being. I'm sure young master is very happy to see the two of you. Please follow me. While everyone was talking, the battlefield had been cleaned up and the Open Heaven Realm Masters returned victoriously. Inside an impromptu hall hurriedly built on the shattered spirit province, Yang Kai stood up and greeted everyone. Yang Kai introduced Qing Kuei and Suing Shui to everyone, which immediately caused an uproar, but after exchanging greetings, both sides sat down calmly. Senior brother Qing, senior sister Su. Why are you here? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Worry was clearly written on his brow. Furthermore, wouldn't stopping Pei Wenxian cause trouble for you? Will it implicate Martial Uncle Su? If everything went smoothly, Pei Wenxian would be able to advance to the 8th Order. In any cave heaven or paradise, he would be a future pillar of the sect. Qing Kuei, on the other hand, was lost in shock as he wondered. Where did these people come from? He was so shocked that he didn't even hear Yang Kai's question clearly. Senior brother. Suing Shui gently elbowed him. Qing Kuei was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses and calmly replied, Oh, junior sister, and I have already been expelled from the sect by honored master, so there's nothing to worry about. After he finished speaking, his eyes swept over Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, as if he was trying to figure out what was going on. What? Now it was Yang Kai's turn to be shocked. Expelled? Being expelled from the sect was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who had committed grave mistakes would receive such a harsh punishment. The disciples who were expelled from the sect would be scorned, and they might even be hunted down. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui were both in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and could be considered Su Linggong's left and right arms. Even if they had made a terrible mistake, how could they be expelled from the sect? But soon, Yang Kai understood and smiled bitterly. Martial Uncle Su has put in a lot of effort. The so-called expulsion from the sect was definitely just an excuse to the outside world, just like Zuoquan Hui's rebellion from Thousand Crane Paradise. What's more, since Su Linggong could expel them from the sect, he could naturally find an excuse to have them return. Any ordinary high-rank Open Heaven Master would care a great deal about their face and reputation and might not be able to do this, but Su Linggong didn't care about such things. Suing Shui indifferently stated, Honored Master said that junior brother Yang was in trouble, and we couldn't personally help, so he felt uneasy. Moreover, he also had a certain responsibility for this matter, so he sent senior brother and me here to help. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed his head. Many thanks to Martial Uncle Su. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qing and Senior Sister Su. Qing Kuei waved off and stated, there's no need to be so polite with us. Originally, Honored Master wanted to come here personally, but the sect didn't agree. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. I wouldn't dare trouble Martial Uncle Su. Originally, he had some complaints about Yinyang Cave Heaven. Although he was the one who killed Zhao Xing from Thousand Crane Paradise, since the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly had been set long ago, Yinyang Cave Heaven should have helped him resolve this problem. Under the pressure of Yinyang Cave Heaven, Thousand Crane Paradise was unable to publicly and justifiably target Void Land, but Zuoquan Hui, who had rebelled, had still caused Void Land to suffer greatly. Now though, Su Linggong had sent Qing Kuei and Suing Shui to assist him, and if it weren't for Yinyang Cave Heaven's disapproval, Su Linggong would have personally come to assist him. The resentment in Yang Kai's heart immediately disappeared. In the end, it was all because his strength was insufficient, and because Void Land's reputation was insufficient. If he was strong enough and had enough prestige, Thousand Cranes Paradise would not have dared to say anything for the death of Emir Zhao Xing. We can achieve great things with your assistance, Yang Kai said excitedly. Qing Kuei smiled bitterly. I thought the two of us were delivering charcoal in a frigid winter, but who would have thought that we were just adding flowers to a brocade? Even if we didn't appear today, with your Void Land's foundation, it should be enough to deal with Heavenly Sword Union. As far as they knew, Void Land had 9 sixth-order masters, including Yang Kai, so when they saw Pei Wenxian and Luan Baifeng appear, they immediately appeared to intercept them. But apparently Void Land still had 7 newly advanced sixth-order masters in reserve, so they could have handled it with or without them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4582 Consumption. When Qing Kuei saw the entire hall filled with sixth-order open heaven masters, especially the 7 who had just broken through to the sixth order directly, he could almost picture another cave heaven or paradise rising within the next few 10,000 years. Senior Brother Qing, Senior Sister Su, you have provided my Void Land with great help by coming here. If not for you appearing when we fought Zuoquan Hui, we wouldn't have been able to catch him off guard. Qing Kuei's eyes flashed as realization dawned upon him, so that's your plan. Even Suing Shui and he didn't know that Void Land had so many sixth-order masters, so it was likely that Zuoquan Hui didn't know about this either. This point was also clear from the way Zuoquan Hui had arranged his forces today. According to the original intelligence, Void Land had 8 available sixth-order open heaven realm masters apart from Yang Kai, whereas Heavenly Sword Union had a total of 10. Heavenly Sword Union had first sent out 8 sixth-order masters to deal with Void Land's 8 sixth-order masters, then sent out the last 2 to exert pressure. If Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the situation, he would have no choice but to show himself. Once Yang Kai appeared, Zuoquan Hui would have a chance to act. This was probably Zuoquan Hui's original plan. The battle between the two sides was not only a life and death struggle between their open heaven realm subordinates, but also a psychological contest. Unfortunately, Zuoquan Hui's luck seemed to be bad. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui, who had appeared out of nowhere, had foiled his plans. Who knows how he might be venting his anger in Heavenly Sword Palace right now. Senior Brother Qing, I only have one question right now. Yang Kai leaned forward slightly. Qing Kuei stretched out his hand and stated, Junior Brother, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. If I know it, I won't conceal anything from you. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, can Zuoquan Hui be killed or not? Hearing this, Qing Kuei's pupils immediately shrank. He was taken aback by Yang Kai's courage and appetite and was suddenly at a loss for words. Although he and Suing Shui had received orders from their master to assist Yang Kai, they had never harbored any hope of killing a high-rank open heaven master. From the start, their plan was to protect Yang Kai and retreat to Void Land. After all, they were from Yinyang Cave Heaven, so Zuoquan Hui would have some scruples more or less, so he couldn't just kill them. As long as they could retreat to Void Land, Zuoquan Hui wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai with Baishi's protection. Pondering for a moment, Qing Kuei asked, is Junior Brother Yang worried about Thousand Cranes Paradise? Yang Kai indifferently replied, I killed Zhao Xing and Zuoquan Hui jumped out. If I kill Zuoquan Hui, Who knows if Thousand Cranes Paradise will jump out? Qin Kuei's scalp went numb. He could not figure out why he had started discussing the topic of killing a high-rank Open Heaven Master with Yang Kai, but he felt like he was dreaming. After all, how could a high-rank Open Heaven Master be so easy to kill? Although the number of 6th-order Open Heaven Masters on Void Land's side was massive, if they were to fight against a veteran 7th-order Master, things would not end well for Void Land. Still, Qin Kuei lightly nodded in response. That's true, but Zuoquan Hui's situation is different from Zhao Xing's. Yang Kai humbly requested, Senior Brother Qing, please enlighten me. Qin Kuei waved off and continued with a wry smile. It's nothing so profound. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise and had a chance to break through to the 8th Order in the future. After being killed on the prison star, Thousand Cranes Paradise needed to regain its face. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock across the 3,000 worlds. However, with my Yin Cave Heaven pressuring them, they can't make a big fuss about it. As Zhao Xing's honored master, Zuoquan Hui had no choice but to take a different approach. The public news from Thousand Cranes Paradise is that Zuoquan Hui's faction betrayed the sect. Since they have betrayed the sect, they are rebels and now have nothing to do with Thousand Cranes Paradise. Similar to us as we were expelled from the sect by our honored master, but also quite different. Qin Kuei smiled. Let's put it this way, after this matter is settled, honored master can take us back into the sect, but no matter what, Zuoquan Hui will never be able to return to Thousand Cranes Paradise. Otherwise, Thousand Cranes Paradise will lose all face. This is the price he must pay for his rebellion. Yang Kai raised his brow and added, if that's the case, if I can kill Zuoquan Hui, it would be the same as helping Thousand Cranes Paradise clean up its sect. They should thank me instead. Qin Kuei opened his mouth and wryly smiled. That would be so if all parties were acting in earnest. In fact, everyone was aware of the true story behind Zuoquan Hui's betrayal. If Voidland really killed him, Thousand Cranes Paradise naturally wouldn't show any gratitude, but they also had no right to seek revenge. Yang Kai nodded, I understand. All of a sudden Yang Kai felt refreshed. All the troubles that had been haunting him regarding this war were now swept away. Ever since Zuoquan Hui began targeting Voidland, Yang Kai had been somewhat worried about Thousand Cranes Paradise interfering. If he was alone, he wouldn't have to think too much about it. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, if he was all on his own, all he would have to worry about is killing Zuoquan Hui and clearing away their grudge. Alternatively, he could be killed by Zuoquan Hui and be freed of all troubles. However, as the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai had no choice but to worry about the lives of the hundreds of thousands of Voidland disciples. Now, he had no more concerns after hearing everything from Qin Kuei. Zuoquan Hui could be killed. After letting Qin Kuei and Suing Shui withdraw to rest, Yang Kai finally had time to check the casualties. In this battle, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't suffer much of an effect, but those below the 6th Order had killed nearly 100 enemies. Although this didn't sound like a lot, everyone who participated in this battle was an Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't know how many Open Heaven Realm Masters there were in Heavenly Sword Union, but today's battle was enough to make the hearts of the higher-ups of Heavenly Sword Union bleed. There were also casualties on Voidland's side, but they weren't nearly as high. Less than 20 had been killed, so it was a significant victory. After the great battle, everyone diligently cultivated and recuperated. Yang Kai also began strategizing. Heavenly Sword Union had 10 6th Order Masters. Voidland originally had 16, and with the arrival of Qin Kuei and Suing Shui, the number had increased to 18. They had 8 more Masters than the enemy, and if Luan Baifeng was included, the gap would grow even larger. However, because Ironblood Great Emperor and the others had just broken through to the 6th Order, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the veteran 6th Order Masters on the enemy's side. So once they showed themselves and participated in the battle, they would have to fight 2 against 1 to be of any use. In other words, the 7 who had just advanced could at most restrain 3 or 4 opponents in the same realm. If Yang Kai wanted to kill Zuoquan Hui, he estimated that he would need 6 or 7 veteran 6th Order Masters to cooperate with him to have a chance. Voidland's strength was still somewhat lacking. After all, once the power of Voidland was completely exposed, if they couldn't kill the snake, It would become impossible to threaten Zuoquan Hui again. They only had one chance. As such, Yang Kai needed to be fully prepared and possess decisive strength. Moreover, the most important problem was that the Heavenly Sword Palace was too close to the territory gate. Once Zuoquan Hui noticed that something was wrong, there was a high chance he would retreat to Flying Smoke territory. At that time, the question would be whether to give chase or not. If they pursued, Zuoquan Hui would definitely ambush them at the territory gate. And who among them could resist the sneak attack of a 7th Order Open Heaven Master? If they didn't pursue, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Yang Kai was now having a headache. Zuoquan Hui's cautiousness had given Voidland some breathing room, but it also made killing him extremely difficult. Now that things had reached this point, Yang Kai could only take things one step at a time. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, so perhaps he could find a suitable opportunity to act. Perhaps he could send a message to Luan Baifeng to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui. After the first confrontation, Heavenly Sword Palace's side remained calm for a full 2 months. 2 months later, great waves rose again as a large number of lights flew out, heading straight for Voidland's encampment. Voidland had long since taken precautions, so when they saw this scene, they naturally charged forward to meet the enemy. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle in the void, leaving behind dismembered corpses and broken limbs as they retreated. In the main hall, after taking inventory of the casualties, Yang Kai looked out at the crowd and stated, Zuoquan Hui used his connections to gather a number of 2nd and 3rd class forces. Although it didn't affect the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there were quite a few more Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order. Not only did they supplement the losses they suffered during the last battle, their numbers even grew quite a bit. Most of the people in the hall were shocked when they heard this. Right now, Voidland's greatest advantage was the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters they had below the 6th Order. If they didn't even have this advantage, the situation would definitely deteriorate. Qing Kuei hesitated for a moment before asking, "Has this been confirmed?" During this time, he had been staying in this small Shattered Spirit province, preparing for battle at any time, but he had not seen Yang Kai send anyone out to inquire about the situation, so he was naturally curious. Yang Kai nodded, and it has been confirmed. The news had come from Luan Baifeng, and she naturally understood the complete situation inside the Heavenly Sword Palace. Qing Kuei's eyes flashed as he quickly realized something and began suspecting Yang Kai must have some kind of spy in Heavenly Sword Palace, so he didn't ask any further. Then what is Zuoquan Hui trying to do? Huigu frowned. Many of them died today. Yang Kai explained, no matter how many casualties there are, it means nothing to Zuoquan Hui. All the forces under his command are outsiders with the exception of his last personal disciple, a 6th Order woman named Ziyan. As long as Ziyan doesn't die, why would he care about the lives of others? The battles in the future will only become more frequent, so everyone should be prepared. If he remains hiding and has his subordinates fight to the death, what does he want? Emome was puzzled. Yang Kai took a deep breath. He's following the same plan as before, trying to wear us down. Zuoquan Hui had sealed the territory gate and spread the news that he had an irreconcilable feud with Voidland. As a result, the Star City's popularity had plummeted and Voidland's revenue stream had basically disappeared. With so many people cultivating and needing resources, it was natural to begin running short of supplies. Once Voidland's resources ran out, Yang Kai would inevitably come out, giving Zuoquan Hui a chance to act. If it weren't for the frequent activation of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, which made Zuoquan Hui realize something was wrong, he wouldn't have led Heavenly Sword Union into Void territory so quickly. More importantly, Zuoquan Hui's plan to lure the snake out of its hole had become hopeless after the arrival of Qing Kuei and Suing Shui. Since he couldn't bring out any more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he could only use his connections, force, or enticement to bolster his numbers. And when a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master gave an order, how could mere 2nd or 3rd class forces resist? Whether they wanted to or not, they had to submit and obey his commands. Martial Peak Chapter 4583 Stalemate. Currently, all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the nearby Great Territories with the exception of a few with powerful backgrounds, had been recruited by Zuoquan Hui, greatly increasing the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters he had under his command. For the time being, they were still inferior to Voidland, but it was difficult to say if this would remain the case as time passed. Although every battle ended in Voidland's victory, there were inevitably some casualties, and the surviving Open Heaven Realm Masters were quite exhausted, requiring them to expend plenty of resources to restore their strength. It had become a battle of attrition and resources. Without enough resources to restore themselves, Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to maintain their full strength at all times, and if they were to fight again, it would be harder for them to hold on. If this continued for a long time, Voidland would eventually be unable to hold on, and at that time it would become a decisive battle. When Luan Baifeng sent this message over, even though Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, he couldn't help cursing the old dog's cunning. Before this, Voidland had been sealed off for 3 or 4 years and had already used up countless supplies. Now that the war had broken out, the consumption of resources had become even more severe. If it weren't for the rich accumulation of the Star City's resources in the early years, they would not have been able to hold on for this long. Even so, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. In order to coordinate with this strategy, from the second battle onwards, the Open Heaven Realm Masters dispatched by Heavenly Sword Union did not even wear space rings. Obviously, it was to prevent Voidland from having the chance to collect spoils of war from the corpses. After more than a dozen large and small battles, Voidland still held the decisive advantage thanks to their numbers, but they had not been able to collect any supplies from the enemy corpses all this time. Zuoquan Hui's intentions were obvious, and he was not even trying to hide them anymore. He kept sending out his Open Heaven Realm subordinates one after another, leaving Voidland no choice but to fight back. Usually, every battle was followed by a few days of peace, which was ultimately followed by another battle. While voices of discontent rose on Heavenly Sword Union's side, the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Voidland's side were exhausted. Both sides had fought countless times in a short span of a year. The number of Open Heaven Realm Masters Voidland had lost had almost broken through the 200 mark. Although the numbers were replenished steadily by the headquarters, it was still not enough to make up for their losses. Heavenly Sword Union's losses were even greater. Their losses were at least 3 times their enemies. The void was filled with the blood of Open Heaven Realm Masters within 1,000,000 kilometers of the territory gate. Such heavy losses had angered Yang Kai. Several times, he wished he could lead all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to fight Zuoquan Hui to the death, but after having personally experienced the might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had no choice but to give up on this idea. Any rash action on his part without absolute confidence could lead to even worse consequences. Meanwhile, Zuoquan Hui on Heavenly Sword Union's side was also extremely annoyed. Such a long battle had almost exhausted his patience, and Yang Kai hadn't even shown up once, denying him the slightest opportunity to exact his revenge. Inside the Heavenly Sword Palace's main hall, many 6th Order Masters were gathered, while Zuoquan Hui sat above with a gloomy expression. An Open Heaven Realm Master dressed in Heavenly Sword Union's uniform rushed in and cupped his fist, reporting to Union Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch's forces have been surrounded by Voidland and are outnumbered. Heavenly Monarch requests to withdraw and reorganize. This kind of battle report would appear almost every time a fight broke out. Although Heavenly Sword Union had gathered a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters below the 6th Order because of Zuoquan Hui's prestige, their numbers were still inferior to Voidland. And since the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to determine the victor, the side with the greatest number of Open Heaven Realm Master below 6th Order naturally held the absolute advantage. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present couldn't understand one thing. Voidland was clearly a newly rising force. So where did so many Open Heaven Realm Masters come from? Zuoquan Hui picked up a nearby teacup and threw it at the messenger. The cultivator who had sent the message did not dare to move and was hit in the head, which caused him to bleed. Wastes. Retreating at the slightest setback? Tell Huang Quan that anyone who dares to retreat without my command will suffer a fate worse than death. The messenger trembled with fear and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He quickly left the hall to relay the message to Huang Quan. Not to mention how Huang Quan angrily cursed when he heard this order. The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the hall were also angry. They just didn't dare to even breathe loudly. After a long silence, Luan Baifeng stood up, picked up the teacup, and placed it next to Zuoquan Hui's hand, gently consoling him. Sir, please calm your anger. Voidland's forces are strong, and senior brother Huang Quan is not a timid person. I'm afraid that the situation must be truly difficult to handle, so he requested to withdraw. How could Zuoquan Hui not know this? Only, he had not been able to avenge his two disciples for such a long time, and was now trapped in a fierce battle with Voidland. He had nowhere to vent his anger, which was very frustrating for him. He let out a cold snort and shouted, "A bunch of trash! You can't take down a mere Voidland even after such a long time." Luan Baifeng took the initiative to volunteer. This mistress is willing to lead a group of people to assist senior brother Huang Quan. I hope Sir will agree. As Yang Kai's spy in Heavenly Sword Union, Luan Baifeng had done a good job of secretly sending messages to the former about Heavenly Sword Union's situation. With her inside intelligence, Yang Kai knew Heavenly Sword Union's forces like the back of his hand. She had even led the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Heavenly Sword Union to fight against Voidland many times, allowing for many of them to be killed. Zuoquan Hui's expression relaxed slightly. Warden Luan is too thoughtful, then. Before he could finish speaking, Pei Wenxian stood up and added, Martial Uncle Zhua, the momentum of Voidland's forces is overwhelming. Even if Warden Luan goes to support them, I'm afraid she won't be able to gain any advantage. Rather, it will cause more casualties. Why don't we call back Huang Quan and preserve our strength and deliberate over what to do next? Zuoquan Hui looked up at him and knew he was right. In his anger just now, he had not thought things through properly, so he immediately nodded and agreed, do as you suggested. Once Zuoquan Hui's order was relayed, Huang Quan's troops who were fighting at the front retreated, one by one. Inside the main hall, Pei Wenxian smiled warmly at Luan Baifeng, who smiled back while cursing in her heart that this brat had ruined her good deed. Otherwise, if she brought her people out, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely suffer even more casualties. Huang Quan returned not long after, though he was completely unharmed. The one who had fought with him just now was Profound Yang Mountain's head mountain lord, Mao Zhe. The two of them had fought countless battles and were completely familiar with each other's tactics by now. Neither of them could do anything to the other unless someone interfered. However, after having fought for over a year, both sides had formed a tacit understanding. Each of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had their own opponent, so no matter how many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters one side sent out, the other side would send out their corresponding foe. After returning, Huang Quan begged for forgiveness and received a scolding from Zuoquan Hui. After cursing for a while, Zuoquan Hui calmed down and swept his gaze around. The situation is quite tense right now. Do any of you have any good ideas on how to defeat them? The 10 Sixth Order Masters in the hall glanced at each other blankly. Although everyone knew that as long as Zuoquan Hui personally took action, he would definitely be able to break this stalemate and even salvage the situation. Yet he never did. He had only been sitting in the Heavenly Sword Palace with the territory gate at his back. Everyone knew that he was afraid of the divine spirit of Void Land. By remaining here, he could retreat to Flying Smoke territory to hide the moment anything went wrong. If he really went out and was targeted by the divine spirit, Zuoquan Hui couldn't guarantee he could escape unscathed. Everyone understood this, but none of them said anything, lest Zuoquan Hui lose face. Are you all mute? Seeing everyone fall silent, Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted, clearly displeased. Pei Wenxian coughed lightly, Martial Uncle Zhua. It's actually quite simple to break the current situation. Hearing this, Zuoquan Hui raised his brow. What does Nephew Pei have in mind? Pei Wenxian smiled lightly. At the end of the day, Void territory is still the enemy's home ground. As foreigners, it is natural we suffer losses when we fight. If we can move the battlefield out of Void territory, it will naturally be easier to deal with Void land. Zuoquan Hui stroked his beard and nodded slightly in agreement. You're right. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was afraid of Zhu Jiuyin, who could be hiding in the shadows. If he could move the battlefield out of Void territory, although he couldn't guarantee that Zhu Jiuyin wouldn't follow him, at the very least when they passed through the territory gate, Zhu Jiuyin wouldn't be able to hide and would be exposed. He could be prepared then. However, if they wanted to move the battlefield out of Voidland, it was easier said than done. Although they could retreat to Flying Smoke territory, if Voidland's people didn't follow them, there was nothing they could do. What is nephew's plan? Zuoquan Hui asked. Pei Wenxian shook his head. I just had this idea, but no way to implement it. Zuoquan Hui couldn't help but have a look of disappointment appear on his face. Pei Wenxian added, but other than that, there is another way. Oh, Zuoquan Hui raised his brow. Pei Wenxian continued with a smile. Right now, both sides are on par when it comes to 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while Voidland holds the absolute advantage when it comes to Masters below 6th Order. If we want to break this stalemate, we must start with the 6th Order Masters. Zuoquan Hui's expression changed slightly. Nephew Pei means. If we could obtain more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even if it's just one, it would be enough to make Voidland suffer. They would be able to fight 2 against 1 with one more 6th Order Master. If they cooperated well, they might even be able to kill a 6th Order Voidland Master, increasing their advantage further. How could Zuoquan Hui not know this? His heart ached even more for his dead disciple Zhou Ti just thinking about it. If Zhou Ti were still alive, how could he have so many troubles now? He would have killed Yang Kai and retreated ages ago. It's easier said than done. It's not so simple to find a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Zuoquan Hui sighed. Although he had used his prestige and connections to recruit many helpers, none of them were 6th Order Masters. There were many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Thousand Cranes Paradise, but it was impossible for them to support him openly. Pei Wenxian smiled calmly. If Martial Uncles would trust me, you can leave this matter to me. Zuoquan Hui was stunned for a moment before asking Martial Nephew, are you thinking of getting support from your sect? If Myriad Demons Heaven was willing to intervene, that would naturally be for the best, but Myriad Demons Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, so how could it interfere in the struggle between lower sects? Pei Wenxian had come here because he had a personal grudge with Yang Kai, giving him a reasonable excuse, but if Myriad Demons Heaven really interfered, Yinyang Cave Heaven's side would definitely not sit back and do nothing. At that time it might lead to the 2 cave heavens engaging in battle, blowing the situation up multiple times over.